Antonio Gramsci, Life of a Revolutionary, written by Giuseppe Fiori. Forward. Gramsci once wrote in a letter to his sister-in-law Tatiana, "I received the photos of the children, and you can imagine how happy they made me. It was also very satisfying to see with my own eyes that they really do have bodies and legs. I'd seen nothing but heads for 3 years, and was beginning to worry that they might have turned into cherubim, only without the little wings over their ears. The only ambition of this book is to complete the portrait of Gramsci himself in a similar way. To add body and legs to the head we already know, Gramsci, the great intellectual and political leader. That is, to show those human factors which made up the whole person, from childhood until maturity, through his days of hunger, of love, and of slow death. It is a portrait of Nino Gramsci, as he was known to close friends. The book owes much to Gennaro Gramsci, Antonio's brother, whom I remember with affection. He died, tragically, in a motor accident in Rome on the 30th of October 1965, when the book was already written. Thanks are also due to Teresina Gramsci, especially for access to a collection of still unpublished letters, Edmea and Carlo Gramsci, Alfonso Leonetti, Elsa Fubini, and Renzo De Felice, Leonilde Perilli for information and documents on the Schucht family, Antonio Gramsci's old friends at Ghilarza, his playmates and school companions, his friends at secondary school and at the Dottore Licei in Cagliari, his friends from the years in Turin, to everyone else close to him in his struggles and in prison who have agreed to bear witness to the tragic story of his life. G.F. 1. The one-story house where the Gramscis lived in Sardinia is built of reddish lava stone and stands in the centre of Ghilarza, a big village on the Barigadu Plateau about halfway between Oristano and Macomer. Nowadays, a draper and haberdasher called Antioco Porco keeps shop there. He knew the parents of Nino Gramsci, as everybody here calls Antonio, Signor Cicillo and Peppina Marcias. Francesco Gramsci, but we always called him Signor Cicillo, came here as a very young man in 1881. He was 20, and it was his first job. He had come from his hometown, Gaeta, to take charge of the local registrar's office. Like so many other continentals who cross the sea, he was probably thinking of a short stay, a few years of uncomfortable provincialdom one has to put up with at the start of one's career. In fact, he was to spend the rest of his life here, and apart from a few years working in Ales and Sorgono, he lived right here, all the time, in this house where we're chatting now. He died in 1937, 56 years after first coming to Ghilarza. Towards the end, he even spoke the dialect in his own fashion. Some people had taken to calling him Tiu Gramsci. It has been said that Antonio Gramsci was of very humble origins, and this is still widely believed. Antioco now shakes his head before replying. Not really. His father, Signor Cicillo, had a school-leaving certificate. He was studying to be a lawyer till his father died, and he had to get a job. And Signor Cicillo's father was a colonel in the Carabinieri, I believe. Then on his mother's side, too, Nino Gramsci came from a respected family. The Marcias family wasn't exactly rich, but not poor either. On the same subject, Antonio's oldest brother, Gennaro, told me, "I know. Togliatti once wrote that Nino was of peasant stock. So did reputable biographers. But they were getting away from the truth. Nino himself, he recalls, once mentioned our family background in a letter from prison. I can complete the story for him now. Our great-grandfather was a Greek-Albanian Gramsci who fled from Epirus during or shortly after the popular uprising of 1821 and became Italianized very quickly. A son called Gennaro was born in Italy. The name has been handed down to me. This Gennaro, our grandfather, was a colonel in the Bourbon Gendarmerie. He married Teresa Gonzalez, the daughter of a Neapolitan lawyer descended from some old Italo-Spanish family which had stayed behind in southern Italy, like so many others, when the Spanish occupation ended. They had 5 children, father being the last. He was born at Gaeta in March 1860, a few months before General Cialdini's troops laid siege to the town. When the Bourbon regime was gone, grandfather was taken over by the Carabinieri, and kept his colonel's rank there. Of the 5 children, the only girl married a rich Gaeta gentleman called Riccio. One became a treasury official, another was an inspector of railways after being station master at Rome, and a third son, Uncle Nicolino, became an army officer. Dad was the least fortunate of the lot. When his father died, he was still a law student. He had to get himself a job, and this Sardinian post came up, the registrar's office at Ghilarza. So off he went. Uncle Nicolino was sent to Sardinia too, first to La Maddalena, then Sassari, and finally to Ozieri, where he was captain in charge of the artillery depot, and he died there. So father's family was typical of the better-off southern class that supplies the state bureaucracy with its middle-rank officials. What about Peppina Marchas? Our mother, Gennaro continued, was the daughter of a Marchas from Teralba and a Corrias of Ghilarza. Grandfather on that side was a tax collector and had a small bit of land. So the Marchas were middling folk, quite nicely off by the standards of our villages. They had a house, some land, enough to live pretty well. Peppina Marchas was born in 1861, 1 year after Signor Cicillo. She was tall and graceful, a rung higher up the social ladder than most of the other Ghilarza girls, and so likely to attract notice at once. She dressed like a European, says an Alice Taylor, who knew her when she was young. She had stayed at primary school until the 3rd year, and would read whatever she could lay her hands on, even Boccaccio. And this at a time when simply knowing how to read and write was a real distinction, particularly for a woman. Francesco asked for her hand. But back in Campania, his family was upset. His mother especially was put out by the idea that he, son of a colonel, nearly a law graduate, should marry a girl from an obscure lower-class family. They got married all the same. She was 22, Cicillo 23. The following year, 1884, Gennaro was born. Then, not long afterwards, the family made the move to the registrar's office at Alice. It was there that the other children were born, Grazietta in 1887, Emma in 1889, and finally, on the 22nd of January 1891, Antonio. He was baptized 7 days later. Were the Gramscis religious? At Bonarcado, a little village not far from Ghilarza, lives the girl who is spoken of so often and so carefully in Gramsci's prison letters, Edmea, the daughter of Gennaro. Now middle-aged with greying hair, she's a doctor's wife and teaches in the primary school. About the religious beliefs of Cicillo and Peppina Gramsci, she says, "Grandad wasn't much of a practicing Christian, but I remember when he was lying helpless at home in the last months of his life, he often used to enjoy the company of a preacher who visited him during Lent. 'You know, you're just like Gesue Carducci lying there,' the man would say, and he understood it was to raise his spirits a bit. They became friends. They used to spend hours together talking about everything under the sun. Grandad asked to be confessed before he died. Grandmother was more of a regular churchgoer. She used to go to early morning mass every Sunday. Then she fell ill, and rarely went out. But even then she always thought about God, especially when Uncle Nino was thrown in prison, and I would hear her repeating, 'Oh God, my God, I want nothing else from you, nothing. but please make me able to bear this." When she was dying, she called me to her and left me a gift of some images blessed by the priest. In one of Gramsci's prison letters, we also find the following portrait of another member of the close family, Grazia de Logo, Peppina's unmarried half-sister, who lived permanently with the Gramscis and was like a second mother to Antonio. Aunt Grazia believed that there once existed a very pious lady called Donna Bisodia, so pious that a place had been found for her in the Lord's Prayer itself. It was actually Donna Nobis Hodie, which, like many others, she misinterpreted as Donna Bisodia, and imagined as a noble dame of the good old days when everybody went to church and there was still some real faith left in the world. One could make up a story all about this imaginary Donna Bisodia forever being held up to us as an example. How often Aunt Grazia used to tell Grazietta or Emma, "You're not a bit like Donna Bisodia." For the christening of Antonio Gramsci, it was not Canon Marongiu, the parish priest of Alice, who came to the baptistry. This was a particularly solemn occasion. We read in the parish register that it was the illustrious and most reverend doctor of theology, Sebastiano Frau, vicar general, who baptized the infant. The godfather was a Masulas lawyer called Francesco Buscetto. There are people who can still remember the celebrations after the ceremony. Nicolino Tunis, a tailor, retired now he can no longer carry on his trade, recalls, "Our two families were very close. My father was a bailiff at the local magistrate's court. He and Signor Cicillo spent a lot of time together, and Signora Peppina was quite at home in our house. She was godmother to a sister of mine called Peppina after her. I was 10 years old when Nino Gramsci was baptized. I still remember it, and the happy atmosphere that day, the loads of sweets and good things brought from Ghilarza, and the crowds of people who came to fete the child. I was a pal of Gennaro's, and I used to play with Grazietta and Emma, though they were much smaller than I. God knows how often I picked up Nino and held him in my arms. He was a fine, fair baby with light-coloured eyes. He was still very small when Signor Cicillo was transferred to Sorgono, and I never saw him again." There are no other relics of the Gramscis in Alice. The birthplace was occupied by a priest called Melis after Cicillo left it. Then it was taken over as the local headquarters of the fascist party for nearly 20 years, and now the ground floor has been turned into a bar, the Bar dello Sport. There is a plaque just above the entrance, lost among the painted tin adverts for aperitifs, digestives, and soft drinks. It says, "10 years after his martyrdom, this stone was placed on his birthplace in honor of Antonio Gramsci by the affection of his fellow citizens and the gratitude of all free men." Before 1947, when a committee set up in Cagliari decided to do something about honoring Gramsci, few inhabitants of Alice realized they had had such a distinguished fellow citizen. "He was taken to Sorgono when he was just about a year old," says Antioco Porco, "and there he stayed until he was 7, except for the summer months. They always came back to Ghilarza in summer. Meanwhile, the family had grown. Mario was born in 93, Teresina in 95, and Carlo in 97. They moved back permanently to Ghilarza in 1898, and Signor Cicillo and Signora Peppina were never to leave it again." It was a dramatic return. There had been some serious developments in the region's petty political intrigues, which had proved quite disastrous for Cicillo Gramsci. He had lost his job and ended up in prison. The story had begun with the political elections of 1897. The historian Bellieni has pointed out that in fin de siècle Sardinia, public affairs were scarcely a matter of theoretical debate. The parties were really the personal followings of a few big men. We have a direct witness to this in the person of Francesco Paesera, the parliamentary deputy for Ozieri, whom Prime Minister Crispi asked to carry out an inquiry into economic conditions and law enforcement on the island in 1894. A year and a half later, Paisera reported, "Except in a few centres, and among very few people even there, the terms conservative, liberal, democrat or radical have no meaning whatsoever. Socialism, anarchy or clericalism have never been heard of. And yet the parties are very much alive. They are combative, tenacious and intransigent. But they are not political parties, not parties inspired by general or local interests. They are personal parties, family-based cliques in the narrowest sense of the word. Sheltered under the wings of the larger personal factions, one finds microscopic personal factions and cliques in each town, all the more spiteful and violent for having little of moment to quarrel about, and being forced to see each other every day. These link themselves up to the grander cliques and receive in return protection and assistance in their little squabbles, help in seeking for personal favours and covering up infractions of the law, and sometimes in getting away with real crimes. The old feudal repression, concludes Paisera, has given way to this sort of creeping vassalage, whose effects are even worse and more depressing. Sorgono was in the electoral constituency of Isili, where the election of 1897 brought a bitter conflict between two such local chieftains called Francesco Cocco Ortu and Enrico Carboni Boi. Cocco Ortu was one of Sardinia's most prominent citizens, already a member of Parliament for 20 years and twice an Under-Secretary, first at the Ministry of Agriculture and later at the Ministry of Justice. Bellieni describes him as the foremost exemplar of the spirit of faction. But the forthcoming contest was going to be more difficult for this influential man. His younger rival had a considerable following in his hometown of Nuragos, and also in such key centres of the constituency as Tonara and Sorgono. Cecchino Gramsci aligned himself with the new man, Carboni Boi. The battle was a close one, fought mercilessly down to the last vote. But Cocco Ortu was re-elected, and before long he was more powerful than ever. Within a few months he had been made Minister of Agriculture, Industry and Commerce in the new Di Rudini cabinet. We may gather what the attitude of the cockists, the spiteful, violent clique behind Cocco Ortu, was likely to be from another passage in Paisera's report. The triumph of this or that political party in Rome matters little. All that counts is that the party boss should have influence in the central government, so that he can dominate his following back in Sardinia and behave like a conqueror, distributing favours to the victors and annihilating the vanquished. Cecchino Gramsci now found himself in the ranks of the vanquished, and exposed to all the perils inherent in that state, including that of falling foul of prostituted justice. Some months after the election, a sad event compelled Cecchino Gramsci to leave Sorgono for a while. His brother Nicolino, the one in charge of the artillery depot at Ozieri, had died suddenly on the 17th of December, aged only 42. So he went to the funeral, and also to see how Gennaro's studies might be continued, now that he could no longer stay with his uncle Nicolino. No sooner had he left than a telegram went off from Sorgono to Cagliari. It was sent by the cocchisti, who took advantage of his being away to suggest that the accounts of the registrar's office needed looking into. When he returned from Ozieri, Cecchino learned that he was to be investigated. Things were found to be not quite as they should be in his office. There had undoubtedly been some mild misconduct of affairs there. He was suspended and deprived of his salary, and returned to Ghilarza with the family. There he spent some months of isolation and black depression, tormented by fears of arrest and imprisonment. He was 38 years old. He had just lost his job, and at any moment, worse might follow. The Carabinieri came for him on the 9th of August 1898. He learned that he was to be accused of embezzlement, extortion, and falsification of documents. He found himself in Oristano prison, where he remained until committed for trial in Cagliari 15 months later, on the 28th of October 1899. The trial took place a year later still. At that time, embezzlement was the responsibility of the assize court, and this was the court which sentenced him on the 27th of October 1900. The judgment mentions as a mitigating circumstance the slight damage and small value involved, since the investigator had found only a trifling sum missing. Still, the law took such offences seriously in those days, and even though he was given the minimum, owing to mitigating circumstances, it amounted to no less than 5 years, 8 months, and 22 days. Peppina Marchas was overwhelmed by the disaster, left as she now was with 7 children to care for, the youngest still in arms, and the oldest, Gennaro, only 14. Antonio was 7 at the time. Till then, the Gramscis had lived a sober, quiet existence. They were not rich, but they had always been able to make ends meet without difficulty. They had had money coming into the house regularly each month, a more precious thing than one might think today, in that subsistence economy where exchange in kind still reigned, and there was little money in circulation at all. Now, suddenly, with the imprisonment of Signor Cicillo and the loss of his salary, the family climate changed. There came a period of the utmost hardship and humiliation, and so one tragedy came to be piled upon another, because for some time already Antonio had been showing signs of physical deformity. 2. It was Nenetta Cuba, mentioned in one of the prison letters, who told me about Gramsci's childhood. She is 78, a contemporary and friend of Grazietta's. She lived opposite the Gramscis in Ghilarza and was treated like one of the family. Nino was not always, well, a hunchback, let's say it. No, he was perfectly all right when he was little. Perhaps a bit delicate, but otherwise all right. A lovely baby. He was 4 years younger than I. I always joked about it, and I remember him well before he fell ill. A fine, normal boy, curly-haired and fair with blue eyes. Then he got this sort of bump on the back. I don't know what caused it, and he stopped growing properly. He became undersized and stayed that way. Tia Peppina tried everything to fight the illness, poor thing. She was confused. She used to look so terrified. She would stretch him out and massage him with tincture of iodine for hours on end, but it was no good. The bump got bigger and bigger every day. So they went to Oristano to have him looked at. Tio Gramsci took him to a specialist at Caserta as well. When they came home, the treatment recommended was to keep him hung up from a ceiling beam. They had made him a kind of corset with rings on it. Nino would put this on, then Tio Gramsci and Gennaro would hook it up to the ceiling and leave him there, hanging in mid-air. They thought this was the right way to straighten him out, but the swelling on his back, and later on his chest as well, just kept getting worse. They never found a cure. Nino stayed very small. Even fully grown, he wasn't more than 1.5 meters tall. The family believed a fall had done the damage. The youngest of Antonio's sisters, Teresina, told me, "I've heard Mother say so many times that Nino was a lovely baby at first. Then one day they found a swelling on his back and couldn't understand how it got there. Mother couldn't get over it. She had no peace because of it. Then she had an idea. She called the serving girl and said, 'Did you ever let him fall when you were holding him? Tell the truth now if you did.' The girl at first insisted she hadn't, but then in the end admitted that she had. Afterwards, none of the treatments were any good." Antonio suffered frequently from other ailments besides this physical deformity. He wrote later, "When I was a child of 4, I had hemorrhages lasting 3 days at a stretch, which left me quite bloodless, and were accompanied by convulsions. The doctors had given me up for dead, and until about 1914, my mother kept the small coffin and little dress I was supposed to be buried in. And now there was worse. Cicilio's imprisonment brought poverty and degradation to a household stricken by grief at the child's ill health. Peppina Marchas did not give in. Her pride prevented her from asking help from her mother-in-law or her brothers-in-law, from the family that had looked down its nose at her when she was married. Cicilio's brothers were in good positions, and his sister was married to a wealthy landowner. They were well able to help. But Peppina wanted to manage by herself. She chose to avoid the humiliation of asking for assistance from these relations she scarcely knew. A woman of strong and combative character, only 37 when her husband was arrested, she confronted the tragic situation with the greatest resolution. First, she got together a modest sum of money, enough to pay the lawyers and see to her children's immediate needs, by selling the small landholdings she had inherited from her own family. Then she took a lodger, a veterinary doctor called Vittore Nessi. But above all, she worked. Our mother was a very good seamstress, recalls Teresina. She made and sold shirts and other articles of clothing. She found time to work by going without sleep. Long afterwards, Antonio Gramsci looked back on those years of torment and wrote of his mother, "Would we be capable of doing what Mother did 35 years ago? Would we be able to stand alone against such disaster and save 7 children from it? Her life was certainly a great lesson to us. It showed us how important staying power can be in overcoming difficulties which looked insuperable even to men of great courage. She worked for us all her life. She made unheard-of sacrifices. Had she been different, who knows what would have become of us children? Perhaps none of us would be here today." Antonio was now attending the primary school in Ghilarza. Always anxious about his health, his mother did not send him there until he was 7.5, and then found time to help him with his homework so that he should not get too tired. In his first year, he found himself in a class with no less than 49 pupils, under a master called Ignazio Corrias. Next year he had another, Celestino Balducci, and in his third year still another, Luigi Cossu. He was always top of the class in those early years, with a mark of 9 or 10 out of 10 in every subject. The school system I went through was a very backward one, we learned from one of his letters, and anyway, nearly all my fellow pupils spoke Italian very badly and with much difficulty, which gave me a great advantage. The teachers had to address themselves to the average pupil, and being able to speak fluent Italian was enough in itself to raise one above the average and make things easy. But something else made things easy too. The boy's fierce eagerness to devour any form of printed matter he could get his hands on. "Sometimes we wouldn't see him for weeks on end," says one of his old playmates, Felle Torrigia, and when I asked him why, he would say he'd spent the whole time reading. As well as these studious tendencies, he began to show interest in practical activities at about the same time. He made himself a special shower bath, I learned from the family. It was made like this. There was a big metal can attached to a wall hook. This can could be hung from the kitchen ceiling, and Nino had made lots of little holes in the top part. He would fill it with warm water and pull it up. Then he turned it upside down by tugging a string, and the water squirted out through the holes. The same practical impulse led him to make toys, little boats and carts. "My greatest triumph," we read, "was when one of the village smiths asked me for a paper model of my magnificent 2-deck schooner, so that he could make a tin version." Or again, "I remember the courtyard where I used to play with Luciano Guiso, the Ghilarza chemist's boy. and the basin where I manoeuvred my great fleets of paper, cork, and bits of stick and cane, sinking them afterwards with a pea-shooter. I spoke of nothing then but brigantines, frigates, three-masters, schooners, flag signals, and top-gallant sails. Only I was always annoyed that Luciano possessed one simple, robust little tin boat that used to sink all my elaborate galleons every time, in spite of their complicated rigging. Still, I was very proud of being able to manufacture them. He also contrived some gymnastic apparatus for himself. From earliest childhood, he was kept going by extraordinary willpower and by a determination to make up in every possible way for his deformity. Every day, methodically, he did a spell of weight-lifting. In the yard of the house where Teresina now lives, there are some stone balls. She explained. They were for dumbbells. Nino made them out of large boulders. His brothers helped him. They chiselled them out together. Then he would spend hour after hour smoothing them down into spheres. He made 6 of these balls for 3 different sets of dumbbells, all different weights. The rod joining the balls was a broom handle. Iron was dear in those days. They couldn't afford a metal bar. And anyway, the dumbbell served its purpose well enough, even with a wooden bar. Nino did his exercises regularly, every morning. He wanted to be more robust, to have more muscles on his arms. He would go at it as hard as he could until he was quite exhausted. I remember he once managed 16 consecutive lifts. Teresina was visibly moved by her recollection of the episode. She was once the family favourite, and, of the 3 sisters, the one closest to Antonio in intellectual development. She is now 70, and has been widowed for many years since the death of her husband, a postal official called Paolo Palesso. This pale, gentle figure might have stepped straight out from the illustrated pages of some old book. She is shy, retiring. Her hairstyle and the cut of her black dress recall a bygone era, and her eyes are veiled by sadness whenever those difficult times are mentioned. She used to work alongside her husband in the post office at Ghilarza. Since retiring in 1960, she's rarely left the house. Of course, she goes on, Nino's unfortunate physical condition could very well have influenced the development of his character. He was rather reserved. He kept himself to himself. But though he wasn't demonstrative, and he really wasn't, he was always very kind and affectionate towards us. I was his little sister, 4 years younger, and he used to spoil me. He used to spend what little money he had buying me comics. Similar accounts are given by other school friends and playmates, with few variations. Nenetta Cuba remembers him as reserved but not boorish. Fele Torriglia says, "He was a sad child, but if someone was friendly with him, then he would open up and laugh. One year, I think it must have been 1900 or 1901, we went swimming together down to Bosa Marina. In those days we travelled in ox carts. During the times we spent together in the carter at the beach, I don't think you could say Nino Gramsci was a quiet child. Company always made him more cheerful. Now and then he would be almost gay. However, he was always conscious of being left out of the more vigorous, aggressive outdoor games of his playmates. A school friend called Cicchino Mameli recollects, "You know what was wrong with him, and this deformity naturally stopped him taking part in some of our games. Boys will be boys. They like fighting and tiring themselves out. Our favourite games were trials of strength and stamina, and Nino could only be an onlooker. This was why he rarely came with us. Usually he stayed at home, reading or drawing and painting, or making things with wood or playing away in the courtyard. Or else he would go on long walks. I used to see him a lot with Mario. Gennaro was 7 years older, too big to be company for him, and Carlo was 7 years younger, too little." This was the period when he went on excursions up the Tirso Valley to San Serafino, to the brooks and gardens of Canzola, or to the house of his aunt, Maria Domenica Corrias at Abasanta. The wife of a local tax collector, Signora Mazzacurati, had made him a present of a small collection of books when her husband moved away to another job. Among them was a copy of Robinson Crusoe. He read it when he was still very small, and it made a deep impression. I never used to leave the house without some grains of corn in my pocket and a few matches wrapped in oilcloth, he wrote, just in case I should be cast away on a desert island and left to my own resources. He would amuse himself catching lizards or playing ducks and drakes and listening to the hiss of the stones skimming across the water. He was particularly fond of watching animals. Once, on an autumn evening, when there was a bright moon shining, I and a friend of mine went into an apple orchard. We hid ourselves in a thicket downwind. Suddenly, a family of hedgehogs appeared, 2 big ones and 3 little ones. They made for the apple trees in Indian file, wandered about a bit in the long grass, then got down to work. Using their muzzles and paws, they rolled all the windfall apples very close together in a clearing. But they still didn't have enough. The biggest one looked inquiringly around him, then climbed up the easiest tree he could spy, followed by his mate. They crept out to a heavily laden bough and started to sway, rhythmically back and forth. As the motion built up, the bough began to shake more and more violently, and lots more apples fell to the ground. They pushed all these together with the others, and then all the hedgehogs, the little ones as well, rolled over with their spines erect and lay on top of the apples. The apples stuck on the spines, and though the little ones only managed a few, the father and mother each had 7 or 8 stuck on. As they were heading back for their den, we came out from our hiding place, put them in a sack, and carried them off home. I kept the father hedgehog and 2 of the babies for many months in our courtyard, where they wandered about freely. There is also this other reminiscence. Once, I went with my younger brothers into an aunt's field, where there were 2 enormous oaks and some fruit trees. We were supposed to gather up the acorns and feed them to a little pig. The field was close to the village, but quite deserted, and hidden in a fold of ground. As we came into the field, we saw a big fox calmly sitting under one of the trees, with his bushy tail sticking up straight as a flagpole. It wasn't in the least afraid. It did bare its teeth, but seemed to be laughing, rather than snarling. We were very annoyed that the fox shouldn't be frightened of us. It just was not the least bit frightened. We threw some stones, but it hardly moved, and kept on looking at us in a sly, mocking way. Then we put sticks to our shoulders and all shouted "bang" together, still without worrying it much. Suddenly, a real rifle shot rang out somewhere nearby. Only then did the fox leap up with a start and run off very quickly. I can still see him now, a tawny streak flashing along the wall of the field, with his tail still erect, then vanishing in the undergrowth. Then there were the local festivals, the horses that rushed round Sedilo Church in the races held on St. Anthony's Day, the nougat stalls with their faint flickering carbide lights, the platforms erected for the dialect verse-speaking competitions. One day, Gramsci was to write to his mother from prison, "When you get the chance, send me some of those Sardinian songs still sung in the streets by the descendants of Pirisi Pirione of Bolotana, and if there are any poetry contests at the festivals, write and tell me what the subjects are. Do they still hold the St. Constantine's Day festival at Sedilo, and the St. Palmerio festival, and how are they nowadays? Is St. Isidoro's Day still a big thing? Do they still have the flag with the 4 Moors on it carried round? Do the captains still dress up in old soldiers' uniforms? These things always interested me very much, you know, so please write and tell me about them. Don't think of them as silly nonsense not worth anyone's attention." But these images of a carefree life are only one side of the truth. Antonio was deeply disturbed by the terrible poverty in the family after his father's arrest, by the psychological repercussions of this calamity, as well as by his own physical ailment. Theoretically, Gennaro, the oldest son, was the only one who knew all about what had happened. It would have been difficult to keep the truth from a boy of his age in any case. But possibly fairy tales and pathetic lies and subterfuges might work for the others, and in fact, Peppina Marcia struggled to the very end to keep the secret within the family. Francesco Gramsci was imprisoned in Gaeta, a few hundred yards from his mother's house. Peppina got him to send letters, which she would forward to her mother-in-law with a Galazza postmark. The children were told that their father had gone on a long visit to see their grandmother, Teresa Gonzalez, in Gaeta. But in the small-town world of Ghilarza, a flimsy story like this was bound to collapse sooner or later. Given the notoriety of the affair, it was impossible that the children should not encounter oblique references and allusions to it, or overhear adults discussing it among themselves, secure in the belief that the children's attention was elsewhere. Impossible, therefore, that they should not come to at least a confused half-understanding of the true reasons for their father's long absence. 30 years later, in a situation not altogether different, Antonio was to write a letter to Tatiana from prison, referring to his own son. I can't think why Delio has not been told that I'm in prison, and why no one reflected that he might then find out it indirectly, that is, in the most disagreeable way for a child, who then begins to doubt the truthfulness of those educating him, to think about it on his own account and draw apart. At least that was my experience as a child. I remember it perfectly. So it would be a good thing to persuade Giulia, Gramsci's wife, that it is both wrong and, in the last resort, pointless to keep the truth about me hidden from the children. Maybe the first disclosure of the truth could hurt them, but this is a matter of carefully choosing the right way to go about it. I believe in treating children as rational creatures with whom it is possible to discuss even the most serious matters. This makes a very profound impression on them. It strengthens their character, and above all, it avoids leaving their development at the mercy of random environmental pressures and casual, impersonal encounters. It really is very strange how grown-ups forget they were children themselves, and make no use of their own experiences. For my part, I recall vividly how offended I was at every discovery of a subterfuge, even if it was meant to keep painful facts from me, and how this shut me up within myself and made me withdraw. By the age of 10, I had become a real trial to Mother because of my fanatical desire for frankness and mutual truth, and the terrible scenes and scandals this desire provoked. As a child, the truth was revealed to him in the worst and most crooked way. The resulting trauma was to affect the rest of his life, and was to influence his relationship with his father up to the very end. It led to misunderstandings, to bitterness, to long silences. It was the kind of blow which leaves a permanent mark. As a grown-up, he could still write, "If she, his mother, were to know that I know what I do, and that those events left permanent scars on me, it would poison the rest of her life." Gramsci the man's great tenderness towards his mother was certainly derived in part from his close knowledge of the graver mishaps, the harsher tragedies, which she had to endure at this period. Sometimes, when night fell, she would risk leaving the house, where humiliation now kept her a prisoner, and creep out of the back door wrapped in a black shawl, avoiding lights and passers-by, till she reached the local church. There, she would huddle in a corner for hours, first of all to pray, then to weep. 3. Gennaro was the first of the Gramsci family to find a job in 1900, when he was barely 16, and so contribute a little to its depleted finances. Teresina described how poor they were at that time. "We lived in the direst poverty. Mother was a stubborn woman with lots of energy and determined to fight back against hard luck. But though she was tireless herself, 7 children were 7 children. And as we gradually used up the money got from the sale of the Martius lands, survival became more and more difficult. We managed incredible economies. I remember how Grazietta, Emma and I used to save up the wax that ran off the tallow candles, so that we could use it again to make little candles for Nino to read by when night fell. In those years at the turn of the century, Ghilarza was a place of very limited resources. By no means the most backward part of the island, but not prosperous either. Its poverty was rooted in the primitive character of its mainly agricultural economy. The Ghilarza man divides his working time among the grain crops, the vines, gathering firewood, some livestock products, and the maintenance of walls, fences and fields, trying to use only his own labour as far as possible. In addition, the village resources are apportioned so that everyone is more or less a small landholder. Hence, there is no labour available for a more productive form of cultivation, and the peasants who are without servants of their own depend upon a system of mutual help and exchange, which they call a cambios, or a mano dorada. At the end of 1899, the first steps were taken towards a revision of the old land survey maps, which until then had been mere approximations. As will become clear, this was to have some valuable repercussions within this community of low, dark dwellings, ugly, crooked streets, traditional costume, and patriarchal habits, with its almost prehistoric agriculture and its peasants accustomed to drudgery from sunrise until sunset. Among its other effects, it provided a first chance of work and earning for Gennaro in the local land registry. It was now the summer following Antonio's second year at school. That year his marks had been 3 10s out of 10, 1 9, 2 8s, and 1 7. Hardly evidence of prodigious powers, of the precocious genius portrayed in so many hagiographies, but still a long way ahead of all the other pupils. So he had the idea of missing out a year. I had done the second year, and was thinking of doing the final elementary exam that November, which would have enabled me to miss out the third year and go straight into the fourth. I was quite confident I could, but when I went to see the director of studies with my formal request to do so, he suddenly came out point-blank with an unexpected question. "What about the 84 Articles of the Constitution, then? Do you know them?" I had never even thought about them. I had only studied the Rights and Duties of the Citizens section of our textbook. It was a terrible blow. All the more so, because on the 20th September, just past, I had taken part in the commemoration march for the first time, carrying a little paper lantern and shouting, "Long live the Lion of Caprera," Garibaldi, "Long live the Martyr Stallieno," Mazzini, along with all the others. I'm not sure now whether we shouted the martyr or the prophet of Stallieno. It might well have been both. There I was, smugly sure of my ability to pass the exam and so acquire the legal right to become a voter, and all the time I didn't even know the 84 Articles of the Constitution. So he went through the third year normally, in 1900 to 1901. The following year he had Pietro Socciu as a teacher, the one who had asked him about the 84 Articles, and in his final examination he was awarded 11 10s, 1 9 and 2 8s, in gymnastics and manual work. He was now 11 years old. In the summer of 1902, he went to join Gennaro for a spell of work in the Land Registry Office. He was not really strong enough to go to work at such an early age. But at home, things were going from bad to worse, and Antonio and the smaller children were forced to make sacrifices like everyone else in order to obtain money. I learned to look after myself while still a child. I began working when I was 11, and earned no less than 9 lira per month. That meant a kilo of bread a day, for 10 hours of work each day, including Sunday mornings. My job was carrying about register books that weighed more than I did, and I passed many nights weeping secretly because my whole body ached from it. This exhausting routine had severe psychological effects on a child already so physically afflicted. In spite of the special attention given him in the family, the room with the best outlook, the best food available, the whole chain of circumstances, his deformity, the shame of a father in prison, the grim atmosphere in the house, the endless renunciation and sacrifice, all tended to depress him further. He would say of himself later, "For a very long time, I have believed it was absolutely, fatally impossible that I should ever be loved. When I was a 10-year-old boy, I began to feel this way about my own parents. My physical condition was so feeble, I was forced to make so many sacrifices that I became convinced I was a burden, an intruder in my own family. These are things one doesn't forget so easily. They leave far deeper marks than one would suspect." Ninetta Kuba said, "Occasionally he would joke and laugh, but never quite like other children. I never saw him laugh really light-heartedly." The next year at school, his fifth, 1902-3, was destined also to be his first real academic triumph. He got 10 for composition, 10 in dictation, 10 in arithmetic, both written and oral, 10 in grammar and reading, and 10 in history and geography. But what next, now that he had finished primary school? Ghilarza was too far away from any town with a secondary school, and Peppina Marcias had no money to send him away to live. So, in spite of all the 10s on his primary certificate, Antonio Gramsci suffered the same fate as so many other poor children from Ghilarza and elsewhere. He had to give up school. The family was not in contact with the Gramscis in mainland Italy. Peppina would never have asked them to look after Antonio, nor, in any case, would Antonio have agreed to go if it had cost his mother her pride. So the only possible solution was ruled out. Antonio had to resign himself to giving up his studies, at least until his father got out of prison. The cost of this act of renunciation was high. He became embittered, and even more isolated and cold. His manner became more biting and ironical. For the first time he began to feel a rebel. 20 years afterwards, he would write to his wife, Julia, "Because of the isolated existence I have led since childhood, I have become used to hiding my feelings behind a mask of hardness or an ironic smile. For long this did me great damage. For long it made my relations to other people enormously complicated." His younger brother, Mario, was the only one who could get through to him. 2 years younger than Antonio, he appears to have been a cheerful, mischievous character. "He kept us all in stitches," says Teresina. He was the very opposite of Nino in temperament. Nino was staid, while he was restless, noisy, harum-scarum. Nino said very little. The only way to keep Mario quiet would have been to sew his mouth shut. Sometimes the cat would disappear from the house. It was always Mario. He would carry it round to the baker's and ask him to roast it. I remember once Mother shut him up in the house. To make sure he didn't go out, she took his shoes and hid them. Mario took some black polish and painted his feet with it. He was so keen to sneak out all the same. Then Mother tried dressing him up as a girl in one or another of our dresses, just to keep him in the house, and that was the only way of preventing him escaping. Even Antonio was amused at the antics of this wild, quick-witted brother. They got on well together. Sometimes they entertained one another by trying their hand at poetical improvisation of the sort popular in the local festivals, satirizing the odd quirks of certain village personalities. Antonio's familiarity with the peasant milieu, plus his ironic streak, furnished him with a long series of targets. Long after, during his early prison days, he dedicated a song to those figures of his early childhood. It was based on Las Comunica de Predi Antiogo a so popolo de Mazotas, Brother Antiogo's excommunication of the people of Mazotas, a popular satire of the late 19th century, and he mentions it in a letter to his mother. Do you know what I'd like you to send me? La Predica di Fra Antiogo. You shall be able to get it at Oristano, for not long ago Patrizio Carta had it reprinted at his famous printing works. Since I have so much time on my hands, I would like to compose a poem in the same style, with all the illustrious personalities of my own childhood in it. Tio Raimundo Gana, with Ganoso and Ganolla, Maestro Andreolo and Tio Milano, Tio Michele Boboi, Tio Iscorza, Pippotto, Coronco, Santo Gianco, etc. It would amuse me a great deal, and in a few years I'll be able to recite it to the children. Antonio spent what free time he could get from his work at the registry studying a little Latin. He had not completely given up hope of returning to school when times were better. So he taught himself, in order not to be left hopelessly behind after these 2 lost years in Ghilarza. Now and then, he even took some lessons from someone who had been to secondary school. Ezio Cameda, a hunchback like himself, undertook to pass on to him his small knowledge of Latin. It was scarcely the best sort of preparation for Antonio. Still, it was better than nothing. At least, it distracted him. At long last, the darkness lifted a little. On the 3rd of January 1904, Signor Cicillo finished serving his sentence, reduced by 3 months, thanks to an amnesty. So towards Easter, he came home to Peppina Marcias and his children, after more than 5.5 years. Felle Torrigia can remember the evening of his return to Ghilarza. We students always used to meet on the bridge at the edge of town. The low parapets made a good seat, and we would stay there for hours chatting. One evening, towards dusk, we saw Signor Cicillo and Gennaro, coming towards us from the direction of the railway station at Abbasanta. They walked along silently, side by side. As they drew near us, we stopped talking. Signor Cicillo looked very much older and rather grim. We greeted him, and he looked towards us timidly. Gennaro put a hand across his shoulders, and they went on into the town without saying a word. Now that he was back, the family could at least regain something of its former peace of mind. 4. Antonio Gramsci was 13 and still dragging registers about in the land registry a year after leaving school, when soldiers suddenly fired at a group of miners on strike and killed 3 of them. This happened in Buggeru, a big mining centre on the southwest coast of Sardinia, in September 1904. It was the first violent episode of a long-standing crisis, which had started, or at least started to become more acute, about 15 years previously. No one could possibly have claimed that the economy of the island was flourishing before 1887, but till then it had at least been saved from total collapse by the export of such agricultural products as wine, olive oil, and cattle to markets in France. Then came the great bank crashes. The Cagliari Savings Bank shut down in 1886. The Sardinian Bank for Agriculture and Industry came close to bankruptcy in 1887. The Agrarian Bank of Sardinia went into liquidation shortly afterwards. The effect of this was to drive Sardinia's small producers back to the local moneylenders, with disastrous consequences. Inevitable, given the tiny size and poor resources of most farms. But even more disastrous was the abrogation of the trade agreement with France, as a result of the higher tariff barriers introduced by the Italian government to protect the big industrial interests of the north. Deprived of its traditional outlets, and affected also by coincidental misfortunes like the phylloxera epidemic, the island's agriculture touched rock bottom. Sardinia lacked above all the manufacturing industries which might have softened this blow to her agrarian economy by absorbing some of her unemployed rural workforce. From this situation, there derived 4 main consequences: intensified exploitation of the Sulcis Iglesiente mineral basin, not on a scale to provide work for everybody, however, a great rise in emigration, a growth in unemployment and rural underemployment to frightening proportions, and the revival of banditry. A 5th consequence of the fall in exports was a sharp drop in the price of milk. The cheese manufacturers of Rome, Naples, and Tuscany quickly seized this opportunity and built a number of new factories on the island. At first they competed against one another, so that the price of milk began to go up again. This persuaded many Sardinian cultivators that henceforth dairy farming would be more remunerative than traditional crop agriculture, so vineyards and grain fields were rapidly converted into pasture lands. But this, in turn, provoked a rise in the price of such traditional products as oil, pasta, and vegetables, as the supply of these tended to diminish. The smallholder was worst hit, since normally he could scarcely manage to feed his own family and had little or nothing left over to sell in the urban markets. Then the dairy farmers too began to feel the pinch. For as the power of the cheese barons grew, they tended to form corporate organizations for the exploitation of foreign markets, and the bargaining power of the dairymen fell to nothing. Soon, the manufacturers were able to impose the prices they wanted, and to sell their cheese at the high prices of the international market inside Sardinia itself. There was a popular and eloquent saying of the period, "Quie mandicat caso, attentes de oro." He who eats cheese has gold teeth. Besides the cheese manufacturers, the other dominant forces in the island economy were the owners of the mineral extraction rights, mostly foreigners, and the big landowners who had added to their wealth by money lending. The leaders of the revolt against feudalism, writes Camillo Bellieni, the Cavalieres, who followed Anjoy, and stirred up popular movements when it suited them, became the new landowners once feudalism was destroyed. They took over the lands which had belonged to the old barons with the high-sounding Spanish names, and at once aggravated the system of exactions. Their oppressive presence was much harder on the small tenants than the lordly absenteeism they were accustomed to. Far more ferocious than the old estate stewards, their demands were soon so intolerable that the only possible reaction was criminal violence. Crime again became one of the island's major scourges. Togliatti has told us how, in his early years at Turin, Gramsci would try to get his comrades to reflect on the trade relations between Sardinia and Ireland and mainland Italy or France, and the connection which could be traced between changes in these relations and facts, apparently quite unconnected with them, like the development of delinquency, for instance, or the spread of brigandage or of poverty, and so on. The connection really was there. Francesco Paesera showed it was in 1896, when he pointed out the contrast between the falling crime rate from 1880 to 1887, the years when trade with France was easy, and the sharp rise which followed the closure of the Marseille market. Speaking of peasants in general, but with an obvious special reference to Sardinian conditions, Gramsci wrote in 1919, "The class struggle used to be all mixed up with banditry. It was scarcely distinguishable from taking ransom, from burning down woods and hamstringing animals, from the abduction of women and children, from attacks on town halls. It was a kind of primitive terrorism, with no lasting or effective results." However, few were then capable of perceiving the limitations of such anarchic outbursts, the intrinsic sterility of the bandits' individual protest. A halo of legend tended to surround the outlaw. As the myth of the popular hero, the Avenger, spread, he benefited from the intellectual support of poets and writers, as well as the practical support of peasants and shepherds, always ready to hide him and look after him. The Sassari newspaper L'Isola published a clandestine interview by the poet Sebastiano Satta with 3 bandits, De Rosas, De Logo, and Angios. This is how Satta depicted De Rosas. He is proud and impetuous, tender towards whoever he considers part of his family, and devoted to his friends. His fierce pride in not being a mere hired killer, his idea, almost an obsession, of the vengeful mission justifying his fearful crimes, raises him far above the level of a vulgar assassin. Satta was not the only writer to glorify these fine, fierce warriors. In 1897, the essayist and novelist Enrico Costa published Giovanni Tollo, Storia di un bandito sardo narrata da lui medesimo. Giovanni Tollo, The Life of a Sardinian Bandit, as narrated by himself. Grazia Deleda's early stories contain characters which are like first versions of Simone Sole in Mariana Circa. There was a continual circulation of popular notions from the lower classes up to the intellectuals, where they were imaginatively enriched in literature and returned again to the wider public, more potent than before. Gradually, this new barbarous mythology began to oust the old national heroes of the island, Eleonora d'Arborea, Leonardo Alagon, and Giovanni Maria Angioy. Although Gramsci's teacher, Pietro Socciu, continued to make his pupils sing «Fulminar la superba Aragona, tan vedute le attonite genti, rinnovare li obliati portenti del romano e del greco valor», they found it difficult to feel a lively interest in such deeds. I remember we just couldn't imagine people being dumbfounded by the Marquis of Zuri's heroism, wrote Antonio Gramsci. We liked Giovanni Tollo and even De Rosas far more, and felt them to be more Sardinian even than the great Eleonora. The fact is that since no political organization capable of disciplining and directing revolt existed in Sardinia, banditry was the only possible form revolt could assume there, however senseless, however bestial and fruitless it may now appear. Political parties were merely the private followings of those able to provide the largest handouts. Although Freemasonry aroused some excitement at the time, in practice it was no more than another disguise for bourgeois intrigues. Radicalism was also capable of arousing great popular excitement. When Felice Cavalotti came to the island, for instance, first in 1891 and then in November 1896, and contrasted Crispy's extravagance in the African campaigns with the miserable sums devoted to Sardinia, he was wildly and enthusiastically applauded wherever he spoke. Yet as soon as he was gone, everything reverted to normal. The socialist movement was still at its very beginnings in Sardinia. There were only 128 party members in 1896, and in most places outside the mining area of Sulcis Iglesiente was also threatened by a kind of creeping over-adaptation to local conditions. Camillo Bellieni describes how in Tempio, socialism signified principally the battle for the triumph of free thought, and the absolute duty of its warriors not to have their offspring baptized on any account. Usually, all it meant was a somewhat grimmer expression and a more visibly fervent radical spirit on the 17th of February, the day when it was the custom to honor Giordano Bruno's martyrdom at the hands of the church by laying wreaths in front of his statue. As yet, the red sun had scarcely peeped above the horizon. The bearers of new ideas were mostly individuals from the mainland, who found themselves in Sardinia by chance. This was certainly the case in Ghilarza. Like other Sardinian small towns, Ghilarza had been very much an island within an island until the 1870s, thanks to the considerable distances between villages, the few and rough roads, some no better than sheep tracks, and the self-contained family economy, which limited the need for trade between the smaller and the larger towns. Indeed, it remained cut off from the modern world longer than most, and had links only with neighbouring villages. Foreigners settled there very rarely. A dizionario compiled in mid-century by Angius informs us that the cemetery holds only a few strangers who died while in prison there. Later, a railway line to Abasanta, now joined to Ghilarza, was to lessen its isolation. But in 1899, the town was brought slightly closer to modernity by the arrival of the Land Survey Squad, mostly young and mostly from northern Italy, a group of officials and technicians sent by the Italian government to different parts of Sardinia to bring the maps up to date. These young men naturally brought with them to Ghilarza a whole flood of new ideas. New customs, more contemporary ambitions began to stir the town's stagnant atmosphere, and the local young people recruited to work in the registry at last found new models to emulate, new papers to read, books previously unknown there. The oldest Gramsci brother, Gennaro, discovered Avanti in this way, and grew to like its militant, muckraking style. He listened to tales of the terrible massacre of 1898 in Milan, where masses of defenceless workers had been shot down by the gendarmes of General Bava Beccaris. He heard, too, of how the king had at once personally conferred the Grand Cross of Savoy on the general in recognition of his services. His boyish curiosity lapped up such reports. He was 16. This was his first taste of new ideas. But Sulcis Iglesiente was the one area really ripe for socialist notions. And there was a socialist active there, busily spreading the doctrine among the miners. This was a northerner from a poor background, Giuseppe Cavallera, who had fled to Cagliari at the age of 20 to escape the political persecution of his native Piedmont, and taken a degree in medicine the following year, 1896. Who were the miners, and how did they live? The agrarian crisis had forced thousands of peasants and shepherds to look for work in mining, the only Sardinian industry capable of absorbing any significant part of the rural unemployed. Their conditions of labour were not very different from those of Roman mining slaves. Capital, mostly French or Belgian, was now the master, but the methods of exploitation were unchanged. The peasants who were pressed into mining, like the gens taillables et corvéables à merci of pre-1789 France, soon bore on their bodies the brand of this form of profit-seeking. The numerous autopsies which I carried out all showed the same things. The miners' lungs were completely blackened by carbon, and their bronchial passages were completely penetrated by oil lamp smoke. So read the words of a doctor who testified to a parliamentary commission of inquiry sent to Sardinia in the early 1900s. Another doctor told them, "The workers' spittle is always black." One extract from the Commission's evidence describes how, in the washing plant at Sedas Modizis, work goes on non-stop for 11 hours a day, from 6 in the morning till 5 in the evening, and the workers have to eat their pieces of black bread while they work. All they have with the bread is zinc dust. Doctors in the pay of the mining companies found it simpler not to diagnose illnesses caused by these working conditions. Another testimony records, "When I got ill, the doctor said I was drunk. Then he tried to give me quinine in water, thinking I would refuse it, so that he could suspend me. But instead, I was glad to drink it down, for I knew I really was ill. Only then the illness changed, and I got terrible headaches." Such was life for the some 15,000 peasants who had taken to the mines around the turn of the century. Terrifyingly long shifts of the most wearying kind of labour, with neither rest days, nor holidays, nor sick pay. Paid only what and when the mining concessionaries decided, usually every second or fourth month, and compelled therefore to seek credit at food stores, either run by the companies directly or leased out to their trustees. Housed in barracks or in hovels no better than animal stalls, and forced to conceal their tuberculosis in order to avoid the sack. It was in these subhuman conditions that Giuseppe Cavallera undertook to try and organize the workers politically. It was a difficult task on 2 counts. In the first place, the old socialist maxim to the effect that the state is nothing but the executive committee of the bourgeois class was in those days anything but a sectarian metaphor. And secondly, these workers were from a background of rural underemployment, new to industrial conditions, and still clinging to old peasant traditions. They were stubborn individualists, reluctant to group together even in self-defense, and too inclined to put up with what was bad for fear of something worse, like losing one's job, for instance. Their natural reaction to such resigned suffering was the riot, rather than any kind of disciplined, patient struggle. It did not take Cavallera long to discover the role of the state. After the Milan massacre of 1898, he sent some money collected at Carloforte to a fund started by Avanti for the families of the victims. For this, he found himself officially accused of unlicensed soliciting of money and sentenced to 6 days in jail, but the Cagliari Appeal Court quashed the sentence. In September 1897, he had founded an association among the boatmen who transported the ores extracted at Bugero. The association was forcibly dissolved in June 1898 in the wake of the Milan shootings, then reconstituted afterwards. In August 1900, he and 18 others were arrested and accused of the following staggering list of crimes. The formation of their association constituted a criminal conspiracy. The payment of dues was a form of fraud, or at least embezzlement, while to have counselled the setting up of such a body and the paying of dues was extortion. Naturally, they had also intended to foment class hatred. The trial lasted from the 17th of July to the 3rd of August 1901. Though such charges could hardly be made to stick, Cavallera was sentenced to 7 months, of which 6 were remitted, but then he had spent 11 months waiting to be tried. But he would not give in. After all, one had to take it for granted that the provincial administration, the police, and the army were all mere class instruments, while the judiciary, recruited almost entirely from the propertied class and imbued with its ideology, was a logical part of the same system. So it was silly to be discouraged. When he came out of prison, he was only 27, and his vigour and faith in the socialist cause were undiminished. Giovanni Giolitti, the Prime Minister, who came from the same village of Dromero, described him as a firebrand. But in fact he was a mild young man, always very careful to distinguish between the desirable and the possible, between the imposing of useless sacrifices for unattainable ends and the necessary price workers might have to pay for real progress. He founded the first association of miners of Bugero in 1903, reputedly run by Alcibiade Battelli, and others quickly grew up and flourished at his initiative. He also founded a periodical paper, La Lega, edited at first by Efisio Orano, and then by a young law student called Giago Ciotto. By 1904, he was the leader of a regional federation of miners based on Iglesias. On the 4th of September of that same year, there occurred the massacre of Bugero. The workers had been on strike for 5 days. It was their reaction to the imposition of new hours of work they thought intolerable, but at first nothing indicated the storm that was about to break. Cavallera and Battelli had been negotiating the grounds for a possible settlement of the dispute since the afternoon it broke out, with the 2 managers of the French company concerned, Achille Georgiades, Turkish by birth and a naturalized Greek, and his Swiss assistant, Steiner. The troops arrived in the middle of the negotiations. In this and similar respects, Italy had changed little since the days of Di Rudni and Pelù. When the soldiers had taken up position all round the company offices, some workers were ordered to get a warehouse ready for them to camp in. They obeyed the order, but to others this looked like scabbing. Stones began to fly. The soldiers fired, killing 3 of the miners and wounding 11. This was the first blood drawn by organized class struggle on the island. It led to a general strike throughout Italy, the largest yet in the history of the Italian working-class movement. In Sardinia itself, the protest aroused few echoes, in spite of the very wide popular sympathy with the victims of the Bugero tragedy. Organization was as yet far too weak, a mere embryo. Nevertheless, the incident was a kind of turning point. Angelo Corsi writes that the death of the 3 miners disturbed and began to awaken the people of Sardinia, even if it did not bring them yet to full consciousness. It marked the beginning of a transition from the days of banditry to a more effective form of collective struggle, and the blood of the victims appears in retrospect as the consecration of this change. A new chapter of history was beginning. 5. After his return from prison, Francesco Gramsci did not at first find life easy. He went out very little and avoided meeting people. He felt shame at the misfortune he had suffered, and he was without a job. He was not to be rehabilitated until much later. An exclusion from public office was a serious obstacle to any return to normal social life, as there were very few other jobs. So for a time he lived a segregated existence. However, the people of the town felt some sympathy for him. Although they tended to be pitiless towards anyone whom they thought merited dishonor, they recognized well enough that Francesco's case was exceptional. There had been political reasons for his downfall, and he had been too harshly dealt with. The suspicion that injustice had been done moved them to some gestures of solidarity. He was admitted to the Literary Society, a very select body which always chose its members with great care. When a mutual benefit society was formed to insure livestock, he was made its secretary. Once he had been rehabilitated, he found that his university law studies came in useful, and he was able to work as a counsellor at the local magistrates' court. People were glad to provide work for him. He was considered a good sort and good company. His southern exuberance, his intelligence and charm made him a welcome guest everywhere at evenings round the card table. Finally, he was to be offered a secretarial job in the land registry, and got by tolerably on its small salary for the rest of his life. Inside the family, things naturally went more smoothly with him at home, but it was still plagued by practical problems, at first because of his forced unemployment, then because of the very modest sums he earned when he did find work. Gennaro was no longer able to help. He had been sent to Turin to do his military service. Mario had left home too after finishing primary school and was now in a seminary at Oristano. For some time, therefore, Antonio was the only male wage earner in the family. Carlo was still a child beginning school. Peppina Marcias managed to earn a little with her sewing, and Grazietta and Emma would knit stockings, jerseys and scarves and try to sell them. It was not until the end of 1905 that Francesco and Peppina, after much thought, decided to continue Antonio's education, whatever new sacrifices it might cost them. He was to go to the secondary school, Ginnasio, at Santo Lussurgio. In his 2 years at Ghilarza, far from a school desk, the boy had worked a good deal on his own and taken some private lessons. Now aged nearly 15, he thought he should go straight into the 3rd year of secondary school. The school authorities raised no objection. It was a communal school, not a state school, and its rules were more easy-going. So Antonio returned to full-time study, though, as we shall see, the odd conditions prevailing at his new school made the change less great than one might think. Santo Lussurgio lies 18 kilometers from Ghilarza. It stands poised on the top edge of a narrow ring of hills, as if built on the lip of a volcano. Around the mid-19th century, 2 landowners called Pietro Leda and Giovanni Meloni had left their worldly goods to the Pauline order, on the express condition that they be used for the establishment in the town of a Latin grammar school, up to and including rhetoric. Should the order be dissolved, the communal council was to take over the administration of the legacy and use it for the same purpose, and, in fact, the Pauline order was forced to give up in 1886, which gave rise to a prolonged dispute between the Commune and the State Commission charged with liquidating the order's assets, settled only by a royal decree in 1901. The communal ginnasio started functioning immediately afterwards. Antonio Gramsci remembered it as a very down-at-heel place, as a little school, where 3 so-called teachers shamelessly made short work of teaching all 5 classes. A look at the minutes of the school governing board will quickly convince one that this was no over-harsh judgment. If anything, it errs on the side of leniency. The school's director, Francesco Porcu, was forced to admit at the board session of the 4th of March 1905, some months before Gramsci arrived, that 2 of the teachers at this institution are without the degrees required for their posts. For 2 years running they have been allowed to retain these posts, on the understanding that they would attempt to regularize the position. Since they have failed to do so, the time has come to re-advertise the posts for the coming academic year of 1905-06. The jobs were indeed re-advertised, but there was no rush of first-class teachers to apply for them, and, in addition, a number of those shortlisted unaccountably failed to turn up. One who did turn up, Massimo Stara, presented his resignation after only 2 weeks. He later became secretary of the Sassari Chamber of Labour. A Milanese teacher was supposed to replace him and asked for an advance of salary to get to Santo Lussurgio. The money was sent, but he never appeared. Antonio did not begin to have lessons in literature from 2 temporary teachers till the 7th of February 1906, when the school year was already well advanced. The natural sciences and French were both entrusted to a teacher with a degree in engineering. Antonio was destined to have such teachers for his whole time at the school. With what effect, we learned from one of the prison letters. I showed a very marked aptitude for the exact sciences and mathematics as a boy, then lost them while I was at secondary school, because I had teachers who weren't worth a dried fig. One of the school governors confirmed this view at a board meeting in September 1906. Gramsci had done a year at the school by then. Unfortunately, the results obtained in this school have always been of the poorest kind. He went on to urge that in the interests of all concerned, the governors acknowledging that this school has never worked properly should close it down for a period of 3 or 4 years. But the motion was rejected. So Antonio Gramsci's education was continued, after a fashion, in fits and starts up to the 5th year of secondary school. In this, his last year, classes had still not started at the end of December. Teachers were more reluctant than ever to come to Santo Lussurgio, and found one excuse after another for staying away, until the director was at his wits' end. We read in the minutes that he reported, "We must get the teachers to come. Better late than never. On the whole, it is better they should come than stay away for the pupils' sake, since it is now far too late for them to obtain entry to other schools, and anyway, on other occasions this school has started in January or February, so the absence of teachers for a few weeks now should not appear too odd." The teachers' unpunctuality and doubtful talents hardly provided ideal conditions for Antonio to make up for his lost 2 years in Ghilarza. Neither did the squalid material conditions in which the classes were conducted, particularly distressing for anyone in poor health. According to another of the governors, Dr. Giomario Manca, the Carta Maloni Communal Secondary School had moved from the insanitary convent building once used by the friar miners to a rented house where work went on in deplorable conditions, in cramped, unhealthy surroundings quite inadequate for the needs of the school. Nor did Antonio go home from school to conditions that were much better. He was lodging with a middle-aged peasant woman called Giulia Urbino in the Su Murighesa quarter. She had previously been the servant of the town doctor, and Antonio wrote of her, "I paid 5 lire a month for a bed, bed linen, and the most frugal of meals." Giulia Urbino had an old mother who was a bit weak in the head, though not quite round the bend, and she was my cook and guardian. Every morning when she saw me get up, she would ask me who I was, and what on earth I was doing sleeping in their house, and so forth. Quite apart from the old lady's lapses, the atmosphere in the house must have been soured by her daughter's character. This ex-servant's main ambition in life was to be rid of her mother. She wanted the commune to send her mother to the local asylum and keep her there at its own expense. Therefore, she treated the old lady as abominably and viciously as she dared, hoping to force her into some fearful act of reprisal so that she could be certified as dangerous. I remember the old girl would say to her daughter, who addressed her as lei, according to the old custom, "Call me too, if you like, but treat me decently." Distracted by such scenes, Antonio would often go off to try and work elsewhere in the houses of friends. One of these was his classmate, Marco Masida, now an accountant, who remembers him as a good-hearted, quiet lad who liked helping his friends. He was always first in everything, and he wrote really marvellous compositions. As far as the compositions go, perhaps Masida's affection has clouded his judgment slightly. Antonio would make the journey to Santa Lussurgiu on Monday mornings, in a 4-horse cart, 2 between the shafts, and 2 following behind to change over in mid-journey. He would return on Saturday mornings, sometimes on foot, and not without running some risk in an area where, then as now, bandits are active. Shepherds bring their flocks down from the Barbagie hills to winter there, and it is crossed by a cattle thieves' trail leading from the pasture lands of Oristano up towards the hills around Borore. But apparently Gramsci never ran into trouble, except for the one episode he was to narrate in a letter to his sister-in-law Tatiana. "I'd like to tell you a Christmassy tale of my youth, which should amuse you, and also give you some notion of what life was like in our parts. Once, I and another boy set off on foot one afternoon near Christmas, rather than wait for the stagecoach next day, in order to have an extra day with our families. On we plodded, till we were about halfway in a lonely, completely deserted spot. There was a line of poplars about 100 yards to our left off the road, and some dense thickets. Then a bullet suddenly whined overhead, 10 meters or so above us. We thought it was just a stray shot, and continued on our way. Then there was a second shot, then a third much closer. We realized we were being shot at, and dived into the ditch. We stayed there for a bit, lying flat out. When we tried to get up, there was another shot, and so it went on for a couple of hours, with us crawling slowly away, and shots ringing out each time we tried to make the road. Obviously it was a bunch of fellows out for a laugh, who enjoyed scaring us. Some joke, eh? It was dark when we got home, very tired and muddy, and we told nobody what had happened, so that our families wouldn't worry. We ourselves weren't really upset about it. We made exactly the same trip when the next holiday came round at carnival time, and there was no trouble. Antonio's Saturdays in Ghilarza tended to follow the same pattern. At first, everyone would be happy to see him back. Then his mother would scold him. Finally, his father would administer reprimands. His mother's reproaches concerned the way he habitually treated the weekly provisions they gave him to take to Santa Lussurgiu: pasta, oil, cheese, and so on. Apparently Nino was given to selling some of it in order to buy books and newspapers, and his family usually found out. His mother could never forgive him for this, and never tired of warning him of the dire consequences of failing to eat properly, especially for someone as weak as he was. The fatherly scoldings concerned the subversive literature Francesco Gramsci was appalled to find his son reading. It came from Turin. Gennaro, who before leaving Ghilarza had already tended to sympathize with the new ideas, was now doing his military service in Italy's Red capital. As his socialist faith became stronger, he looked round him with a novice's fervour for possible new converts, not forgetting his own family. Antonio's taste for reading had grown even more pronounced with the passage of time, and he would ask for Gennaro's newspapers and booklets as soon as he got home on Saturday evenings, hence the quarrels with his father. He tried to avoid them by making a joke of it. "Well, Dad, so you really are descended from the Bourbons," he would say. It was indeed not pure chance that Francesco bore the name of the last monarch of the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies, Francesco II. He was born at Gaeta, not long before the Italian army laid siege to it, and his father, Colonel Gramsci of the Bourbon Gendarmerie, was there to the last, stoutly defending the Ancien Regime's only remaining stronghold against General Cialdini. The story was often told in the family of how grandmother Teresa Gonzalez had crossed the enemy lines on foot, fleeing with Francesco in her arms along the coast towards Formia. Francesco's conservatism had other grounds too, besides these family traditions. His brother, Nicolino, had once been King Victor Emmanuel's military instructor at Caserta, and he had himself once actually met the king. He had never recovered from the profound emotion aroused in him when the august heir to the Italian throne pronounced his name and shook him by the hand. He always kept a photo in his house of the thoroughbred which the future King of Italy had presented to his brother. It perpetually renewed his own pride, and his unshakable respect for the ruling house. One may imagine, therefore, his distaste on seeing his young sons so keen to poison their minds with subversive literature. Nor should one forget that in those days the open profession of socialist ideas meant having one's name on a police file, if not worse. Signor Cicillo was still suffering from the years he had spent in jail for things no one would ever have bothered about if politics had not been involved, and he was not at all eager to see the Napoleonic hats and inquiring whiskers of the Carabinieri cross his threshold again. But his paternal authority had been somewhat diminished by his brush with the law. To avoid disputes, Antonio asked the postman to give him Gennaro's letters and packets directly, without letting his father know. Subsequently, politics were talked about less and less in the family. There was some political discussion again when Gennaro came back from the army to resume his job at the land registry, but it was not open. The family was now reunited again. Mario had come back from his seminary, although he knew it would be a grievous blow to his mother to abandon his priestly vocation. He felt unable to carry on. "I want to get married," he said. "I really don't want to be a priest at all. It's no use. Send Nino to the seminary if you like. He doesn't worry about girls, so he could be a priest." Nino went to Oristano to take the final secondary school examinations in the summer of 1908, when he was 17 and a half. After the 2-year break in his school career and the vicissitudes of academic life at Santo Lussurgio, it was scarcely to be hoped that he would do brilliantly. In July, he did not even attempt 2 of his subjects, mathematics and science, and the exam in French, the other subject taught by the engineering graduate, was a disaster. He only got 3 out of 10. However, he did fairly well in the other subjects: 6 in written Italian, 7 in the oral, 7 in geography, 6 in Latin composition, and 7 in the oral, and, predictably enough, 8 in history. In September he sat the subjects omitted in July, retook the French examination, and was awarded the certificate. For some time now, Antonio had been drawn more and more to history in his reading. Much later on, he was to recall how passionately he had felt about the subject in a letter to his son, Delio. "I'm sure you will like history, as I used to when I was your age, because history is about the life of men, and everything which concerns men, as many men as possible, all the men in the world, their life together in society, their work, their struggle for a better life. Surely you can't fail to like this more than any other single thing." 6. In the months of May and June 1906, when Antonio Gramsci was finishing his third year at the Sant'Eustorgio school, Sardinia was shaken by a great social tempest. A number of different conflicts suddenly erupted together, shaking the very foundations of the island's society. On the one hand, there were the new disciplined struggles of the working men's associations. On the other, anarchic outbursts among the rural masses, still without any form of organization, and so unable to fix on any goal beyond burning down cheese factories and tax offices. At the same time, the old urban cliques continued their intrigues to get control of civic power, or to hold on to it. Often hooligan elements infiltrated protest movements and turned them towards pillage or the stoning of harmless shops and shopkeepers. There was also a revival of Luddism among workers whose trades had been damaged by the introduction of machines. The carters of the Cagliari suburbs, for instance, who had been forced to reduce their charges because of the much lower prices for carrying goods on the tramway system, seized the opportunity afforded by the turmoil to set fire to tramway stations and overturn the trams. Behind it all lay the exasperation of starving masses, and in such conditions any spark, even if originally struck by one of the old political cliques in its struggle against the others, as in Cagliari, could cause a conflagration. The trouble began in Cagliari and spread at once to the mines and the countryside. Sulcis Iglesiente was still suffering the ravages of its predatory economy. Mining production had risen, and wages had gone down. In 1905, ore worth 22,885,000 lire had been extracted. The following year, the figure jumped to 25,609,000 lire. At the same time, the miners saw their daily wage drop from an average of 2.54 lire to 2.30 lire. Bricklayers dropped from 3.12 to 3 lire. Engine drivers from 3.39 to 3. The workers' wage claims were supported by the fact that in Tuscan mines the day wage was almost 1 lire per day higher. But the mining companies invariably opposed such arguments with a thinly veiled racism. Thus, a representative of the Montepone Company, Erminio Ferraris, declared in the minutes of the Commission of Inquiry which examined conditions in the mines, "The productivity of manual labor in Sardinia is very much lower than on the continent. This is because of the tendency towards idleness, the climate, and the general lack of initiative and energy. There are certainly some exceptions to the rule, but the average is low, and cannot be put at more than about 60% of the continental norm." Later, these white man's colonialist tales were disproved by a Sardinian scholar, Giovanni Loriga, who showed they were no more than a pretext for holding down wages to less than the cost of keeping slaves. He demonstrated that an analysis of the figures in selected Sardinian mines for the 4-year period 1904 to 7 made individual productivity equal to 1,665.08 lire, or 281.80 lire more than the average for similar Italian mines. The inconsistency of the employer's argument for cutting wages is obvious. Worse still, this white man mentality habitually surfaced whenever the miners asked for a more humane form of work discipline. A group of workers at Sedas Modizis were sacked for demanding a little more regularity in the payment of wages, 2 rest days a month, a 10-hour day, and a 1-hour lunch break. Refusals rained down. The employer's position was quite unyielding, even towards requests for discussion of the smallest claims. Ferraris's comment on the question of holidays is again most revealing. Where a Sunday holiday has been observed for some time, it is quite difficult to find a worker who has managed to put anything aside, whereas one does often find this among workers where labour is continuous, and there is no opportunity for spending. In such mines, 1 day's rest in every 7 is really far too much, because, far from the larger centres of population, and with no idea of how to occupy free time, Many workers would merely consume their wages, giving way to excessive drinking and so rendering themselves unfit to carry on with their work next day. The company policy of paying workers irregularly was connected with another stratagem involving company stores, which the workers were compelled to patronize whenever money ran out, they being the only source of credit. The precise method of swindling the miners would vary from one company to the next. One way was to pay the men partly in kind, such goods being naturally valued much more highly than those in outside shops. Another way was to pay in cash, but oblige the miners to buy from the company's shop, which might be run by the boss himself or by one of his staff. The most brutal system was where office staff or foremen were in business for themselves and relied on official connivance to have men sacked if they would not buy at their shop. But in all cases, the basis of the operation was the same: the sale of inferior goods at inflated prices. Even postage stamps cost more in the company shops. Wine was 40 centimes a litre instead of 30 or 35. Oil was 1.60 instead of 1 lira. Cheese was 2 lira instead of 1.25, and so on. In this fashion, an entire cycle of exploitation was effected, which did not leave even the scraps in Sardinia. No processing industries had arisen alongside the mines. No accessory engineering industries had been created to service them. The repossession of the miners' miserable wages through the company store system was the last twist to the screw. All that Sardinia derived from the exercise was tuberculosis, and whoever was not already spitting blood was destined to premature old age, or to death, or mutilation in work accidents. In 1 year alone, 1905, there were 2,219 such accidents. Agricultural workers were not much better off. Small landholders were doubly exposed to disaster, from the weather and from the taxman. The avidity and ruthlessness of the revenue authorities reached a new peak at this period, and seizure of property was quite common. Alberto Boscolo has pointed out that Cagliari province held the all-Italian record for tax confiscations in the financial year of 1904-5. Dairy farmers usually found themselves compelled to seek advances against future milk production in order to rent pasture land. Naturally, the factories dictated the terms of such deals and totally exploited the dairymen. The agricultural day labourers suffered most from the crisis. Their existence became almost impossible as the number of working days was reduced. They might get 200 days' work a year with luck, as wages shrank and as the price of staple goods rose. In 1905-6, they earned between 75 centimes and 1.25 per day, except in the brief periods of intensive farm work like harvest time, a wage that at most bought 1 kilo of bread, 1 kilo of potatoes, 1 kilo of pasta, and about 1/3 of a litre of oil per day. Slave of uncertain seasonal employment, undernourished, plagued by the island's chronic diseases, tuberculosis, malaria, trachoma, and usually illiterate as well, the rural day labourer was the va-nu-pied, the poorest of the poor in Giolitian Italy. The urban masses too were suffering from the general rise in prices. The first signs that they might be near the limits of their patience had come between February and May of 1906. Many different sorts of workers began to organize themselves into associations, and social unrest assumed a more ordered form, and acquired clearer objectives. The dock workers were first, with 300 members enrolled in their new union. They demanded that the working day be reduced from 15 hours to 9, with a rise in wages from 3.5 to 5 lira per day. When the employers refused, a strike was called on the 24th of February. This was followed by agitation among shop assistants, who were asking for 1 day off a week. On the 6th of May, shops did remain closed for the day, but they never again opened on a public holiday. The next day, it was the turn of the bakery workers. Their demand for a reduction in hours from 15 to 12 was met at once, but others were not. As a result, while some workers prepared to return to work, others attacked the bakehouses to stop them. It should be noted that most of the population was solidly behind these protests, even where violence and sabotage were deplored. Political meetings were invariably heavily attended. This success was linked to the astute and unceasing campaign being waged by a local paper, Il Paese, aimed at stirring up the discontented as much as possible. The man behind Il Paese was a young lawyer called Umberto Cao, leader of the principal faction arrayed against that of the mayor of Cagliari, Ottone Baccareda. As usual, only the haziest political character could be ascribed to the two sides in this battle. Umberto Cao was a gifted young man, already a hardened polemicist, and with a marked sensitivity to the temper of the masses. He is often depicted as essentially an opportunist, an anarchist-monarchist, a social conservative, an advocate of Sardinian regional autonomy, then a complete separatist when the wind blew in that direction, and eventually a mouthpiece for empty nationalist frenzy. Gramsci did not think much of him. Velio Spano recounts the following episode. A friend, a boy like myself, once referred to Cao's courageous answer to Mussolini's first speech in Parliament after the March on Rome, the famous speech about the dingy grey chamber and the billet for legionaries. We were walking with Gramsci up Via 20 Settembre in Rome one night. Gramsci took up the point seriously. He seemed to be changing the subject, but was actually describing Cao's life for us through two other episodes. The first was the revolution of 1906 in Cagliari. He described how links had been formed between the rural and urban workers and the intellectuals. His words conjured up a picture of how Cao, the lawyer and philosopher, had made his way through the seething tide of people in revolt, destroying and burning, and mixed with this mass yet lost nothing of his dignity, his academic coldness and rigidity. Then Gramsci went straight on to an analysis of Cao's pamphlet on autonomy for Sardinia, which had been the source of Sardismo for many people, and especially for intellectuals like myself. By this combination of narrative and ideological critique, and without one word of direct judgment on the man, Gramsci had sketched out a portrait of this Sardinian figure for us. An intellectual, convinced he was the navel of the universe, endeavouring to be a part of history for his own ends, and yet remaining inevitably cut off from history and from life itself. Spano remembers how Gramsci concluded, "That man never believed in anything but himself," and Spano points out, "A year later, Cao went over to fascism." However, Umberto Cao's journalistic campaign of 1906 was founded on facts that were real enough, and it blamed the facts, the intolerable rise in the workers' cost of living, exclusively on Mayor Baccareda's administration. This is how the discontent was politically manipulated. So the struggle took place on two levels. On the one hand, a popular upsurge, and on the other hand, a faction fight carried along on the crest of the wave. On the 12th of May, a delegation of women tobacco workers asked to see the mayor, to explain how difficult life had become for them since the rise in prices. Baccareda told them, "When mullet gets to costing 2 lire a kilo, I take my hat off to it and buy dry salt cod instead." When news of the remark about salt cod reached a meeting next morning, people lost their tempers. There was a demonstration at the town hall, but things went no further that day, the demonstrators dispersing once some promises had been made about future control of prices. But next morning, when it was found that the market was closed because of a brawl between some stallholders and the local taxman, a crowd gathered and ran to the tobacco factory. The workers came out, and the crowd went on to other factories, to the railway yards and the gasworks, growing in size all the time, and led by one of the tobacco women carrying a red flag. A big loaf of bread was stuck on the tip of her flagstaff, symbolically. Now, at lava heat, the procession crossed the centre of Cagliari. At La Scaffa, government offices were stormed and set on fire. Then the crowd moved to the district round the railway station, where troops had been concentrated. The crowd booed them. There were clashes, stones began to fly, and the soldiers opened fire. 22 people were hit, and 2 of them died. All were workers or fishermen, except for one clerk. But the arson and devastation were not over yet. Cagliari continued to be violently shaken by this wave of near insurrection. Between the 16th and 18th of May, 5,000 more troops, marines and policemen were disembarked, and it began to look like a city under siege. Now that the spark had been struck, the fire spread far beyond the city. Everywhere the same seething fury turned on the company stores or the cheese factories with devastating effect. Soldiers fired on the mobs again and again. On the 24th of May, Avanti asked, "Why does the government put out official communiques which talk about the forces of order being attacked, when the dead are always on the other side, among the demonstrators?" 2 people were killed at Gonesa, 2 at Villasalto, with 12 wounded, 1 at Bonorva, and another at Nebida. Far from intimidating the crowds, these bloody episodes made things worse. The cheese factories and tax offices at Macomer were stormed, as were the factories at Iteri and Terranova, today called Olbia, and the tax offices at Abasanta. The storm was still growing in violence. On the 1st of June, a journalist from the Milan paper Il Secolo, Luigi Lucatelli, telegraphed, "The bestial excesses of the masses do no more than match the unreasonable repression to which they are subjected." By early July, the hurricane had begun to subside, and the repression was already underway. Hundreds of peasants, workers, and intellectuals ended up in jail, among them the socialist leader Efisio Orano, and there were widespread sackings in the mines. On the whole, public opinion remained on the side of the victims of such reprisals. Every steamer brought dozens of magistrates and clerks of the court to Sardinia to deal with a great wave of pending trials. There were 170 awaiting trial in Cagliari, and the deconsecrated church of Santa Restituta had to be converted to house the judges and witnesses. The hearings went on from the 6th of May until the 12th of June 1907, and the case for the defence was given great prominence in the papers. Gramsci was then 16 and a half, in his 4th year at the Santo Lussurgio Ginnasio. Sardinian nationalism drew fresh strength from the repression. In this period, generally, the split between North and South was getting worse. The regime of tariff protection, which was ruining the economy of the South and the islands, had indeed favoured the North's rapidly expanding industries. This early 20th century boom, which was also very profitable for the Italian exchequer, was accompanied by a kind of separatism in reverse, practised by the Italian state against Sardinia. Luigi Lucatelli wrote in May 1906, "As far as laws are concerned, and especially the detestable side of the tax laws, these are all enforced here, but not the rights which law should guarantee. A railway ticket costs the same here as elsewhere in Italy, or even more, yet rail journeys are insufferably slow and uncomfortable. Citizens pay the same taxes here as in Rome, Milan, or Turin, yet whenever a state official has been proved stupid or corrupt, we make a free gift of him to the Sardinians, so that henceforth he will discharge his duties among them in a spirit of angry resentment at being punished, as well as remaining stupid and corrupt." Hence, the state came commonly to be considered a hostile entity, a monstrous machine mainly concerned with multiplying methods of strike repression and breeding armies of tax officials, prefects, and police inspectors in league with the mining companies. Sardismo became the dominant sentiment of a whole era, and Antonio Gramsci shared the sentiment strongly. He was to write later, "I used to think at that time that the struggle for Sardinian national independence was a necessity. Continentals, go home!" How many times have I myself repeated these words? 7. Now nearly 18, Antonio Gramsci was soon to make the leap from village to city life. He was to go to the Dettori Licei in Cagliari. As 1908 drew to a close, the Gramsci parents decided that Gennaro should get himself transferred to the land registry offices in Cagliari, and that Antonio should move there too and live with him. Once they got to the city, however, Gennaro did not stay at the registry for long. Offered a job as an accountant in an ice factory owned by two brothers called Marzullo, which he considered a better opportunity, he left the registry after only 1 month. Cagliari was a small but lively city at this time. It had 3 daily papers. There was L'Unione Sarda, which took its line from the Signor Coco Ortu, who had figured so unfortunately in the Gramsci family history. There was the radical Il Paese, and the clerical Corriere dell'Isola. There were also a few periodicals, among them the socialist weekly, La Voce del Popolo. There were 2 good theatres, the Civico and the Politeama Margherita, where the biggest names in drama and opera appeared regularly. The first chanteurs were performing the Can-Can at the Valdez and the Eden Cine Theatre. Numerous clubs and private societies provided facilities for concerts and lectures. One could see the cinema epics of the period, like Rocambole, Le Cantiche Dantesche, and Les Miserables, at the Iris or the Eden. Nor was there any lack of public meeting places, or restaurants with music and potted palms. For Antonio Gramsci, the abrupt transition from towns like Ghilarza and Sant'Eustorgio to this new life must have been rather bewildering at first. Gennaro and he found a room at number 24, Via Principe Amadeo, a street leading down from the Castle Rock towards the naval base. They both had to survive there on Gennaro's salary of 100 lire per month, so life was still difficult. One of his Licei classmates, Renato Figari, recalls, "I don't think I ever saw Nino Gramsci in an overcoat. He always had the same clothes, a pair of short drain-pipe trousers and a jacket too small for him. On cold days he would turn up at school with a woolen scarf wrapped round him under his jacket. He had no books of his own, or lacked certain ones, but he always paid close attention to lessons, helped by his very good memory, as well as by his great intelligence. I used to sit on the bench behind his and watch him taking notes in his tiny writing. Sometimes we lent him books, or the teacher did." He made an uncertain start at the Liceo Dettori and wrote to his father in January 1909, "They've given us the term marks at last. I know I should have done better, but it wasn't my fault, because, as Nannaro might have mentioned, I was kept out of school for 3 days for not bringing the diploma right when the exam was taking place. So I got nothing at all for natural history and only 5 for history. The teacher gave me a real talking to, but I couldn't help it. Anyway, it wasn't too bad, for I can get through natural history with the marks in the 2nd and 3rd term exams, and it would be funny if I couldn't make up the lost ground in history. Here are the marks. Italian, 6 to 7. In fact, his mark in the Italian oral exam was 8, not 7. Latin, 6 to 7. Greek, 6 to 7. Philosophy, 6. Mathematics, 6. Chemistry, 8. So you see, I did quite well, and you must remember this was the first term and I didn't come from Sant'Eustorgio very well prepared, especially in Latin, Greek, and mathematics." This letter, full of dialect cadences and syntax, and stylistically clumsy compared to the letters he would be composing not long afterwards, itself suggests how inadequate his preparation had been during the 3 hazardous years of the Ginnasio Carta Meloni. However, Antonio had notable powers of recovery from setbacks. In the 2nd term, his history mark rose from 5 to 7, and he got 6 out of 10 in natural history. In June 1909, he passed his first-year examination all right, with a record sheet that was mostly 6s, except for 2 7s in Latin and 1 8 in the Italian oral. He had done a great deal in 1 year to fill in the gaps left by his earlier schooling. When he came back from Ghilarza after the holidays, he changed lodgings, and moved to number 149 Corso Vittorio, opposite Via Maddalena. His small room there had lost all its plaster because of the humidity, and had only one little window which opened onto a kind of shaft that was more like a latrine than a courtyard. Nevertheless, the change suited him. In a letter of the 26th of November 1909, written just before starting his second year at the Lycée, we read, "As regards landladies, we're all right. She's an honest woman who never robs us. In fact, I'm much better off than last year." They sent him food from home. He usually ate in his room, or occasionally in the trattoria in Piazza del Carmine with Gennaro. Another lodger, Dino Frau, recalls him as being solitary, but not at all misanthropic. He lived very much on his own. There must have been 6 or 7 of us there at Doloretta Porcu's. We were on the top floor. You got there up one flight of very high, steep stairs. Antonio Gramsci used to have to climb them slowly, or he would get out of breath. Then he would shut himself in his room without speaking to the rest of us. I was only in his room a couple of times. It was bare. It smelt of cheese, and there were books and papers everywhere. One evening, we were all invited to his room. There was music and singing coming from it. There were lots of people we didn't know, mostly from the country. There was singing, some of them danced, and Gramsci was in the middle, absorbed in performing Sardinian folk dances to the accompaniment of a harmonium. He had now recovered from his uncertain start at the Lycée and was studying hard. After a couple of months in the second year, the letter is dated the 5th of January 1909, but it is clear that Gramsci had automatically put down the previous year by mistake. He wrote home, "I'm getting on like a house on fire now. It looks as if I might get 7 or 8 in Latin, and though I have nothing in Italian as the teacher is away, all the other subjects are good too." Then, on the 31st of January, he wrote again, to comment on his marks. Latin, 7 to 8. Greek, 7 to 8. History of Greek culture, 8. History and historical geography, 8. Philosophy, 6. Natural history, 6. Physics and chemistry, 6. As you see, I got good marks, and I'll do better this term, for I only got the 6s through bad luck. He did nothing but study, allowing himself very few diversions indeed. Claudio Coguzzi, now a doctor, relates, "If by chance we ever bumped into him, he would gladly join us. 'Hey, Antonichedo, you coming too?' I'd say, taking his arm. He was always pleased by such invitations. He liked being one of us, but only for that short stroll in the Corso, from Clavo's patisserie down to the Tremere Café, which was where the Cagliari evening walk, the Passillada, took place in those days. We would never say much, he preferred listening. Then we all finished up in Sugao, the billiard hall. He would say goodbye at the door and go off home." Some compulsion made Antonio stand apart from most ordinary social occasions and forms of enjoyment. Renato Figari recalls, "He never smoked while he was at the Lycée. He didn't drink, and if any of us were to offer him something, he would refuse politely. I've never known whether it was pride or because he didn't want to acquire tastes which he couldn't afford. He also came rarely to a club founded by young people, the Vanguard Anti-Clerical Society, which met in a couple of dingy rooms not far from the Dettori, in Via Barcellona. We went there from the Lycée and the university, and there were some young professional people too, nearly all with socialist or revolutionary or insurrectionary ideas, and of course full of respect for Giovanni Bovio and Giordano Bruno. We held entertainments there and amateur dramatics. Every now and then I used to recite the poems of Sebastiano Satta, Ugo Foscolo, and Stecchetti. Gramsci only turned up occasionally at these things. I can't imagine why. His physical condition? No. He may have been deformed, but he was not ugly. He had a high forehead with a mass of wavy hair, and behind his pince-nez I remember the bright blue of his eyes, that shining metallic gaze which struck one so forcibly. Of course, there may have been lots of reasons. We were a bit spendthrift. We tried hard to be dandies, in the fatuous way common at that age. I think it may have been poverty which forced him to lead such a solitary life. This is probably correct. He felt ashamed of the contrast between himself and his classmates. Until then, he had never paid much attention to clothes. Now, the way he was compelled to dress humiliated him. On the 10th of February 1910, he wrote home to his father. On the 26th of February, the second and third year students are going on a trip to Guspini to visit the Montevecchio mines, and so I'll have to go too, and I look really terrible in this worn, shiny old jacket, so will you please send a letter of credit to some tailor for me, so that I can get a suit made? I didn't go to school today because I had to get my shoes resoled. During carnival time I didn't go out once. I stayed in my room curled up in a corner, so fed up that Nanaro thought I was ill. And then, a few days later, on the 16th, Dearest Dad, you seem to be under the impression that I can live off nothing at all. Nanaro is doing too much for me already, because you really must grasp the fact that one cannot live in Cagliari with what you're sending every month, unless one eats nothing but bread, and little enough of that, at 50 centimes a kilo. Perhaps he did obtain a little money, but certainly not enough for the clothes. He persisted. Now I've got to touch on that sore point again. You've done nothing about the clothes, and yet you yourself said I was indecent when I came home to Ghilarza at Easter. I didn't stir outside the house for 10 whole days so as not to shame you. If I was a sight then, how do you think I look now after another month and a half? They're not even indecent now, but really filthy and torn. If the principal sends the school janitor to find out what I'm up to, I shall be forced to tell him I can't come to school because I just don't have any clean clothes to put on. At the beginning of the second term of this second year, a new Italian master appeared on the scene. He was a small, thin, rather ugly young man of 33 called Raffa Garzia. He frowned incessantly and appears to have been the very personification of gloom. His irascible temperament gave short shrift to the backward and the swell-headed alike, and he was not at all inclined to tolerate inadequate progress or misconduct. Within a short time, he had transformed a restless bunch of schoolboys into a flock of terrified sheep. Garzia already had a small literary reputation. Some 10 years before, he had published an essay, Il canto di una rivoluzione, Poetry of a Revolution, which compared Francesco Ignazio Manu's poem against the Sardinian feudal barons with Parini's Il Giorno. He was also the editor of L'Unione Sarda, which, in spite of its very antiquated printing machinery, was still the largest circulation paper on the island. Garzia was strongly anti-clerical and inclined towards radicalism, and while he took good care to distinguish his position from that of the socialists, he did not hesitate to discuss them and their ideas in his pages, and sometimes even supported them. The pages were his, in the fullest sense. He owned the paper as well. He shared such tendencies with 2 other teachers at the Licée, both as progressive as he was, or even more so. The Latin and Greek master, Costante Odone, and the physics master, Francesco Maccarone, a friend of Gennaro Gramsci's, and a militant socialist. Gramsci became Garzia's favourite pupil at once. He found his essays being read aloud in class as examples of intellectual clarity and good style. Garzia would lend him textbooks and other books as well. Though usually brusque with his pupils, as with his printers and journalists, he became gentle towards Gramsci. He would even invite him to his studio on Viale Regina Margherita, where the staff of L'Unione Sarda held their meetings. At length, the relationship between the two became genuine friendship. All this time, Gramsci's principal amusement had continued to be reading. He used to read everything, Gennaro told me. I came back from my military service in Turin a militant socialist, and at the beginning of 1911 I got a job as treasurer of the Chamber of Labour and secretary of the local Socialist Party. So I used to meet frequently with Cavallera, Batelli and Pesci, the young leaders of the Sardinian socialist movement, and occasionally Nino would be there too. We had a great quantity of books, papers, tracts, and propaganda material in the house. Nino most often spent his evenings at home, without so much as putting a foot outside the door, and he made short work of reading the books and newspapers. He had already begun to approach Marx, out of intellectual curiosity, as he was to write later in 1924. His reading list also included Carolina Invernizio, the Domenica del Corriere, and, in his own words, the socialist journal Il Viandante, edited by the revolutionary Tommaso Monicelli. In a letter to his father, he reminded him to tell Teresina that she should keep all the articles published in Tribuna, and more especially that if at all possible she should send me an article of Pascoli's they published a month or so ago. I'm keeping the Domenica del Corriere aside for her, and will send them to her at the first chance. In a postscript, he also asked for the return of Anton Giulio Barili's L'Olmo e l'Edera, and an issue of Secolo XX. He read the Leda, too, but didn't like her. Renato Figari says, in Sebastiano Satta's poetry, he liked best the odes to the dead of Buggero, or those to Giuseppe Cavalera and Efisio Orano. He came once to a poetry reading at the Vanguard Club. I said on that occasion that it was up to us as young people to support and champion Sardinian writers. Next day, he returned to the argument himself. I remember his reproaching Sardinian authors with being too cut off from the realities of the time. Sardinia wasn't all waterfalls, sheepfolds, vendettas and mothers weeping over their dead sons, he objected. It was also miners working hundreds of feet under the earth for Belgian capital, and getting in exchange not hospitals, not schools and blankets, but military intervention the moment they dared ask for anything at all. He also followed the Marzocco and Prezzolini's La Voce, and found his favourite authors in these reviews. His sister Teresina recounts, when Nino changed his address, the reviews would keep coming to Ghilarza for a while. Then I would be given the job of putting aside in a folder all the articles by the authors he most liked. Above all, Croce and Salvemini. I can remember Papini and Emilio Cecchi, too. Nino had a great admiration for Cecchi, but Croce and Salvemini were always at the head of the list of things he would ask me to cut out and keep for him in the right order. Studies of the Italian Southern question were blossoming in this period, and so was Sardinian national feeling, which brought together in a rather ambiguous fashion Giolitian liberalism, socialism, and radicalism. Ever since March 1910, Rafa Garcia's paper, whose chief sub-editor was Giago Ciotto, formerly editor of the early socialist periodical La Lega, had concentrated on one principal target, the Luzzati ministry of 1910–11. This emphasis largely reflected the influence of Francesco Cocco Ortu, who had been passed over in the formation of this government after being a minister several times previously. The paper was run at a loss, and so more or less bound to adopt the line of Ortu, who subsidized it. His directive now was to concentrate all available firepower on the Grande Gigione, as Luzzati was referred to in the pages of L'Unione Sarda, his first name, Luigi, Gigi for short, being twisted contemptuously into Gigione, meaning a ridiculously bad actor, or ham. There was not overmuch concern about where the ammunition came from, hence salvos were fired off from both the right and the left, but the chief source of the paper's polemical exuberance was local Sardinian feeling. Indeed, it became the main sounding board of popular protest on this score, and reasons for protest were scarcely lacking in this backward land, whose chief distinction lay in its high ratings for illiteracy, malaria, trachoma, tuberculosis, and death from starvation. On the 23rd of May 1910, King Victor Emmanuel III and his queen disembarked at Cagliari from the royal yacht Trinacria. They stayed in the city until the evening of the 25th. The king laid the foundation stone of a public hostel for indigents in Viale degli Ospizi, and the queen made a gift of 2,800 lire worth of sweets to children in public institutions. Next day, l'Unione Sarda, though it had given great prominence to the visit, going so far as to publish a photograph of the royal couple, a rare privilege bestowed that year on only one other subject, published an article which was respectful enough to the sovereigns, but extremely rude to the government. It was written by Rafa Garcia. The holiday is over. The plumes have fallen to the ground. The flags are rolled up and put away for another day. Top hats and tailcoats have returned to their paternal regime of mothballs. The policemen, who for a few short days afforded Captain Bousquet the satisfaction of having a company to command, are back in their offices again. The transport system has been liberated from the feudal yoke and restored to the bourgeois community. All over now, the anxious palpitations and hysterical outbursts of those semi-conscious authorities of ours, drowsing once more over the waters of the port. Peace returns to our city. But why, l'Unione Sarda went on to inquire, did the Luzzati government want the royal visit at all? It would have meant something, had there been some extraordinary new venture requiring consecration, some new state of affairs. And what is there new in our midst just at present, concluded Garcia, except for a handful of dust cast brazenly into the eyes of blockheads? In the event, the sovereign's visit had created a certain unanimity, but decidedly not the kind of unanimity which the authorities had hoped for. The organ of the Sardinian working class, Cagliari's La Voce del Popolo, dismissed the event in a few lines and never mentioned it again. What a display! What a lot of toppers and morning coats! What a lot of beautiful women! What smiles of complacency and moral righteousness! What terrific motor cars! What wealth! What a lot of flags and soldiers and guards both in uniform and out of it! Oh, look! It's the king. Even l'Unione Sarda's great rival, Il Paese, whose usual policy consisted of proclaiming the opposite of whatever Garcia was saying, joined in the chorus this time. The issue of Sunday the 29th of May said, "In spite of Victor Emmanuel III's visit, everything will go on as before in Sardinia. Our sufferings will not be lessened in the smallest degree." It even went so far as to denounce the squandering of money on preparations for the event. Whether it was a lot or a little, the sum spent on such ludicrous choreographic displays, such useless and servile parades, and vacuous official celebrations was simply thrown away. We say they did not elevate popular feeling, they corrupted it. Germonio, the prefect of Cagliari, had invited all the mayors of the province for Wednesday the 25th of May, in a circular stating that the king wished to see them. Il Paese published the reply sent by the mayor of Terralba, Felice Porcella. "Regret unable accept flattering invitation sent by your honour, until His Majesty's government deigns take action regarding just but ignored complaints made by mayors, and enacts proper laws at once to assist this poverty-stricken and long-suffering region." The wind of Sardinian national feeling was blowing again, more strongly than ever. A few weeks later, when the school year was over, Gramsci went to see Garcia before returning home. He was 19 now, and wanted to try his hand at journalism. He had thought of writing brief pieces of local news from his hometown during the summer. Rafa Garcia agreed. They already had a correspondent in Galarza, but perhaps Gramsci could write news from another nearby village, Aido Maggiore. The young man left with an assurance that his first journalist's press card would soon be sent on to him, as indeed it was. The note Garcia sent along with a card, dated the 21st of July 1910, was not in the bureaucratic jargon normally employed in such situations. "Here's the card you asked for," wrote the stern critic and teacher of Italian literature. "Your contributions will be very welcome. Send us all the news about everything of interest from now onwards. Both we and the readers will be grateful. Sincerely and affectionately yours. Gramsci's first piece appeared in l'Unione Sarda 5 days later, on the 26th of July, and is certainly his first published writing. It was 25 lines of straightforward reporting, written incisively and with humour, and quite free from the self-conscious pretension which has so often marred a provincial journalistic or literary debut. It was signed with the abbreviation G, and reads, "Rumours have been spreading across the countryside that the most startling and fearful things would happen in Aido Maggiore at election time. The population, obviously ready for any excess, was bent on introducing universal suffrage at one blow, and actually electing its own mayor and councillors. Seriously worried by these symptoms, Lieutenant Gay of the Gallazza Carabinieri moved in an entire army corps, 40 carabinieri, 40 infantrymen, fortunately without artillery, and 1 policeman, who would have been quite enough all by himself. When the polls opened, the village was deserted. Electors and non-electors alike had done a bunk for fear of being arrested, and the authorities were compelled to go from house to house and drag out the reluctant voters. It ended with a characteristically Gramscian twist. Poor little almond trees of Aido Maggiore. Infantrymen and phylloxera have much the same effect. 8. On the 17th of November, 1910, when Antonio Gramsci had been back in Cagliari for a few weeks at the start of his third Liceo year, l'Unione Sarda carried 2 very different pieces of news on the same page. One announced the death of Tolstoy. The other, the imminent arrival in Sardinia of the Honourable Guido Podreca, Socialist Member of Parliament and editor of the anti-clerical paper L'Asino. The second item produced by far the greater effect in Cagliari. There was still a feeling of general unrest. L'Unione Sarda's onslaught on the Luzzati government had continued. Although it had derived originally from Cocco Ortu's personal spite at being passed over, the objective situation lent it new weight and meaning with each day that passed. Not only did Sardinia's problems remain unsolved, they were being aggravated by the policies founded on Giulitti's strategy of class alliance in the north, at the expense of the south. This strategy was aimed at increasing the profits of the northern industrialists. Tariff protectionism was another aspect of the strategy, and buying off the organized working class movement by acceding to many of its demands. The cost of such a strategy inevitably fell on the shoulders of the peasant masses in the Mezzogiorno, and this mattered little enough to those in power. The southern masses were kept out of real political power by their illiteracy and by the local and personal structure of southern political life. If they objected or tried to rise, the army was strong enough to crush them. In Sardinia, the agrarian economy, that is, most of the island's economic life, was trapped in a vicious circle. The low level of incomes, together with a high level of taxation, people used to call it inland revenue brigandage, made saving or the accumulation of capital very difficult. But without capital, no real effort to change the structure of agriculture was possible. So the persistence of backward conditions and primordial farming techniques kept incomes down and closed the vicious circle. The number of unemployed was growing. There was a new rise in prices, affecting rents and staple foods, and more especially imported manufactures burdened by customs tariffs. Legislation to help the island had been passed, but what little of it was put into practice was always partial, late, and poorly applied. Even quite marginal demands like that for the abolition of differential tariffs on the railways were not satisfied. Sardinian isolation was aggravated by breakdowns in sea communication, due to the extreme decrepitude of the ships employed in this service, and by the frequent failure of the telegraphic installations, which left the island completely cut off from the rest of the world. Exasperation kept on growing and was shared by all levels of society. The storm broke in Cagliari at the beginning of the summer. Early in July, Mayor Marcello and the whole of his council resigned in protest at the government's failure to keep its promises. This mass resignation was followed by others, and l'Unione Sarda underlined the progress of events with a hammering barrage of exclamatory full-page headlines. All summer long, this journalistic battle went on with unabated vehemence. In such an electric atmosphere, it is easy to see why the announcement of Podreca's visit aroused enthusiasm in the breasts of most citizens, and filled the powers that be, especially the clerical ones, with dismay. He had been invited to Sardinia by the local Socialist Party and the Cagliari Chamber of Labour. The latter, in particular, had become a real meeting place for workers, tradesmen, and intellectuals. The secretary was a Tuscan trade union organizer called Gino Pesci, one of the group of politically minded immigrants that had followed Cavallera to Sardinia. Gennaro Gramsci, now 26, would spend a lot of his spare time there, and sometimes Antonio would join him. At that time, young people felt that a visit to the Chamber of Labour was something of an adventure into a forbidden world, and exciting for that very reason, a gesture of defiance that demonstrated one's moral stature. The rooms in Via Barcellona were watched by the police, and going there regularly exposed one to the risk of persecution. In an epoch still marked by romanticism, this aura of secret societies and repression constituted a positive attraction. And now that Podreca's visit had been announced, there was also the chance of a street battle with the forces of clericalism. The Socialist deputy was to do a lecture tour. It was to start on Tuesday, the 27th of November, at Cagliari's Valdez Theatre, with a talk on the revolutionary thought of Richard Wagner. Then, on the 24th, Faith and Morality. At Iglesias, on the 26th, he was down to speak in the ex-church of San Francesco on the husband of one's choice. Finally, on Sunday the 27th, there was to be a big public meeting in Piazza del Carmine, Cagliari, with a speech on working-class organization. 4 days before Podreca arrived, l'Unione Sarda came out with a strongly anti-clerical item. "It is rumoured," said the note, "that the clericalists intend staging a hostile demonstration at the railway station when the Honourable Podreca arrives, and others during his lectures." The paper was up in arms at the prospect. "This would be an outrage," it thundered. "No one can accuse us of being over-sympathetic towards certain methods of the Italian socialist movement. Nevertheless, we must salute the Honourable Podreca as a man of ideals and a brilliant and valorous colleague." But the demonstration did not materialize. The editor of L'Asino received a triumphant welcome, while at Iglesias, as l'Unione Sarda put it, in its customary inflated style, so great was the spell cast by the orator upon the public that even the clericalists were quite unable to refrain from applauding. Exaggerations aside, the tour of this popular journalist and politician certainly gave new impetus and heart to the island's left-wing organizations. At the same time, another alarming phenomenon had occurred to depress public morale and occasion still more protests against incompetent authority, an epidemic of meningitis. "The stretcher-bearers are hard at work," cried l'Unione on the 8th of December. The paper's usual rubrics, this and that, Sardinians in the news, departures, brief notes, were joined by another regular section under cerebrospinal meningitis. The leader writer deplored the grave danger we are all exposed to, and went on to attack the ineptitude and weakness of the prefect. As for the royal commissioner appointed to Cagliari after the council's resignation, the paper complained that the Cagliari administration has become merely a subsection of the prefecture, and of the bishopric too, unfortunately, and the government? It keeps its peace. Who raises his voice in Parliament? Nobody. Meanwhile, people go on dying. Most of the readers shared its sentiments. On Sunday the 11th of December, 1910, while this meningitis campaign was in full swing, an assembly of delegates from all the city's associations was held at the Chamber of Labour. It was not concerned with the epidemic. 4 days previously, Gino Pesci had sent round a circular to all trade, professional and cultural organisations, in which he pointed out the widespread suffering caused by the continual rise in prices and rents, and said he was persuaded that the only way to reverse the trend was to develop an active campaign of agitation like that in many other Italian cities. The Sunday meeting was a plenary one, and set up a campaign committee on prices and rents. L'Unione Sarda approved, and added, "Prefect Germonio, sound asleep whenever it is a question of combating the meningitis epidemic, suddenly woke up yesterday full of zeal, and sent a police officer along to the meeting of the Chamber of Labour, although this meeting was solely concerned with economic matters. But Prefect Germonio, who neither knows about nor cares for the vital interests of our citizens, never likes to be caught napping. He took great care to be informed of the names of the rabble who turned up at the Chamber of Labour." Shortly after, news arrived that the Chief of Police of Bari in southeastern Italy was to be transferred to Cagliari. He had recently been acquitted by a commission of inquiry similar to the one that had condemned Francesco Gramsci. The epidemic was still raging. Prices continued to be impossibly high. All that was needed to inflame passions further was this new proof of the notion which mainland authority entertained of Sardinia as a kind of punishment centre. "So," reacted l'Unione Sarda, "for Luzzati, the considerate friend of Sardinia, Cagliari and the whole island are no more than a land of punishment and relegation. Whenever an official can no longer be tolerated on the continent because of incapacity or a scandal, the remedy is quickly found: forced residence in Sardinia." From the 6th to the 8th of January 1911, elections were held for a new executive committee of the Chamber of Labour. The candidates were a railwayman, Salvatore Baine, a stonemason, Salvatore Crovato, an engineering worker, Luigi Favero, a clerk, Gennaro Gramsci, a marble worker, Luigi Onali, a tailor, Angelo Pischeda, and a boilermaker, Alfredo Romani. Gennaro was among those elected, and he was made treasurer. There were some repercussions, naturally, given the close watch kept by the police on trade union leaders. Before long, back in Ghilarza, Francesco Gramsci and Peppina Marcias heard that there had been inquiries into Gennaro's background. They were very upset. Signor Cicillo was angry and anxious enough to consider going to Cagliari to find out what was going on. Antonio then wrote the following letter to his mother. "I'm replying at once, so that you can stop Dad committing the folly of coming here. You're both afraid because the police are looking for information, but there's really no reason to get steamed up. God knows what you must be imagining. Nannaro in the guardhouse or being marched along by 4 carabinieri. Don't worry, nothing like that is going to happen. Nannaro took on certain tasks for the Chamber of Labour, so a hitherto unknown name appeared under the noses of the police, and they wanted to find out about this new revolutionary cutthroat who had stepped into the limelight. So they asked for some information about him. All right? You'll see that's all there is to it, and no harm has been done. There was a strike, and since Nannaro is the Chamber's treasurer, the police wanted his address so they could seize the funds and put an end to the strike. But the strike was called off anyway, and the funds were untouched. Another time, keep calm when you hear of things like this, and try to laugh in the faces of the carabinieri, as I've been doing for some time now. Poor things. One ought to feel sorry for them. They're so obsessed by socialists and anarchists that they've no time for robbers and ruffians anymore, and go in fear of their own helmets being pinched. Antonio Gramsci was now 20. He had adapted himself more thoroughly to the city environment, and we can glimpse a new image through the letters of the period, that of a carefree student given even to noisy theatre-going. They thought I was a girl because of my splendid mane of hair waving in the breeze, and were astounded that a woman should make so much din in a theatre, for all they could see was my head, and a hand making a very rude gesture. I didn't mind, actually. I was thankful for the attention they showed me. Or again, I drew some fire the other day for my loud admiration of a policeman's splendid whiskers, so I said he should trim them if he didn't want people to talk about them. Behind this facade of levity, though, Antonio's life was still a grim one. Without help from home, Gennaro's salary was not enough for both of them. The cost of living had risen, and two people could no longer live on 100 lire a month. Antonio wrote home to his father. "Gennaro has made enough sacrifices. He has already been borrowing money, and now doesn't know what to do. I see him get more and more preoccupied every day, and today he had actually decided to send me back to Ghilarza. Only my entreaties were able to persuade him that if I wrote to you tonight, things would be put right." He continued his studies at Cagliari, but under the most difficult conditions. Years afterwards he would recall, "I began by not having coffee in the morning, then I put off having lunch until later and later, so that I could do without having supper. So for 8 months, I ate only once a day and reached the end of my 3rd year at the Liceo in a state of severe malnutrition." The class of 1891, Gramsci's contemporaries, were now being called up for military service. Over the whole island, the conscripts numbered 11,632. Of these, well over one-half, 7,968, were exempted from service for reasons of incapacity, and in 2,486 cases the stated reason was malnutrition. It was not to be expected that the socialism of the Italian North, of the reformist trade unions allied to protectionism and in practice indifferent to these tragic conditions, could have much following, either among the deprived masses or among the intellectuals who sympathized with them. Instead, a kind of peasant socialism, based on the ideas of Salvemini, began to make headway. We know from his sister, Teresina, that Gramsci was a keen reader of Salvemini. In La Voce del Popolo, of the 13th of October 1910, this intransigent meridionalista had anticipated part of his address to the forthcoming Socialist Congress in Milan and explained the position of his dissident reformist group. They did not accept verbal revolutionism, but neither did they intend that reformism should become a mere synonym of parliamentarism, of Giolittian ministerialism, of chronic Freemasonry, and turn the Socialist Party into still another oligarchic body in the service of the more powerful working-class organizations at the expense of the disfranchised working masses. In Sardinia, the tendency which corresponded to some extent with Salvemini's was a mixture of more or less radical separatism and a socialism occasionally revolutionary in content, a sort of social nationalism, deviant both in relation to Marx and to the federalist conceptions of Carlo Cattaneo. It took class struggle for granted, but the enemy class was rather abstractly and confusingly identified with the wealthy mainlanders, and the industrial workers of the mainland were also considered wealthy, or at least privileged. This current of regional socialism was not to acquire real political organization until 1919, when the Partito Sardo d'Azione, Sardinian Action Party, was founded, and evolved aims and a precise program. Till then, it remained mainly a climate of revolt against Italian state centralism. In March 1911, great celebrations were held in Turin to mark the first 50 years of Italian unity. They could have provided an excellent occasion for a truce and the assuaging of prickly regionalist resentments, but clearly the great landslide of rhetoric could no longer accomplish this by themselves. Resentment was deep-rooted, and for Sardinians it was actually intensified by the failure to provide cut-rate fares for the Sardinian notables invited to the National Convention on Local Government on the 17th of March. The mayor of Cossoine, Agostino Senes, declined to attend with this telegram: "Will not attend because huge fare reductions have not been extended to Old Sardinia, forgotten by all." The mayor of Flumini Maggiore joined him with the following reply. Given great distance and no concessions on voyage from Sardinia and financial difficulties by commune, impossible attend mayor's convention. Stop. Nevertheless, repeat, nevertheless, present in spirit as an Italian. With their different emphases, both these messages fairly represented the Sardinian frame of mind of the time. L'Unione Sarda called Sacchi, the minister responsible, a shabby skinflint. What point had Antonio Gramsci's inner development now reached? We know from a letter of 1924 that at this period he believed it necessary to struggle for the national independence of the region. An essay written while in his third Licei year indicates something of his general formation then. His teacher, Rafa Garcia, had fallen ill and requested leave of absence. His replacement was a tall, dreamy man called Vittorio Amadeo Arollani, well-versed in the Italian classics and politically open-minded, though not of the left. It was for him that Antonio Gramsci wrote an essay on colonialism and the oppressed peoples. One day, the news is that a student has killed the English governor of India, or it may be that the Italians have been beaten at Dogali, or that the Boxers have exterminated the European missionaries. Then at once, a horrified old Europe calls down curses on the heads of the barbarians, the uncivilized, and a new crusade is proclaimed against these unfortunate peoples. Wars are waged for trade, not for civilization. How many cities of China did the English bombard, where the Chinese would not buy their opium? Some civilization. The Russians and Japanese massacred each other to capture the trade of Korea and Manchuria. The piece ends with a passage which clearly indicates the Marxist convictions of the young pupil from the Liceo de Tori. The French Revolution destroyed many privileges. It relieved many of the oppressed. But it did no more than replace the power of one class with that of another. Hence the great lesson to be drawn from it. The privileges and social differences are products not of nature, but of society, and so can be transcended. Humanity needs another bloody cleansing to rid it of many of these injustices. Let not the rulers wait for it, and then repent, leaving the masses in their present state of ignorance and ferocity. This was in 1911, 6 years before the fall of the Tsarist regime. In the final exams at the Licei, Arollani gave Gramsci 9 for written Italian, and his other marks were also satisfactory, including the science subjects. He got 8 in everything. Gramsci relates, After my first year at the Licei, I never studied mathematics, but chose Greek instead. One had the choice in those days. But in my third year, I unexpectedly showed that I had retained remarkable talent for the subject. As it happened, if one did physics in that year, it was necessary to know some of the mathematics missed out by those who had opted for Greek. Our very distinguished physics master was Francesco Maccarone, and he derived great amusement from embarrassing us. He gave me some questions involving mathematics in the last practical test of the last term, and told me that my year's average, and so my degree, with or without the exams, would depend upon how well I did. He enjoyed seeing me standing there in front of the blackboard, and gave me all the time I wanted. Well, I was there for half an hour, covered with chalk from head to foot, trying and trying again, writing it down and rubbing it out, till I finally invented a proof which he accepted as very good, though it didn't exist in any of the textbooks. This teacher knew my elder brother, and tormented me with his laughter all the rest of the time I was at school. He called me the physicist, with a taste for Greek. 9. The Carlo Alberto College offered scholarships at the University of Turin worth 70 lire per month to impoverished and deserving students of the former Kingdom of Sardinia who had obtained a Licei certificate. That year, in the autumn of 1911, 39 such scholarships were being offered. Antonio Gramsci understood at once that without a scholarship his family would find it very hard to bear the extra burden of his university studies. His father was now rehabilitated and had a permanent job again at the land registry, but only as a simple bookkeeper, in spite of his certificate in classics and the exams he had passed in jurisprudence. Much more than his meagre salary was required to keep a son at university, when there were still 5 other children to be looked after. Mario was 18 and wanted to go into the army or the navy. He had done a few years of school and might hope to become a non-commissioned officer, or even a full officer later. But in the meantime, until he was old enough to enroll, he stayed at home jobless, a burden on his father's slender finances. Carlo was 14 and at school in Oristano. The girls stayed at home, helping out as best they could. So Antonio's only real hope lay in winning one of the 39 scholarships. If he did get to Turin, Gennaro would still be able to help him a little out of his salary at the ice factory. He had to be selected first, on the basis of the final Licee examination results, and then, if he was allowed to enter the competition, there would be a long series of written and oral exams in Turin. Antonio's summer was almost completely ruined. He was weakened by all the meals he had missed in his last period at school. He felt very discouraged, and recollected later, "I only heard about the Carlo Alberto scholarships at the end of the school year, and one had to do exams in all the subjects studied over all 3 years at the Licee. This meant making an enormous effort during the 3 months of the holiday." He had an uncle in Oristano, a pharmacist called Serafino De Logo, his mother's first cousin, and Serafino had a son, Delio, whom Antonio was fond of, and who needed some private lessons. Only Uncle Serafino recognized what a deplorably weak state I was in, and invited me to stay with him at Oristano and tutor Delio. I stayed a month and a half, and only just avoided going mad. I was unable to study for the competition, as Delio took up all my time, and this distraction, coupled with my poor state of health, quite knocked me out. I sneaked off, finally, with only 1 month left to study in. At the beginning of September, he heard he had been allowed to take the scholarship exams. Writing to inform him of this, the college secretary added, "You are one of the only 2 candidates for the Cagliari scholarship, and from the 16th of October, at which date you should have arrived in Turin, until the day following the last examination, you will be allowed the prescribed sum of 3 lire per day, plus the second-class fare from Cagliari to Turin, less the equivalent of 300 kilometers. So in mid-October, aged 20 and a half, he would be 21 in January, Gramsci left Ghilarza to go di là delle grandi acque, beyond the wide waters, as people used to say then, less affectedly than one might think today. "I left for Turin in a kind of somnambulistic state," he recalled later. "I had 55 lire in my pocket, after spending 45 of the 100 they gave me at home on the third-class fare." The trip was a lengthy one, and included a stop in Pisa, where Gramsci's uncle Zaccaria De Logo, an army captain, was about to leave for Tripoli. His brothers Serafino and Achille were seeing him off, and Gramsci spent an evening with them on the way. At last, he arrived in the great industrial metropolis. The experience was a stunning one, for somebody so extremely provincial as a young Sardinian was bound to be at the beginning of the century. In his first letter home we read that, "A short walk reduces me to fear and trembling, after just avoiding being run down by innumerable cars and trams." He was met at the station by a Ghilarza man, Francesco Oppo, an employee at the Pirelli rubber plant, and his first surprise came on arrival at the room which Oppo had found for him. Thanks to the 50th anniversary exhibition, there had been a rise in prices, and the room now cost 3 lire a day, as much as the whole allowance being given by the college. He wrote to his father, "I've had to pay 3 lire a day for this room, unfortunately, and as much or more to eat. But today, when I went to the college to draw the allowance and recounted my odyssey to the secretary, he was kind enough to find me another little room at only 1.50 lire per day." The examinations started on the 18th of October. According to Domenico Zuccaro, who has spoken to other candidates at the same examination, the subject to the Italian essay was the contribution of our pre-Risorgimento writers Alfieri, Foscolo, etc., to the unification of Italy. As soon as he knew he had been admitted to the oral part of the examination, Antonio wrote home, "I've just come back from the university, where I went to see the results of the Italian essay. I got through, thank goodness, but unfortunately cannot feel too reassured by this. There were only 5 who didn't, out of 70 or more candidates, which means that everyone is very well prepared, and the exam will be more serious than we thought." He got on well enough in the other written exams too. 21 out of 30 in history, 23 in Latin composition, 24 in Greek translation, and 25 in the philosophy essay. He sat the oral part on the 27th of October and said later, "I don't know how I got through the exams, because I fainted 2 or 3 times." In the final list of results he came 9th. Second on the list was the name of another poor student from another of the Sardinian licees, Palmiro Togliatti. They had never met previously. The first, fleeting encounter of 2 rather touchy, unsociable youths, as Togliatti later described it, did not take place until these examinations at the Carlo Alberto College. They were brought together by their common Sardinian background. Togliatti was the son of a school bursar, deceased in January of that same year, and had been for 3 years at the Domenico Alberto Ezzuni Licei in Sassari. In addition, a certain closeness was encouraged by, again in Togliatti's words, our common state of dire poverty, as evidenced in the way we both dressed. However, a closer friendship did not develop between the 2 students until later on. Gramsci's first winter in Turin was a critical period, even in his eventful existence. He had taken a little room at number 57 Corso Firenze, overlooking the Dora River. Friendless and far from home, he now felt the pressures of solitude more strongly than before. He was exhausted by the efforts he had made to win the scholarship, and by the privations he continued to endure. In 1911, he recalled, at the time when I was seriously ill as a result of cold and malnutrition, I used to be obsessed by the vision of a colossal spider which would come down from its web every night while I was asleep and suck out my brain. An unfortunate accident made him penniless in the weeks following the examinations. He thought that he would be exempted from the usual university fees, but in fact he had to pay half fee, and even this concession required the production of a whole range of documents. Until these arrived, enrollment was conditional on paying the whole fee, and until he had enrolled, the college would not pay him the monthly 70 lire of his scholarship. On the 4th of November, Antonio wrote to his father, begging him to pay the whole fee, and added, "I'm almost broke now, and I've got to pay something to the landlady of this place, which I've taken provisionally for 1 month, so you must send me at least 30 lire, by telegram if possible." Francesco Gramsci paid the 75 lire to the university from Ghilarza on the 10th of November, and on the 16th, Antonio was finally enrolled as a first-year student in the Faculty of Letters. He had chosen the Modern Philology course. The college let him have his first grant immediately afterwards. For those at home in Ghilarza, the problem was now one of understanding how he could possibly need more than 70 lire to live on. Antonio wrote to them, "These 70 lire are absolutely insufficient, and I can prove it with facts and figures. In spite of all my efforts, I could not find a room for less than 25 lire like the one I'm in now. Take 25 from 70, that leaves 45, and with this I must eat, do my laundry, not less than 5 lire, with the washing, ironing, etc., get shoe polish, pay for the light, and buy paper, pens and ink for work, which may not sound much, but costs me 40 lire. As regards food, let me tell you, a glass of milk is 10 centimes, and for 5 you get only a small bread roll. Lunch is never less than 2 lire, even at the most modest trattoria, like the one where I was eating until a few days ago. There they gave me a plate of macaroni for 60 centimes, and a paper-thin steak for about the same, so I would stuff down 6 or 7 rolls and come away as hungry as when I went in." His mother sent him a shawl. As Grazietta wrote on the 14th of December, it was, for putting round your shoulders when you're in your room, because though Mother laughed at the account of your home attire, at the same time she feels very sorry about your miserable conditions. 5 days before Christmas, his first away from home, Antonio decided to be even more outspoken about the circumstances of his life in Turin. He wrote one of the few letters in which, for once, his usual rather detached chronicler's tone is put aside. A letter in which, instead of saying little about himself and saying that impersonally, as if describing tribulations that didn't concern him, he gives way to his feelings. I find myself compelled to beg you to send the 20 lire you promised without fail, before the end of the month. I only got 62 lire from the college this month, of which I've given 40 to my landlady, and I must let her have another 40 shortly. Christmas is going to be a very thin time anyway. I don't want to make it still more depressing by trailing round Turin in the cold looking for another hole to hide in. I had hoped to get an overcoat made this month with the 10 lire Nanaro sent me. Now God knows how long it'll take me. Think how nice it is to go out and across the city shivering with cold, then come back to a cold room and sit shivering for hours unable to warm oneself up. If only I'd known, I would not have come here to suffer this glacial existence, not at any price. The worst thing of all is that worrying about the cold prevents me studying, because I either walk to and fro to warm my feet a little, or have to stay huddled in bed, unable to stand the first frost of winter. The money he asked for arrived on New Year's Day. This can be deduced from a letter written on the 3rd of January 1912. He wrote to his father, I got your telegraphed money order for 15 lire the day before yesterday. Thank you very much. Believe me, I was really in difficulties, and after getting your card on the 26th, I had given up hope of receiving the money. I do hope that you won't find yourself in difficulties now as a result. Believe me, I could not have managed without your 20 lire, even after making every possible sacrifice. But even under such conditions, in a state of total nervous exhaustion, and embittered by his painful loneliness, Gramsci managed to study. He remembered how, I lived through the winter without an overcoat. All I had was a lightweight coat suitable for Cagliari. Around March 1912, things got so bad that I did not speak for several months. When I had to speak, I got the words mixed up. To make things worse, I was living right on the banks of the Dora, and the freezing river fogs used to turn me to ice. One of the professors had taken a liking to him, a young Dalmatian called Matteo Bartoli, who taught linguistics. 8 years earlier, he had published an essay with the title Un po' di sardo, a little Sardinian. Bartoli believed that Sardinian speech had a particular importance in the study of the more remote derivatives of Latin vernacular. Hence he was always on the lookout for interesting specimens of Sardinian dialect, as Domenico Zuccaro puts it. Gramsci spoke Sardinian perfectly, and was one of the few islanders in the Faculty of Letters. This was the origin of the linguist's interest in him. The interest grew into sympathy, and then later, as they collaborated more and more closely, into warm friendship. There is a letter from this period to Antonio's father, in which he asks him to find someone who can put a list of words into Sardinian, in the Folni dialect, though, and indicating clearly the soft S, as in the Italian rosa, and the hard S, as in sordo. He also saw a lot of a teacher of Italian literature, Umberto Cosmo, both at university and outside it, on the long walks they would take together. Cosmo had formerly been a teacher at Gramsci's old Liceo in Cagliari. When I was a pupil of Cosmo's, I naturally disagreed with him over a number of things, although I still hadn't defined my own position clearly, and was always fond of him. But it seemed to me that I and Cosmo and many other intellectuals at this time, say the first 15 years of the century, occupied a certain common ground. We were all to some degree part of the movement of moral and intellectual reform, which in Italy stemmed from Benedetto Croce, and whose first premise was that modern man can and should live without the help of religion. I mean, of course, without revealed religion, positivist religion, mythological religion, or whatever other brand one cares to name. A bond of mutual liking drew together the professor and the young student lost in the big city, and it grew stronger with the passage of time. Later on, in the heat of political struggle, there were to be disputes in which Gramsci would let himself be driven to excess by his desire to make a point. But their affection for one another would always survive such polemical skirmishes. Cosmo himself bears this out in a letter he wrote to Piero Sraffa at the time of Gramsci's imprisonment. The university years when I counted G, Gramsci, and the other G, Pietro Paolo Gerosa, a Catholic from the Canton Ticino, the same age as Gramsci, among my pupils, are among my most treasured memories. They were two opposed mentalities, yet they agreed in according more importance to the religious, social, and political content of literature than to its artistic side. One thought Cantu was right, the other followed Settembrini. I had to show what was wrong with both of them and stand up for the position of De Sanctis. Bartoli and Cosmo were the teachers with whom the Sardinian student enjoyed most familiarity, but the university as a whole was also destined to leave its mark on him. It was a great school, rich in stimuli and reflecting clearly the many facets of the Italian culture of the time, sensitive to its new tensions and the need for research and innovation after the stifling oppression of the positivist era. As well as Bartoli and Cosmo, its teaching staff included such names as Luigi Einaudi, Francesco Ruffini, Giovanni Chironi, Vincenzo Manzini, Gioele Solari, Pietro Toesca, Arturo Farinelli, Giovanni Pacchioni, Rodolfo Renier, Ettore Stampini, Achille Loria, and Annibale Pastore. Men of many different tendencies and cultural outlooks, some still positivist, like Loria, some drawn towards nationalism, like Pacchioni, near-revolutionaries like Farinelli, liberals such as Einaudi and Ruffini. Given this wide variety, the university's influence upon its students was on the plane of method rather than that of ideology. I remember a lecture room on the ground floor, writes Togliatti, on the left side of the courtyard as one goes in, where we used to gather from our various faculties, and with our various outlooks united by a common eagerness to find meaning in our own lives. This was where that remarkable man, Arturo Farinelli, used to read and comment on the classics of German Romanticism. Here was a new morality, which he inculcated into us, founded on the refusal of convention, on a self-denying devotion to the cause with which one's existence is identified, on the supreme law of utter sincerity to one's own nature. One characteristic trait of Gramsci's adult personality was already emerging. His university studies had more than anything strengthened his taste for research, his liking for exactness. They gave him that habit of severe philological discipline, and that fund of methodological scruples, which he refers to in a letter from prison. In 1916 he wrote of himself, "From his own university apprenticeship, the writer recalls most vividly those classes in which the teacher made him aware of the intense toil of centuries underlying the perfection of the research methods being employed. In the natural sciences, for instance, the great effort it took to free men's minds from prejudices and from philosophic or religious a priorism, to the point where they could recognize that springs of water arise from atmospheric precipitations and not from the sea. Or, in philology, how the historical method was arrived at through all the trials and errors of traditional empiricism, and how in the work of Francesco de Sanctis, for example, the criteria and basic ideas were all truths, slowly winnowed out from a great mass of laborious experience and inquiry. This was the most vital element in scholarship, the spirit of recreation, which made one able to assimilate great masses of data, the spirit that kindled in us the bright flame of new intellectual life." For the time being, the young Sardinian immigrant was wholly wrapped up in the university. Outside it, he met only other immigrants in a restaurant where, according to Piero Ciuffo, the proprietor used to chain the knives, forks, crockery, and glasses to the table. He wasn't insured against theft, obviously. Sometimes he used to chain clients to the leg of the table too, as an extra precaution. Among the students, Gramsci had few friends. Cesare Berger, another of the Carlo Alberto scholars, Camillo Berra and Angelo Tasca, the latter from a socialist working-class family. Tasca was the only political activist. 3 years before, in May 1909, when Tasca was only 17, he had been a co-founder at the first Turin Fascio of the Young Socialist Federation, alongside Giuseppe Romita and Gino Castagno. He would later write of the experience, "We made up a group of red cyclists and went out almost every Sunday morning to spread the word among the peasants, who usually didn't want to know." They were still heavily influenced by positivism. In our great trinity of Darwin, Spencer and Marx, the latter tended to lose out. However, they were freeing themselves from the dominant positivist trend, little by little. They mistrusted oratory, and preferred serious culture to facile sentiments. At a young socialist congress in September 1912, they were described as the culturists by a Neapolitan engineering student called Amadeo Bordiga. The Turin Fascio was in practice a rallying point for immature romantic revolutionaries and avid readers of Prezzolini's La Voce, for a younger generation very different from the older socialists. We were nearly all hostile to Bedrecker-style anti-clericalism, which was very often all that socialism boiled down to at the local level. Our group managed to get a big majority for a motion proposing a boycott of l'Asino at a national congress. At first, however, Gramsci's relationship with Tasca developed outside this young socialist milieu. He came into closer contact with Togliatti again in the early spring of their first year at university, following a class given by the professor of Roman law, Giovanni Pacchioni. Togliatti studied jurisprudence, and unlike Tasca was not yet interested in active politics. Pacchioni now and then liked to hold debates among the students, instead of giving a lecture, and, according to Marcella and Maurizio Ferrara, Togliatti chose to discuss the problem of the authenticity or otherwise of the Roman law of the 12 Tables, arguing for its authenticity and criticizing Pais and Lambert. This was his first prepared talk in public, and Gramsci was in the audience. When it was over, the two renewed their acquaintanceship and continued their discussion. Togliatti recalls the event as the beginning of that long debate with Gramsci, which we were to return to so many times in so many forms, with much more experience and under different circumstances, on the eternal subject of human history, matrix of all that men know or ever will know. Those days saw the Italian invasion of Libya, the Italy of the grandiose Cinquantenario celebrations, whose own south was rotten with illiteracy, tuberculosis, corruption, tolerated petty dictatorship and death from starvation, now attempted to make itself look bigger by occupying an underdeveloped country. Human and material wealth was squandered in a desert. Those who had the sense to resist the patriotic delirium of Corradini and D'Annunzio were derided, as were those who thought that Italy should concentrate on civilizing herself before trying to export civilization to Africa. However well documented, such ideas were dismissed as defeatist, as revealing what the colonialists contemptuously called the stay-at-home mentality. Such was the climate in which Gramsci and Togliatti began to see more of one another. I must say that at the time, as a very young man, his outlook was frankly and proudly pro-Sardinian, even Sardinian nationalist, states Togliatti. He felt very deeply the common resentment of all Sardinians at the wrongs suffered by the island, and for him, too, such resentment turned easily against continentals and against the continent itself. The young Gramsci expressed this feeling in a metaphor. You must picture Sardinia as a fertile and abundant field, whose fertility is nourished by an underground spring rising from a far-off hill. Suddenly, you see that the field's fertility has vanished. Where once there were rich harvests, there is now only grass burnt brown by the sun. You look for the cause of the disaster, but you can find it only by looking beyond the limits of your own small field, only by looking as far as the hill the water came from, and understanding that kilometers away a wicked egoist has cut off the fertility of your field at its source. So who was responsible for drying up the spring? Who had condemned Sardinia to backwardness and poverty in this way? As an aid to understanding the full force of the image, it may help to recall the wording of an appeal sent in 1925 by the Crest Intern, or Peasant International, to a Sardinian nationalist conference at Macomer. Although written mainly by Ruggero Greco, the inspiration for it came from Gramsci. It claims that Sardinia is one of the relatively rich parts of Italy. It has many and varied mineral resources: iron, silver-bearing lead, copper, antimony, and lithographic stone. It has about a quarter of Italy's pasture land. Its fishing industry could be a great source of prosperity for the people, so could the cork industry and the salt pans. The people of Sardinia, therefore, have the economic basis for a reasonable prosperity within their own territory. This picture is not without some exaggeration. It reflects Gramsci's convictions at this time. Deeply impressed by the misery of both the peasant masses and the middle strata of the island's population, he was naturally wondering who had choked the spring. During his early days in Turin, the Sardinian student gave the answer, which island experience had matured within him. He used to believe that salvation for Sardinia lay in a struggle against the continent and the continentals, for her own freedom, her own well-being and progress, wrote Togliatti. However, this nationalistic feeling was clearly tempered by socialist tendencies from very early on. It is Togliatti, again, who recalls, "When Antonio Gramsci came over from Sardinia, he was already a socialist. That he was so, perhaps, is better explained by a Sardinian instinct of rebellion and the sort of humanitarianism common to young intellectuals from the provinces, rather than by familiarity with any system of ideas." There was certainly little in the young student's socialism which corresponded to the socialist ideas in vogue around him, still ideologically close to positivist philosophy. Later he was to write, "The ideology diffused everywhere among the northern masses by bourgeois propagandists is very familiar. The Mezzogiorno is nothing but a ball and chain, impeding the more rapid and civilized development of Italy. Southerners are biologically inferior, naturally destined to be barbarians or semi-barbarians. If the South is backward, this is not the fault of the capitalist system or any other historical factor. It is caused by the Southern nature, which makes them all slackers, incompetents, criminals, savages, except for the explosion now and then of individual geniuses who temper this cruel destiny like solitary palm trees in an arid and sterile desert. The Socialist Party was the main vehicle for diffusing this bourgeois ideology among the workers of the North." Or again, "The average northern Italian believed that if the Mezzogiorno had failed to progress after being liberated from the shackles of the old Bourbon regime, this must be due not to external causes, nor to objective economic and political conditions, but rather to the innate internal incapacity of the Southerners, to their organic or biological inferiority, their native barbarism. Such ideas were not only widely accepted, but actually cultivated, and given theoretical form by positivist sociologists like Niceforo, Sergi, Fiori, Orano, etc., until they were regarded as scientific truths." A few years before, one of Alfredo Niceforo's books, with a preface by Enrico Ferri, had tried to demonstrate by measuring the craniums of shepherds in the Barbagia district of Sardinia, between Orgosolo, Orune and Biti, that this was inevitably a zone of delinquency, peopled by men who had sucked in some kind of criminality virus with their mother's milk. Gramsci's regional patriotism was especially hurt when socialist writers embraced such notions. "I can say this with complete conviction," relates Togliatti, "for it was the subject of our very first conversations together in the old porch of Turin University when we arrived from our Sardinian lices. Gramsci indignantly refuted the current explanations put about by hack sociologists who sought the causes of a region's backwardness in the particular characteristics of its people. Possibly Gramsci's early distance from the Turin socialist milieu was not unconnected with such facts, for this milieu was at that time mainly absorbed in local northern issues. However, there was already something in his general approach which made Angelo Tasca hope he would soon commit himself actively to socialism. One episode reveals this. Towards the end of the first university year, Tasca made Gramsci a present of a French edition of War and Peace, and dedicated it with these words, "To my fellow student of today, and my fellow combatant, I hope, of tomorrow." It is dated the 11th of May, 1912. Gramsci was then studying for his first university examinations. He was exhausted. On the 14th of March he wrote home, "I can't write more, as I've been feeling unwell for a couple of days, and can neither do anything nor even think about anything. I can't wait to get away for a rest, and see whether this wretched headache will get better. It's tormenting me night and day. It prevents me studying and sleeping, so I really cannot say that I'm enjoying life at the moment." He intended to sit 2 exams. Later he wrote, "On the 6th of July, I'm doing the 2nd exam. Then, on the 15th, I can head for my beloved Sardinia." But in fact, he did not feel up to doing either of these examinations, and put them off until the autumn. At home in Ghilarza, he was short of money, and thought of earning some by giving private lessons. His pupil on this occasion, Peppino Mameli, remembers what happened. "I had to do my final school exams in Latin and Greek over again, and since Nina was back in town for the holidays, I took some lessons from him. He had an extraordinary gift for teaching. He would put the questions to me, always in dialect, and then comment on my answers. His friendly way of putting things across made me feel completely at ease. Then, after a bit, we had to give it up. He needed a complete rest, and went off to the seaside at Bosa Marina for some time." In the early autumn of 1912, Gramsci returned to Turin. He changed addresses, moving nearer the centre to number 33 Via San Massimo, where he lodged in the dwelling of an embroidery designer, Carlo Gribodo. His new landlord's profession is on the heading of the paper Gramsci used for his next letter home. "I've escaped," no other word for it, "from the place I was in before because life there had become intolerable, and I've ended up in another house where I'm no better off. So I'd quit here just as willingly. But to get anything really better, I would have to spend a lot more, and that's impossible." Via San Massimo runs across Via Po, and about 100 yards on the other side stands the Mole Antonelliana. Angelo Tasca had a mezzanine room at number 14 on that same side of the street. Gramsci did the geography exam on the 4th of November and got 30 out of 30, then 27 for the Greek and Latin grammar exam on the 12th, and finally 30 e lode, 30 with honours, from Professor Bartoli in the linguistics examination. He continued to work with Bartoli for a long time after this exam. About 2 weeks later, he was writing to Teresina and asking her to find out if the word pamentile exists in the dialect of Logodoro, and if it means floor. If the phrase homine debore exists, with a sense of men of authority. If the term subirone exists, possibly meaning some part of a scale, and if so, what part? If one says piscatrici in the Campidano dialect to mean a fisher girl, or some kind of seabird, and so on. Months after that, in March 1913, we find him inquiring whether Logodoro dialect has the word pus, with a meaning of then, in the sense of subsequently, not pust or pustis, but just pus. Also, does puscena exist? And what do portifale, arcade, pollo, and poiolo mean? He seemed cut out to be a good linguist at this time, and said later that one of the biggest intellectual regrets of my life is the great grief I caused my old professor at Turin University, Bartoli, who was quite convinced that I was the archangel destined to smite down the neo-grammaticists once and for all. 10. In March 1913, Antonio Gramsci was 22, and in his second year at the Faculty of Letters. The country was already suffering the consequences of the Libyan expedition. The lower classes naturally suffered most, and the high cost of a war they had not wanted brought about a rapidly spreading malaise. On the 19th of March, 6,500 car workers went on strike in Turin. Although those who failed to report for work by the 25th were threatened with dismissal, the strike remained solid. Instead of streaming in the gates of Fiat, Spar and Lancia, the workers met every morning in Michelotti Park, on the other side of the Po. Bruno Buozzi and the union leaders would be there, news and information were exchanged, and the day-to-day conduct of the strike was decided on the basis of constant consultation between the rank and file and the leadership. At first, says Gino Castagno, a little table was borrowed from a nearby inn for the speakers to stand on. Then some enterprising comrades found planks and knocked together a permanent platform in the shelter of a group of large plane trees, which looked like a stage backdrop to our meetings. April passed, then May. The industrialists continued to refuse the demands. The workers did not weaken, and the great gatherings in Michelotti Park became habitual. While they lasted, perhaps the most striking aspect of the city's social life. Gramsci, too, was impressed by the phenomenon. At certain hours of the morning, relates Togliatti, when we left the classroom and emerged from the quadrangle, walking down towards the Po, we would come across crowds of men very different from ourselves going in the same direction. A whole mass of people was drifting down to the river and to the parks along its banks, and we would go along with them to where they were going, talking with them and hearing about their struggle. At first sight they appeared very different from us students, almost like another race, but in reality they were not so different, and not at all another race. The strike ended successfully on the 23rd of June, after lasting for 96 days. Antonio Gramsci was not active in the socialist organizations of the time, but he was not indifferent to what was happening. His existence was still a lonely one, and plagued by bad health. The holiday period at Ghilarza and Bosa Marina had been of little use to him. Cold, hunger, and the need to follow a strict regime of study if he was not to lose his scholarship, all helped to keep him in a very precarious physical state. Loneliness made things even worse. Kept apart by the deformity which singled him out so sharply, and by an unsociable temperament which made it hard to form friendships, Gramsci still had few ties either in the university or outside it. He saw only 1 or 2 fellow students regularly, and would sometimes meet his professor of linguistics, Bartoli, for long discussions about linguistics under the arcades of Corso Vinzaglio, where the professor's house was. For the rest, he remained isolated, and endured every sort of privation. He never went to shows or even to cafes. There were only 2 things which he never gave up: cigarettes and books. Just as he had once sold his provisions at Santo Lusurgio in order to buy books, so now, careless of his 70 lira monthly budget, he would go without to obtain the books that interested him. On one occasion, during his second year at university, he purchased a small library of books on Sardinia from the heirs of a certain Marchese di Boyle. It contained Alberto La Marmora's Voyage en Sardaigne, Giuseppe Manu's Storia di Sardegna, and his Storia Moderna di Sardegna dall'anno 1773 al 1799, as well as a big leather-bound volume, really huge, it weighed at least 10 kilos, containing the collected papers of Arborea. When he was not absorbed in this or similar reading matter, Gramsci preferred to spend his time at university lectures, often outside his own faculty. Togliatti writes, "I used to meet him everywhere, wherever there were professors dealing with essential problems in an illuminating way like Einaudi or Chironi or Ruffini. I remember that Gramsci was always there for Francesco Ruffini's famous course on the new conception of church-state relations, for instance. His physical and nervous exhaustion never diminished his intellectual curiosity, but he was rather depressed and cut off from life. For a time he did not reply to letters from home. On the 6th of May 1913, his mother wrote to him, "My dearest, this is the 4th time I've sent on letters and postcards, and I'm very upset at being without news of you for so long. I don't know what to think. Are you ill, perhaps? If you don't answer at once this time, I shall have to inquire through the college authorities. I'm waiting anxiously." In July, Gramsci asked the college authorities to take his poor state of health into account, and returned to Ghilarza without sitting the examinations. There were to be elections that summer, the first since the recent franchise reform. In Sardinia, a free trade campaign was at its height. It was fostered by the arguments and editorials of such papers as Prezzolini's La Voce, Salvemini's L'Unità, and Riforma Sociale. A young Nuoro intellectual, Attilio De Feno, was trying to give practical expression to this campaign with some form of direct action. He had graduated from Pisa University the year before with a thesis on the Marxist theory of capitalist concentration. It was at his initiative that a group for anti-protectionist action and propaganda had arisen on the island, and in August, a document stating the group's position appeared in certain Sardinian papers and in La Voce, number 35. It was composed by De Feno and another young journalist, Niccolo Fancello, and was signed by a number of other names: Gino Corradetti, Secretary of the Railwaymen's Union and the Cagliari Chamber of Labour; Massimo Stara, Secretary of the Sassari Chamber of Labour. This was the Stara who had been Gramsci's teacher for a few weeks at Santo Lussurgio years before; Giovanni Sanna, later the co-author with Antonio Graziadei on a thesis on the agrarian question at the Second Congress of the Communist Party of Italy in March 1922, Francesco Dore, a future parliamentary deputy, and 2 young Republican lawyers, Pietro Mastino and Michele Saba. The document restated the protest against tariff protectionism and attributed to its working arrested development, the growing misery and unemployment of the labouring masses, the high cost of living, the depopulation of the countryside, and emigration. For the sake of certain industries which have shown they do not require protection at all, and certain others which could not even exist or develop without it, the manifesto continues, the economy of the South has been condemned to suffer a slow death, especially the Sardinian economy, damaged, first of all, by the high tariffs, which have artificially raised the cost of manufactured goods, machines, and the instruments of production, and then hampered in its most profitable forms of trade and export such as livestock, wine, oil, fruit and cheese, which no longer found an outlet on foreign markets thanks to the reprisals of other states against the protectionist policies of our own, as with the closure of the French markets to Sardinian produce. Finally, the statement made an appeal for the moral and financial support of all Sardinian progressives in the group's work. Gramsci wrote to La Voce from Ghilarza. His name was added to the list of supporters in a later issue of the paper, number 41, on the 9th of October 1913. It was the first time that the young Sardinian student had publicly committed himself in a political struggle. Meanwhile, the electoral battle was raging. Polling day in Sardinia for the island's 12 representatives was the 26th of October, and for the first time the illiterate were to vote. Hence there had been a precipitous rise in the number of voters in Sardinia from 42,000 to 178,000, an extra 136,000 who, it was widely expected, would cause nothing less than a political earthquake. There was a widespread mystical conviction, writes Gramsci, that after the vote everything would be changed utterly, as in a sort of social palingenesis, or so it was in Sardinia at least. What was the real situation? The socialist organizations had been losing ground between the end of 1911 and 1913. They were short of both funds and militants. Some of the most capable leaders like Giuseppe Cavallera had left, overcome by discouragement. Even in larger centres like Cagliari, the local Socialist Party section and the Chamber of Labour had to close down. Given this total vacuum, where until the very eve of the election there was no organisation whatever, where no nucleus of political educators had been spreading the new ideas among the illiterate masses, the task of the few enthusiasts who tried to put things right at the last moment was both difficult and complicated. The proletarian weekly Il Risveglio dell'Isola, Island Awakening, had to admit sadly that 90 workers out of 100 listened to us without the faintest understanding of the new message. But were the workers always to blame? Did not some fault lie with the teachers, with their lack of preparation, their remoteness from the popular state of mind, and their reliance on a few weak abstractions? The Sardinian socialism of the time was closer to Bodreca's l'asino than it was to Marx. Its salient characteristic was a crude, barroom anti-clericalism. Il Risveglio said on the 6th of July 1913, in a piece on an outlaw of the Sarabus district, "Even if Tramazzo was more of a criminal than he is, even if he committed every brutal excess this side of cannibalism, we would still prefer him to the priests." Two socialists from Domus Novas, Francesco Saba and Giuseppe Onnis, were expelled from the party, one for attending Mass, the other for ringing church bells on the St. John's Day holiday, so ran the official pronouncement. Only a minority of leaders had any experience. In the autumn, there were to be 3 socialist candidates: Giuseppe Cavallera, summoned back from his home in Genoa, in the Iglesias constituency, Gino Corradetti in Cagliari, and Massimo Stara in Sassari. 2 new figures also came forward for the first time. At Oristano, a reformist called Felice Porcella, and in the Nuoro constituency, a progressive Catholic, Francesco Dore. How much damage would the wider franchise cause to the old system? The Conservatives were certainly terrified. Up to now, Gramsci writes, elections had apparently been concerned with very vague issues, since the candidates represented local and personal interests, not national party positions. They were like a cross between elections to a constituent assembly and elections for membership of the local hunt club. There was no trace of argument, as the ideas were bandied about. Votes were simply bought, extorted by intimidation and intrigue, or given as a form of ritual thanks for blessings received. Defamation of character, insinuation and mockery were the usual weapons employed. Discovering that a politician was a cuckold explained everything, comments Gramsci. But now that male suffrage was close to universal, at least a partial change of approach was required. Buying the whole electorate had become rather expensive. It was now 4 times larger. And after all, the socialists were presenting some sort of political case, however badly, to which some reply was necessary. But what reply? The answer found was fear. A campaign was launched to spread terror of the unknown among the faithful, and among tradesmen and small landholders, who were conscious of being proprietors, however tiny their property. So a certain real clarification of issues was produced. For many years, Conservative and populist papers alike, embittered politicians kept out of governments in Rome, and local administrators kept short of funds, big landowners angry at high taxation, and workers and peasants oppressed by starvation wages and cost inflation, had all found common ground in Sardinian regionalism. Few had noticed how divergent the real motives behind this protest were, and none had drawn the proper inferences from this divergence. Popular desperation and the spite and vendettas of the ruling class were hopelessly mixed up in the continual blind assault on government as such. The electoral debut of the lower orders, however, began at last to create a watershed, separating these different interests from one another, and this was the significance of the 1913 elections. The Conservatives stood on one side, workers on the other. The old equivocation of the common struggle for Sardinia dropped away, and confusion was no longer possible. The Sardinian property-owning class changed targets very swiftly indeed. It now found itself in surprising harmony with Rome, and the socialist organizations became the enemy. Previously, it had harnessed popular moods and movements, even supporting trade union actions in its struggle against inconsiderate central government. Now things were suddenly turned upside down. It was quite happy to use the power, the agents and the money of central government in a battle against the organized vanguard of the lower classes. The myth of Sardinianism had served its purpose and could be cast aside. Now new topics suddenly filled the pages of the ruling class papers. The youthful martyrs of the Libyan War, sent there to die by the ruling class itself, and unconditional support for rises in the military budget, applause for whoever shot down workers on strike anywhere, wage claims depicted as attempts to subvert the peaceful accord of capital and labor, and the vast rivers, the indescribable floods of money which a well-intentioned and friendly government now intended to spend on public works in Sardinia. The anti-socialist forces gathered round the establishment candidates. At Iglesias, where it looked as if Giuseppe Cavallera might win, the mining company candidate Herminio Ferraris withdrew in favor of Giuseppe Sanna Randaccio to avoid splitting the right-wing vote. In spite of the latter's record of anti-clericalism, the Curia obligingly withdrew its non-expedit against him. During the election campaign in the mining region, voicing any other opinion than the bosses involved risking one's job. Organization became an offense in itself. At Montepone, for instance, 19 carters out of 24 asked for some reduction in the 16-hour day and a rise in their wages, 2 lira 60 a day. Although they belonged to no outside organization, the simple fact that the 19 had signed a written request allowed them to be defined as a conspiracy, and the chief conspirator, the first name on the list, was sacked as an example. Everywhere, the struggle took place against a background of such intransigence by the owners. The press and the police openly supported the government candidates. Simply because a socialist was mayor, the local council at Serremana was dissolved by official decree. According to the Socialist Weekly, the charges made against our comrade Corradetti are innumerable. He stands accused of inciting class hatred, of instigating civil war, of public defamation of institutions, and of lèse-majesty. Every single issue of the Risveglio is accused of something or other. So economic power, the police, the law, and all other available groups capable of exerting pressure were mobilized to the full behind the men of the right. Nevertheless, they were not entirely successful. New things did happen. Cavallera won in the Iglesias constituency, Porcella won at Oristano, and Francesco Dore at Nuoro. And the whole experience was a decisive one for Antonio Gramsci's political development. He wrote a long letter at the time to his friend and fellow student, Angelo Tasca. He had been very impressed, says Tasca, by the utter change caused by the participation of the peasant masses in the election, even though they had not known how to make proper use of their new weapon. It was this experience, and his own reflection on it, that finally made Gramsci into a socialist. When he returned to Turin at the start of the following session, I had fresh evidence of just how decisive these events had been for him. The 1913 elections had made clear to Gramsci the ambiguity of the old Sardinian protest movement and the slogans which he had himself echoed in previous years, like national independence for the region and Continentals go home. It was still true that kilometers away a wicked egoist has cut off at its source the fertility of Sardinia. But who was he? Who had in fact choked the well and condemned the island to backwardness? Was it really the whole continent? Now he began to see clearly that the real oppressors of the southern peasants, of the smallholders, and the lower middle classes of his island were not the workers and industrialists of the north, but a combination of the industrialists with the indigenous Sardinian or southern ruling class as a whole. The evil was also at home, and far removed from the industrial proletariat which he had seen on strike in Turin for 96 days earlier that year. From this time, recalls Tasca, Gramsci's links with the socialist movement were mainly with the young socialists of the Turin Central Fascio. 11. When his third university year began in November 1913, Gramsci still had to sit all the examinations for his previous year. He moved again to number 14 on the same street, Via San Massimo, the same block of flats as Angelo Tasca lived in. The widowed mother of a student friend, Camillo Berra, had decided to let a room. There is a large central courtyard with a covered gallery on all four sides and two entrances onto Via San Massimo and Piazza Carlina. Gramsci went to live on the top story and was to remain there as Signora Berra's only lodger for nearly 9 years, until his trip to Russia in May 1922. He found study difficult. He had failed again to recover from his chronic mental overstrain during the holidays. What he really needed was a complete change of life, a different diet, some medical attention, and absolute quiet. But without ample funds, this was unthinkable. In any case, a prolonged rest and further postponement of the examinations until he was recovered would have entailed the loss of his scholarship, which he could not contemplate either. His father already found it hard to send him occasional small sums to supplement his grant, at the cost of never-ending sacrifices by everyone in the family, and still could not hope to be Antonio's sole support at university. At home, Mario had enrolled in the Army Cycle Corps in December 1911. Carlo was still only 16, too young for a regular job, and Gennaro, still at the Marzullo brothers' ice factory in Cagliari, was the only one who could help out a little. Signor Cicillo continued to support 4 children on his modest clerk's wages. The loss of the college scholarship would be a disaster, and to avert it, Antonio was forced to sit the examinations. He was very determined, but willpower was no longer enough. He wrote to his father, "I write to you feeling nothing but rage and utter despair. This has been a day I shall remember for a very long time, and unfortunately it's not over yet. It's useless. I've been working feverishly for about a month, and harder than ever these last few days, but now, after a fearful crisis, I have simply had to make a decision. I do not wish to get myself into an even worse state, and I do not wish to throw away altogether what I'm still hanging on to. I will not sit the exams, because I'm half crazy or half stupid or completely stupid, I don't know which. I won't sit the exams in order to be thrown out altogether and completely ruined. Dear Dad, after a whole month's most intensive study, I've only managed to make myself dizzy with fatigue and get my old headaches back, more excruciating than ever, and in addition, a kind of cerebral anemia which blots out my memory and ravages my brain, and makes me feel positively insane. I can't get away from it and find peace anywhere, neither walking nor lying on the bed, nor, as I do sometimes, rolling to and fro on the floor like a maniac. My landlady called a doctor yesterday, and he gave me an injection of tranquilizer. Today I'm taking opium, but I'm still shaking all over, and still obsessed by the utter ruin now staring me in the face. A friend has persuaded me I should try to present a medical certificate to obtain exemption. Possibly the professorial board might agree to let me continue on the scholarship and take the exams next March. He did so, and the college accepted the request. The college board considered his case in their session of the 19th of February 1914. The minutes, published in 1957 by Zuccaro, record that Gramsci Antonio has not been able to sit examinations because of serious illness, as confirmed in a medical certificate from Dr. Alasia, which states that Signor Gramsci is suffering from acute neurosis. This student has conveyed his willingness to make up the lost ground by retaking the autumn examinations in March. An acute neurosis might seem ample justification for failing to sit exams. However, Dr. Alasia's certificate did not bring Gramsci the full forgiveness of the Carlo Alberto College. He was to be punished by temporary loss of grant until such time as he should recover his right to the full amount by passing the previously omitted examinations in Greek, modern history, biennial, and another subject of his own choice. So, at the very moment that he needed rest most urgently, he was forced to plunge back into work, under conditions rendered even more harsh than before by the loss of his grant money. His father had written to him in November saying, "I must urge you to take things a little easier, as overwork is the principal cause of your illness. Remember that you are far away from us, and that none of us can come and keep you company." Somehow or other, with another great effort of will, Antonio overcame this hurdle. On the 28th of March 1914, he took the moral philosophy examination and passed with 25 out of 30. On the 2nd of April, he did the modern history exam, 27 out of 30. When the board of directors met again on the 4th of April, he still had one exam to sit. Gramsci asked them to renew his scholarship immediately after the third examination, without waiting for their next meeting, and they agreed. On the 18th he got 24 in the Greek examination, thus reacquiring the right to his full bounty of 70 lira per month. But the extreme effort and suffering of the preceding months had left another deep mark on him. Towards the end of 1915, we find him writing to his sister Grazietta, "I have had my headache every single day for at least 3 years now, and always at least one spell of dizziness or vertigo." This period of intensive application had also cut him off to some extent from his few friends in the city. After the exams were over, Antonio took to seeing Tasca and Togliatti again, and now spent more time with them. Another student had joined the group in the meantime, Umberto Terracini. He had just enrolled as a law student and was younger than the others. Gramsci was 23, Tasca was 22, Togliatti was 21, and Terracini was 19. 5 years later, after the war, these four would find themselves together again on the editorial board of L'Ordine Nuovo. But at the moment, only Tasca and Terracini were regularly involved in politics, as members of the young socialist Fascio, though he was less involved like Togliatti, whom Tasca describes as more taken up with his studies. Gramsci felt close to the position of his two near contemporaries. They had much in common, a keen interest in Croce, for his anti-positivist and anti-metaphysical stance, in Salvemini, who was carrying on his battle against the corporative deviations of Northern Socialism, and in the youthful revolutionary editor of the socialist daily Avanti, Benito Mussolini. It is difficult to say whether Gramsci was already a member of the Partito Socialista Italiano, PSI, before 1914, as there is no solid evidence. In April 1964, Togliatti stated in a letter to Alfonso Leonetti, "As you know, I met Antonio in the autumn of 1911 at the university. For months and months we did nothing but meet and discuss. You remember well what he was like. From all these talks it was quite clear, beyond any possible doubt, that he already had firm socialist convictions. These convictions went back to his Cagliari period, when Gramsci had been in contact with the Chamber of Labour there. What I am not clear about is the year in which he first acquired a PSI party card. I did so in 1914, but Gramsci already had one at that time." Whatever may be thought of this, there are certainly good grounds for seeing this period as the one where a new Gramsci was born, Gramsci as a national figure. It remains for us to chart the contours of this intellectual turning point and of his philosophical evolution towards Marxism. Marcella and Maurizio Ferrara have written, "The final abandonment of positivism was soon accomplished by both Gramsci and Togliatti. The one sure reference point which remained for them was the work of Antonio Labriola. and his attempts at the explanation and further development of Marxism were at this time read and reread, studied closely and commented on. Works like In memoria del manifesto dei comunisti, In memory of the Communist Manifesto, Saggi intorno alla concezione materialistica della storia, Essays on the materialistic conception of history, and Discorrendo di socialismo e di filosofia, Talks on socialism and philosophy. But this was probably not so, at least before the war. It looks very much as if the authors may be attributing to the two young students readings which they only came to later on. The doubt arises from one simple fact. In all his early writings, Gramsci refers to Labriola only once, in 1918. Another memoir of the period has come from Annibale Pastore, the professor of theoretical philosophy at Turin. We learn that Professor Bartoli introduced Gramsci to him with the words, "Give him lots of philosophy. He deserves it. You'll see, he'll be somebody someday. He wants to find out more about Marx." That year, 1914-15, Gramsci's fourth year in the faculty, Pastore was giving a course on the critical interpretation of Marxism. In it, he went beyond the conception of Hegelian dialectic as fixed in an eternal trichotomy of thesis, antithesis, and synthesis, with an original discovery of his own, the incubation of material conditions in the womb of existing society seen as the point of disruption between thesis and antithesis. Pastore goes on. Gramsci grasped the originality of the notion at once, and saw it as a new and critical insight into the meaning of crisis and revolution. He had been a Crocean originally, but was now very restless, without knowing how or why he had to break away. He wanted to understand how culture developed, for revolutionary reasons, the ultimately practical significance of theoretical life. He wanted to find out how thinking can lead to actions, the technique of propaganda, how a thought can make people's hands move, and how and in what sense ideas themselves may be actions. These were the first of my sallies to impress him. Another very important thing which drew him towards me was my emphasis on experimental logic, on technical innovation, on the transition from Homo sapiens to Homo faber, that is, from the logician to the engineer, to the technician, the mechanic, the worker who controls a machine, from mental labor to manual labor. In short, like the outstanding pragmatist he was, Gramsci was concerned above all else at this time to understand how ideas become practical forces. Did Gramsci subsequently forget all about this teacher, who had even given him private lessons? In his articles and notes, and in the prison letters, we often find affectionate references to other professors he had been close to in his time at university, like Bartoli or Cosmo, but never to Annibale Pastore, whose lessons may have influenced Gramsci's Marxist evolution somewhat less strongly than the above quotation suggests, or at any rate less immediately and directly. In 1917, the paper La Città Futura was to show to what extent Gramsci had remained influenced by Croce's historical idealism. It appears, therefore, that a number of assessments have somewhat accelerated Gramsci's Marxist formation, and predated cultural experiences that belong more properly to his maturity, or at least to a considerably later period. As far as his university years are concerned, it seems likely that Gramsci's ideas evolved and transformed the Sardinian Gramsci into a national figure, without any very marked hiatus. Piero Gobetti described him as a man come from the countryside to forget tradition, to get rid of the sick, anachronistic heritage of his island, and replace it with a single-minded, inexorable drive towards modernity. He saw the very physical presence of Gramsci as the symbol of a rural life renounced forever, and of the forceful, almost violent imposition of a program founded on and animated by desperation, by the spiritual hunger of someone who has defeated and betrayed his native innocence. But this was not an accurate assessment either. The fact is that Gramsci was alone among intellectuals in a comparable situation, precisely in refusing the usual alternatives. That is, either to remain cocooned in regional experience, which, however vital, remains limiting when not related to a wider perspective, like Deleda or Sata, or, on the other hand, to escape from a regional background by assimilating the new way of life en bloc, and making it the tombstone of one's native experience and sensibility, like Salvatore Farina. Gramsci refused either to shelter within the Sardinian nationalism of his youth, or to let himself be converted passively to the ideology and political outlook of the northern working class, an outlook corrupted at that time by corporative notions no less questionable than the ones prevalent in his isolated homeland. He certainly felt the impulse, as he wrote, to overcome the backward way of living and thinking typical of a Sardinian of the early 20th century, and acquire a way of living and thinking which was national rather than regional and village-like. But at the same time he perceived clearly that one of the great needs of Italian culture is to overcome the provincialism reigning even within its most advanced and modern urban centres. So Gramsci became a socialist without burying his own past. While his socialist viewpoint made him aware of the ambiguity, limits and weaknesses of certain forms assumed by the Sardinian protest movement, so his Sardinian background made him quite naturally conscious of the ideological defects in a working-class movement inclined to see the Mezzogiorno as a ball and chain obstructing civilized progress. Socialism brought him new answers to the questions posed by his early island experience. But, as a Sardinian, he refused to separate the rural problem from the problem of the socialist revolution. It was a question, he writes, of leading the workers to overcome their inverted provincialism with its ball and chain ideas, deeply rooted in the socialist movement's reformist and corporative traditions. Tasca and the other avid readers of La Voce and Salvemini's L'Unità among the militants of the Fascio understood the argument well enough. Tasca wrote, Gramsci was a warm champion of the importance of the Southern question in socialist politics. We shared his view, and like him made this one of the key points in the political changes we were working for. The chance to test the local PSI's openness to such new ideas soon presented itself. As a result of the death of Pilar di Gai, the Turin parliamentary constituency of Borgo San Paolo fell vacant, and it was necessary to choose a new socialist candidate. The young militants had the idea of offering the candidature to Gaetano Salvemini. In October 1913, Salvemini had been defeated in the southern constituency of Molfetta Bitonto by a mixture of violence and chicanery on the part of Giolitti's government. This new move would be a way of affirming the solidarity of the Turin workers with the Puglia peasants, deprived of their proper parliamentary representative. With Ottavio Pastore, secretary of the Turin PSI, Angelo Tasca led a debate on this topic in the cafe bar of the Casa del Popolo. A formal motion was approved by the local party's executive, which had a large left-wing majority, and the offer was sent to Salvemini, who turned it down. Ottavio Pastore has said that at the time Gramsci had not yet begun to be particularly active in the party. Nevertheless, the approach to Salvemini must go on record as the Sardinian students' first political initiative in Turin. It was proposed, Gramsci himself recalled, by a group which included among its number the future editors of L'Ordine Nuovo. The proposal was brought to fruition by private discussion and argument, rather than in the party's public debates. But this does not alter the substantial novelty of the trend which had begun to emerge from Turin through the efforts of, among others, an obscure young militant of 23 who had only recently joined the party and was already searching with these others for an original political road to travel. His circle of friends grew larger. We often had occasion to discuss with student friends in the university porticos, says Tasca, but our world, the world into which Gramsci now entered, was composed much more of young office employees and workers with whom we used to wander about for hours in the evenings, exchanging ideas and giving free rein to all our hopes and enthusiasms, once we had come out of the Casa del Popolo in Via Sicardi. It was a time for new enthusiasms. Gramsci, too, offers a description. Groups of us would often leave party meetings and cluster round whoever was the leader of the moment, to pass through the streets of a now silent city, where only a few night people stopped to peer at us. We used to forget ourselves completely, still overflowing with impassioned feelings, and the talk would be punctuated with outrageous suggestions, great gales of laughter, and wild gallops into the realm of the impossible, into the world of dreams. Europe was moving steadily towards catastrophe. On the 28th of July 1914, 4 days before the useless slaughter started, the Socialist Party's national leadership and parliamentary group joined in demanding that Italy be absolutely neutral, and Italian neutrality was in fact declared on the 4th of August. However, a lively debate very soon arose among the socialists as to the exact meaning to be given to such neutrality. There was much uncertainty, and it is difficult to decide in retrospect whether this derived from Avanti and its editor Mussolini, or whether the vacillations of Avanti merely echoed the conflicting sentiments there already. The fact was that while many socialists happily accepted an interpretation of the war as essentially a clash of rival imperialist groups, they were nevertheless inclined to look more favourably on Republican France and invaded Belgium than on the absolutist Central Empires. On the 18th of October, Avanti published a long article by Mussolini himself, entitled From Absolute Neutrality to Active, Meaningful Neutrality. Reactions were varied and discordant. In the Turin socialist paper, Il Grido del Popolo, Cry of the People, Angelo Tasca replied to Mussolini on the 24th of October, and emphasized the need for Italy to stay absolutely neutral. But for some years now, Avanti's editor had had a considerable following. We young people were all enthusiastic about Mussolini, writes Mario Montagnana, partly because he was relatively young like ourselves, and partly because he had routed the reformists, and his Avanti articles appeared strong revolutionary stuff to us. Gramsci contributed to the argument with an article in Il Grido del Popolo on the 31st of October, his first published political writing. According to Marcella and Maurizio Ferrara, he showed it before publication to Togliatti, who agreed with what he said. Its title was Neutralità attiva ed operante, active, meaningful neutrality, referring back to Mussolini's slogan. However, the intention behind the words was obviously a different one, as the ultimately opposed attitudes of the two men towards the war showed well enough. The young student's argument was aimed chiefly at the reformists. They say they are unwilling to gamble with war, but they are content to let others gamble and win. They would like the proletariat to remain an impartial spectator of the events, on the assumption that events work for it, while the adversary, meantime, makes events work for him and actively prepares the terrain for the class struggle. How can the adversary be checked? Gramsci believed that the revolutionaries should set themselves the task of preparing the conditions most favourable for the decisive social dislocation, or revolution, by exerting a continuous series of pressures upon the various active and passive forces of society. And if the Italian bourgeoisie felt summoned to the war by its destiny, here then would be the occasion for another such series of wrenches, leading up to the final one. So Mussolini is not calling for embraces all round, for a fusion of all parties and national unanimity, since this would be an anti-socialist position. Neither does his position exclude the proletariat from seizing public power and getting rid of the ruling class, should the latter falter or show itself to be impotent. To his interpretation of Mussolini's attitude, Gramsci added a prudent footnote. If, that is, I have correctly interpreted his somewhat incoherent statements, and developed them along the same lines as he would have done himself. Later, Gramsci would find it difficult to escape from the accusation of being a war interventionist on the strength of this article. It was consistently interpreted in this light by sectarians. Once again, he turned to a more solitary existence. In his physical condition, intense activity always had to be paid for by the aggravation of all his ailments. And now he was working for a living, as well as pursuing his studies and engaging in politics. He gave private lessons. In the autumn examination session of his third year, he was only able to sit one exam, the biennial test on the literatures of the Romance languages, held on the 11th of November 1914. He ought to have taken the examinations in Italian literature, Latin and Sanskrit, in order to satisfy the conditions of his scholarship. When he failed to do so, we learn from the minutes of the College Board at its session of the 19th of December that Professor Bartley has submitted a statement to the Board to the effect that this student is subject to periodic nervous crises which prevent him from pursuing his studies with proper alacrity. The Board punished such lack of alacrity by withdrawing Gramsci's scholarship for 4 months. There followed a difficult time. Gramsci no longer went to the Casa del Popolo and ceased writing in Il Grido. This isolation, plus the severe mental drudgery of his work, provoked a further deterioration in his health. He commented later to his sister Grazietta, "I worked too much, perhaps, more than I was really capable of doing. I worked in order to live, while in order to live I should really have taken a rest. I should have had a good time. In 2 years I don't think I either laughed or cried once. I attempted to conquer physical weakness through work, and only made myself weaker than before." He was also less close to his family. "I did not write to my mother for some years, at least 2 years running, and learned also that it could be painful not to receive letters." Sardinia, the scenes of his childhood, his family in Ghilarza, little by little they were fading into the background, remote from his present travail. He was forgetting his affectionate arguments with his mother, as when she insisted that putting a little barley in coffee makes it more refreshing, and he would protest, "But I don't want to be refreshed, I just want coffee." He rarely thought now of his days watching hedgehogs in the Tirso Valley, or of how he had once raised tortoises, falcons and larks, and made sailboats with Luciano, the chemist's son. Nowadays, his head was forever filled with pain. Still, he did not give up. He stuck to his studies, because it was demanded of him, but also because he demanded it of himself. On the 13th of April 1915, he took the third-year examination in Italian literature. It was to be the last examination he would ever take. His university apprenticeship was broken off at this point. He was still in Turin on Monday the 17th of May, 1 week before Italy entered the war, when the city's working-class districts rose up in protest at the forthcoming intervention. There was a general strike, and in Via Cernaia and the surrounding streets, demonstrators clashed with squadrons of cavalry. A young joiner called Carlo Dezzani was killed by revolver fire. The army broke into the Casa del Popolo and occupied it. Gramsci followed these events, but, as far as we know, did not participate. Then, at last, very slowly, he began to emerge from his deep depression. On the 13th of November 1915, more than a year after his article on the neutrality question, he published another piece in Il Grido del Popolo. It referred to the meeting which had been held in the little Swiss town of Zimmerwald 2 months before, when representatives had gathered from those European socialist parties still opposed to the war to reiterate their opposition. Avanti had published the declaration issued from this conference on the 14th of October, and, for the first time, thousands of Italian socialist militants saw in print the name of one of the signatories, Lenin. However, this was not the main point of Gramsci's article, which was to comment on the recent 10th Congress of the Spanish Socialist Party, which, it appeared to the young writer, had demonstrated that there is still some purely socialist activity going on in Europe. For us, small movements can appear great because we relate them to those others which we alone feel, because we are living them, we are them. We feel ourselves to be the molecules of a world in gestation. We feel this great tide rising up slowly but inexorably, the solid cohesion of the infinitude of drops composing it. We feel that in this awareness the international is truly alive. Towards the end of 1915, writing to his family again after a long period of silence, Gramsci was able to see his time of tribulation as an episode now drawing to a close. I should never have detached myself so far from life in the way I did. I've lived right out of this world for a couple of years. It was like a long dream. I allowed all the links which bound me to the world of men to snap off, one by one. I lived entirely by the brain, and not at all by the heart. Not only as far as you were concerned. It was as if the whole of humanity had ceased to exist for me, and I was a wolf, alone in its den. Now that these sufferings were largely over, the young Gramsci, now 25, slowly reacquired his appetite for living, for political discussion and journalistic work. Articles began to appear in the page Avanti devoted to Turin affairs, and he also wrote regularly for Il Grido. In the latter, his pieces included a moving recollection of Renato Serra, a young critic who had been killed in the battles on the Podgora River some months before. Gramsci drew a connection between Serra and Francesco de Sanctis, the greatest European literary critic. His return to political work was even more of a turning point. He had not yet made the decision to give up his university career, but other interests were now eclipsing his academic ones. Socialism came more and more to be the answer to all problems, even to the personal ones which had so greatly harassed him. In fact, it was now, at some point between the end of 1915 and early in 1916, that Gramsci, the professional revolutionary, was born. He wrote home at this time, "My life is made miserable only by this feeling I always have of not being able to conquer my weakness, and so not being able to do enough work to both make a living and remain free to work for myself, for my own future, instead of just getting by from one day to the next. If only I always felt well. I tell you, I could earn as much as 500 lire a month. What hurts me is being always on my own, having always to trust others and live in restaurants where one spends so much for so very little." He could have had someone come from Ghilarza to live with him, but was not sure enough of his continued health and earning power for this. "Can I undertake the responsibility of making others suffer too? This is the thought which has always stopped me mentioning the possibility of one of you coming to Turin. But now I feel that I really must decide, for I can't go on in this precarious way much longer. I'll write to Mario and see what he wants to do." Mario had gone to the war, and Gennaro and Carlo were soon to follow him. Signor Cicillo and Signora Peppina were left alone with their daughters in Ghilarza. Tia Peppina kept on repeating, "They're going to butcher my boys." Antonio noted how very much more expressive the phrase is in Sardinian than in Italian. She would say, "Fagare a pezza." Pezza is the name for butcher's meat cut up for sale in a shop, as opposed to carne, the usual word for human flesh. 12. From early 1916 on, much of Antonio Gramsci's life was spent in the Casa del Popolo building, owned by the Turin Cooperative Alliance, in what was then Via Siccardi, today renamed Corso Galileo Ferraris. Inside the casa, there were the offices of the Associazione Generale Operaio, General Workers' Association, and those of the Railwaymen's Cooperative, the Chamber of Labour, and a number of different unions. There was also a well-equipped dispensary, and on the ground floor a large and very popular cafe bar. The People's Theatre, once alongside it, had been destroyed by police action in May 1915. On the top floor were 3 small rooms. One was the office of Il Grido del Popolo, edited by Giuseppe Bianchi until he was called up later in 1916, and after that by Maria Giudice, a primary school teacher and mother of 8 children. Another held the office of the Piedmont edition of Avanti, printed in Milan, run by Ottavio Pastore, and in the third was the local headquarters of the PSI, with a young socialist fascio in a still smaller room beside it. 3 people looked after Avanti: Pastore, Gramsci, and an ex-waiter called Leo Galetto, a strange, not uncharacteristic journalist given to picturesque wide-brimmed hats and florid cravats. A new writer now emerged on the pages of these papers, a writer radically different from any known to past readers of the socialist press. Gramsci's name scarcely ever appeared beneath the brief essays and cultural notes, or the short leader articles commenting on crimes, conferences and shows, which both Il Grido and Avanti now published regularly. Timidity always forced Gramsci to live impersonally. Pier Paolo Pasolini has said, if he was referring to this habit of never signing his name, timidity had nothing to do with it. It arose out of scientific disinterest and a repugnance for external show, out of a love of ideas in their own right. Gramsci's aversion to idolatry extended to the cult of names. At the most, one might occasionally see the initials A.G. under his articles, or the pseudonym derived from them, Alpha Gamma. Only a very select circle of readers knew the real name of the new writer. 2.5 years later, in July 1918, when La Stampa published a gleeful account of the trial of those involved in the previous summer's uprising, he was called Granischi Antonio. The Gazzetta del Popolo knew him as Antonio Gramsci. Obscure the name may have been, but many readers grasped the essential novelty of his articles in relation to the prevailing conventions of left-wing journalism. Giuseppe Bianchi had founded a column of Turin news in Avanti under the heading Sotto la Mole, Under the Mole, the huge Mole Antonelliana, a dome which dominates the Turin skyline. It had been put together by Bianchi himself, or by Pastore and others. When Gramsci took it over, its tone changed abruptly for the better. The notes and comments became satirical gems, showing a marked talent for polemical pamphleteering, all the more remarkable in a country where there was no tradition of pamphlet journalism. The new style which distinguished them was just as striking. His theatre reviews, no less than his more theoretical pieces, contrasted forcibly with the rhetorical pomposity of the older writers, thanks to the classical purity of his language and his taste for rational argument. His underlying coherence was such that the reader easily saw the link between different topics apparently remote from one another, and how they fitted into a continuing argument. The mainspring of this argument was Gramsci's double conviction that theory which could not be translated into terms of fact was useless abstraction, and that political action not illumined by theory was impulsive and fruitless. It is already possible to see the beginnings of Gramsci's characteristic method, later called obstetric or Socratic, which envisaged mass education as a process of question and answer, rather than of inflammatory harangues from a platform. An understanding of the cultural and psychological traits of the leadership of the Turin communist movement necessitates going back to the history of socialist journalism during the war years, Gobetti said later. Gramsci was the great exemplar of this new socialist journalism, and almost its sole representative during the war. The most politically active of the culturist group, Tasca, had been called up at the very beginning of the war. So had Togliatti, who was declared unfit for active service, but subsequently volunteered to join the Army Medical Corps. His political activity to date had in any case been slight, Some have held that he was not even a member of the Socialist Party before the war started. Others, that he left the party after volunteering for service and only rejoined again in 1919. Umberto Terracini, the last of the group, was arrested in September 1916 for distributing pacifist propaganda at Trinove Celese. He got off lightly with a suspended sentence of 1 month, but could not avoid being called up. After his training, he was refused officer rank for political reasons, and ended up as a private on the front line at Montebelluna. Gramsci was left on his own. The simplistic journalistic populism with which he had to come to terms is very well conveyed by the words of Maria Giudice. Il grido is still not simple enough, not easy enough, not clear enough. We are more used to reading from the book of life than from books of theory. We know that the masses feel and act not according to how they think or reason, but according to how they feel. When they feel socialist, they will act as socialists, without all these theories. This was only another version of Bordiger's refrain. Socialists are not made by education, but by the real necessities of the class they belong to. The older socialist movement in Turin was wholly dominated by ideas like these, until the new generation appeared on the scene. Gramsci refused to let himself be influenced, even while working under the editorial direction of Maria Giudice. He remained a complete franc-tireur. Thus, early in 1916, we find him stressing the necessity of links between revolutionary and cultural activity. Man is above all else mind, consciousness. That is, he is a product of history, not of nature. There is no other way of explaining why socialism has not come into existence already, although there have always been exploiters and exploited, creators of wealth and selfish consumers of wealth. Man has only been able to acquire a sense of his worth bit by bit, in one sector of society after another, and such awareness was not generated out of brute physiological needs, but out of intelligent reasoning, first of all by a few, and later on by entire social classes, who perceived the causes of certain social facts, and understood that there might be ways of converting the structure of repression into one of rebellion and social reconstruction. This means that every revolution has been preceded by an intense labor of social criticism, of cultural penetration and diffusion. He concluded with the example of the French Revolution, for which the Enlightenment had paved the way. The ambition of the youthful assistant editor of Il Grido and Avanti was to be a source of the culture which the proletariat needed in order to acquire a real awareness of its function in history. From the very outset, whatever his subject, Gramsci saw himself in this role, and so repeatedly evoked the experience of the Enlightenment with almost missionary zeal, updating the content of that experience to harmonize with the changed ideals of modern proletarian revolution. Of his work as a theatre critic, he had begun to write on theatre at the age of 25, he was able to say years later in one of his letters to Tatiana, "Did you know that I discovered and helped Pirandello's theatre to success long before Adriano Tilgher? I wrote enough about Pirandello to make a book of 200 pages, and in those days what I said was really new and original. Pirandello used to be either graciously tolerated or openly scoffed at." Even his Sotto la Mole column, daily notes written on whatever pretext the day provided, appeared worthy of publication in book form to the more appreciative readers of Avanti. Gramsci himself testifies to this. "In 10 years of journalism, I wrote enough words to fill up 15 to 20 volumes of 400 pages apiece, but it was stuff written for the day it appeared, and I always thought it would be dead the day after. In 1918, Professor Cosmo asked me to let him make a selection from among the short editorial pieces I used to do for a Turin paper. He wanted to publish them and write a preface, which would certainly have been very friendly towards me, but I would not let him." Gramsci's ambition to build up a working-class culture now carried him away from his editorial desk in Via Sicardi more and more often. Fellow militants later recalled his devotion to intellectual propaganda as the most striking thing about him. He never tired of studying ways of conveying political ideas in practice, and his study was methodical. In his dual role of party journalist and ordinary rank-and-file militant, he would go and give talks to study circles in the great working-class districts of Turin. In Borgo San Paolo, on the 25th of August 1916, he gave a lecture on Romain Rolland's novel Au-dessus de la mêlée, then recently published in Italian translation. On the 16th and 17th of October, he spoke about the French Revolution to groups at Borgo San Paolo and Barriere di Milano, then about the Paris Commune on the 17th of December. An historical episode, a newly published book, or a new play could all be valid pretexts for the dissemination of ideas. In March 1917, Emma Grammatica appeared in Ibsen's A Doll's House at the Carignano Theatre. The play was coldly received. Plainly the public did not like this story of a woman who leaves the husband who has disappointed her. Gramsci saw the reaction as expressing male-centered Latin disapproval of a more advanced moral code, which perceives women and men as more than just muscle, nerves, and skin, perceives them as persons, and perceives the family as more than a merely economic institution, which sees family life as a changing moral world that requires, for its fulfillment, a fusion of two souls able to give to each other what the partner lacks. According to this conception, woman is more than the female of the species whose function is to bring up children and drown them in palpitating carnal love. She is also a human creature in her own right, with a mind of her own inner needs, her own human personality. This was the topic of another of Gramsci's talks to the Women's Study Circle at Borgo Campidoglio. Gramsci's way of looking at the problem of the socialist relations with other parties was no less novel. In his account of Gramsci and l'Ordine Nuovo, Battista Santia has described a visit he once made to the editorial office of Il Grido, where he found 4 young people chatting quietly with Gramsci, addressing one another politely as lei. When the lengthy conversation was finally over, I was dumbfounded to learn that the 4 were young Catholics, and that their opposition to the war was quite different from ours, and founded wholly on pacifism. "We're against all wars," they kept repeating, and upon biblical precepts. Gramsci suggested I might help them, just to provoke me. I didn't see this right away and asked naively whether he was suggesting I ought to join in their prayers for the granting of a miraculous peace. Gramsci replied dryly, "All they ever teach you here is a stupid anti-clericalism, quite misguided intellectually and politically. I don't go to church either, because I'm not a believer, but we must recognize that the majority of people are believers. If we carry on ignoring everyone but the atheists, we'll always be in a minority. There are plenty of bourgeois atheists who make fun of priests and never go to church, yet they are anti-socialist, interventionist, and wage war on us. But though these kids go to Mass, they aren't industrialists. All they are asking is to work with us to stop the war as soon as possible." This rejection of sectarian anti-clericalism and the conception of class alliance were both to be crucial in Gramsci's later thought. Both at the newspaper office and in his debates and talks, Gramsci was engaged in a struggle to disentangle the language and ideas of socialism from the cramping limits an older generation had imposed on them. It took up most of his time, and he had little private life. He still had to give some private lessons, since his salary of 50 lire from Avanti was certainly not enough to live on. He worked for nothing on Il Grido. In his rare free moments he might see Sardinian friends, like the chief wine expert at the Cooperative Alliance, Corona, or another friend, Mura, who kept a bar in Piazza Statuto. Or he might visit the home of Attilio at Pia Carena. She worked as a stenographer on the paper, or spend the evening with Bruno Buozzi, whose family had befriended him. Mostly, however, he chose to pass the time with other young comrades of the Young Socialist Federation. Towards the end of 1916, Gramsci learned from one of them, Andrea Viglongo, that there was a project afoot to bring out a special pamphlet. He asked if he might write it, and on the 11th of February 1917, the 4-page pamphlet duly appeared, bearing the title La Città Futura, City of the Future. It was wholly the work of Gramsci, although containing also a few extracts from texts by Gaetano Salvemini, Croce, and Armando Carlini, a follower of the idealist philosopher Gentile. This selection of authors indicates clearly the pamphlet's cultural matrix. La Città Futura may be considered the end product of Gramsci's intellectual formation so far, and its reliance on idealism is very marked. It defines Croce as the greatest European thinker of the present day. Gramsci himself said, looking back at it subsequently, "In a short introduction to the extract from Croce's Religione e Serenità, I wrote that just as Hegelianism had been the premise of Marxism in the 19th century and one of the origins of modern civilization, so the philosophy of Croce might be the premise of a renewed contemporary Marxism for our own generation." In reality, the section indicated here does not convey this idea, but, Gramsci admitted, the problem was touched on only in a primitive and certainly quite inadequate fashion, since in those days the concept of a unity between theory and practice, or between philosophy and politics, was not clear in my mind. I was still rather Crocean in tendency. The first article in La Città Futura, censored in several places, was entitled Tre Principi, Tre Ordini, 3 Principles, 3 Orders. Order and disorder are the terms most frequently used in political polemics. The party of order, men of order, public order. The very word order has miraculous power, and political institutions keep themselves going largely by reliance upon this power. The existing social order is presented as a stable, harmoniously coordinated system, and the great mass of people hesitate and lose heart when they think of what a radical change might bring. They can imagine only the present being torn to pieces and fail to perceive the new order which is possible, and which would be better organized, more vital than the old one. They see only violent destruction, and timid souls reel back from the prospect, afraid of losing what they have, afraid of chaos and helpless disorder. The article concludes, "Socialists must not simply replace one order by another. Their task is to create order, the only real order. The juridical principle they should aim to satisfy is the possibility of the integral fulfillment of the whole human personality as a right of all citizens. If this principle were realized, all privileges of the past would fall by the wayside. It would bring the maximum of liberty with a minimum of constraint. It would make individual capacity and productivity the law of life and of economics, transcending all traditional frameworks. Wealth would no longer be an instrument for maintaining slavery, but would belong to all, impersonally, and give to all the means of attaining the greatest possible well-being. Schools would educate intelligence, whoever the intelligence belonged to. Upon this principle must depend all the other principles in the maximal socialist program. This is not utopian. It is a concrete universal. It can be willed into existence. It is the principle of true order, socialist order, of that order which we believe will be realized in Italy sooner than in any other country." In this early pamphlet, many aspects of Gramsci's personality were clearly expressed. The tense energy of a man who felt called upon to take sides and fight. Like Friedrich Hebel, I believe that living means taking sides. I hate indifferent people. Indifference is a powerful force in history. It operates passively but effectively. Events mature in the shadows. A few hands accountable to no one weave the web of collective living, and the masses know nothing of what happens because they don't mind. I am partisan. I do mind. I feel beating within me the virile awareness of my own side, the life of that city of the future, which my side has already begun to build. I am alive. I take sides, hence I detest whoever does not. I hate indifference. A bitter intransigence towards class enemies. When debating with an opponent, try to put yourself in his shoes. You will understand him better, and may end by recognizing that there is some truth in what he says, and perhaps a lot. For some time I myself followed this sage advice, but my adversary's shoes got so filthy that I was forced to conclude it's better to be unfair than risk fainting from the stink they give off. A strong vein of sarcasm, speaking of intellectuals who desert the socialist movement, he wrote, "There are dilettantes of faith, just as there are dilettantes of learning. For many of them, having a crisis of conscience is like not being able to pay an overdue bill, or deciding to open a current account at the bank." And aversion to the populist rhetoric of toil-worn hands, these are workers' hands, and so on. I think it is better if a peasant joins the socialist movement than if a university professor does, but only if the peasant tries to acquire the university professor's experience and breadth of outlook, so that his choice, and the sacrifices it entails, will not be sterile. La Città Futura also shows Gramsci's faith in man's tenacious willpower as a lever of historical change, and a corresponding disgust with the scientific superstitions of positivism, or reformists, like the socialist Claudio Treves, who worshipped natural laws and the inevitable progress of events. From now on, the young Gramsci's attack on the reformist wing of the PSI was to be unsparing. Waiting patiently until we become 50% plus 1 of the population is for those timorous souls who expect socialism to arrive in the shape of a royal decree, countersigned by 2 ministers. We can already glimpse the Gramsci of l'Ordine Nuovo, and indeed a note in bold type at the end of La Città Futura states, "We have given this document a title which belongs not only to us. Before the scourge of war was unleashed on the world, a group of friends had decided to launch a new socialist review, a review which would be the rallying point for the new moral energy, the new idealism, and, censored word, probably revolutionary, spirit alive in our youth. We believed we could revive the native Italian tradition, the tradition of Mazzini, in socialist terms, fired as we were with youthful faith and generous ardor. The ambition has not been abandoned, it has merely been postponed until those friends the war stole from us return to the rallying point. Then such a review will come to exist." It was now February 1917. In Russia, the revolution had begun. At first, it was not easy to understand exactly what had happened in St. Petersburg. The objective difficulties in the way of gathering information, plus the censorship, and the tendency of papers like the Gazzetta del Popolo to distort news for internal propaganda reasons, all prevented any clear vision of events. On the 18th of March it was learnt that the Tsar had been overthrown. There was a provisional government, which wanted to continue the war, but also an ultra-revolutionary left-wing group led by Lenin, which was working to obtain an immediate ceasefire at any price. Gramsci's first comment appeared in Il Grido on the 29th of April 1917. He declared that after reading the newspapers and all the news which the censorship has allowed to be published, it was still not easy to grasp the real substance of the revolution and determine whether it was liberal or proletarian in character. The bourgeois press has told us how the power of the autocracy has fallen and been replaced by another power, they hope by a bourgeois power. They have jumped immediately at the obvious parallel. Russian Revolution equals French Revolution, and find that the two events are very like one another. Nevertheless, we are persuaded that the Russian Revolution is proletarian in character, as it has been so far in its deeds, and that it will naturally result in a socialist regime. A more complete account was published in La Stampa on the 10th of May, including Lenin's slogan, "All power to the proletariat," through the workers' and peasants' councils. Lenin at once became a fixed target for Italy's conservative press. For the same reasons, the working class now saw him as the most socialist, and, in the words of Il Grido, the most revolutionary of all the major leaders of the Russian socialist parties. The Russian maximalists are the Russian Revolution. Kerensky, Tseretelli, Chernov, leaders of the March bourgeois democratic revolution, are the present state, the today of the revolution. They have achieved an initial social equilibrium based on a balance of forces in which the moderates have retained much power. The maximalists represent the continuity, the tomorrow of the revolution. It is in this sense that they are the revolution. Lenin has aroused energies which will not die away. He and his Bolshevik comrades are convinced that socialism can now be realized at any moment. Given these responses, and the faith which socialist intellectuals, including Gramsci, and one wing of the Italian working-class movement now had in Lenin's party, the reception accorded Goldenberg and Smirnov by a crowd of 40,000 workers when they arrived in Turin on the 13th of August is scarcely surprising. These emissaries of the liberal provisional government had been sent west to establish preliminary contact with the Allied governments. A few days before, Goldenberg had said to the Paris correspondent of La Stampa, "Lenin is no friend of ours. We are his adversaries." When the delegates from the Kerensky government appeared on the balcony of the Casa del Popolo in Via Sicardi, they were met with cries of "Long live Lenin!" 10 days later, there were barricades in the streets of Turin. The immediate cause of the rising had been the disappearance of bread from the shops, but the violent energy with which it was fought, as indicated by the numbers of dead and wounded, had other origins. In the preceding months, opposition to the war had been rapidly intensifying. There was now a widespread popular feeling to the effect that it was better to lose 500 in a battle for the workers' own cause than 10,000 against the Germans fighting for the cause of the bourgeoisie. In the factories, where work discipline was actually controlled by army officers and the wartime military penal code was enforced, the resentment of the workers had been growing more acute every day. On such fertile soil, the idea of copying Russia was a natural one, and led inevitably to an attempt at insurrection. Shooting broke out on the morning of Thursday the 23rd of August. The revolt spread, aimless and leaderless. Trees, tramcars and railway cars were dragged across the streets as barricades around the main centres of the rising. There was no link between the rebels and the socialist leadership, and no thought-out plan of revolution. It was as if the mob wanted only to loot and destroy. The widespread belief that the troops would fraternize with workers in revolt was disappointed. They reacted by shooting. More than 50 people were killed, and more than 200 wounded. Then followed a wave of arrests, which deprived the local socialist movement of nearly all its leaders. The task of leading the Turin workers' movement, insofar as this was possible in a city now declared a war zone, which meant a court-martial for anything not approved of by the military, now devolved upon an ad hoc committee. Gramsci was one of the 12 on this committee. He had become a leader of the Turin socialist movement for the first time at the age of 26. On the 21st of March, 1921, he would write in L'Ordine Nuovo, "At a very grave and difficult time for the Turin working class, the party entrusted one of us with tasks of the greatest responsibility. With the political secretaryship of the section when the party was dissolved and the offices in Corso Sicardi were occupied by the military after the events of August 1917. Then later, after Caporetto, one of us was sent to the Florence conference at which the attitudes and outlook of the party were decided. Lazzari and Bombaci for the party leadership, and Gino Pesci for the maximalist revolutionary wing, are jointly called a clandestine conference in Florence, to be held on the 18th of November 1917. Antonio had known Pesci previously, when the latter was secretary of the Cagliari Chamber of Labour at the same time as Gennaro Gramsci was its treasurer. The conference's purpose was to re-emphasize proletarian opposition to the war, even after the defeat of Caporetto. Gramsci subscribed to Bordiga's view that the revolutionary working class might yet intervene effectively in the crisis provoked by the war. Only 4 days before, the Bolsheviks had finally come to power, the 14th of November. There was little news available in Italy. On the 10th of November, the Gazzetta del Popolo had published an account of how a mob of extremists sacked the wine cellars of the Winter Palace and got thoroughly drunk before being dispersed by force. Thus, the great historical event was neatly reduced to the dimensions of a delinquent brawl. But Gramsci at once had the intuition that a great turning point had come, in spite of the censorship and the distortions of the bourgeois press. On the 24th of November, he managed to write in a short introductory note to an article by Boris Souvarine, "We have received no reliable information on the latest developments in the Russian Revolution. We may not have any reliable information for some time yet. Il Grido foresaw, as indeed it was easy to foresee, that the Russian Revolution could not stop at its Kerensky phase. The Russian Revolution is continuing, and will go further still." On the same day, the national edition of Avanti carried a signed editorial by Gramsci, entitled "The Revolution Against Capital." It was still another, and certainly the most spectacular indication of Gramsci's persistently idealist outlook, and of his wish to avoid the over-dogmatic interpretations adopted by many other followers of Marx. It was also his first incursion into national journalism. The Bolshevik Revolution is a revolution against Marx's capital. In Russia, capital had more influence among the bourgeoisie than among the proletariat. It demonstrated critically how, by fatal necessity, a bourgeoisie would be constituted in Russia, how a capitalist era would be inaugurated there, how Western-style civilization would flourish there long before the proletariat could even think of its own liberation, of its own class interests, of its own revolution. But events have exploded the framework within which, according to historical materialism, Russian history should have unfolded. The Bolsheviks have denied Karl Marx, and they have affirmed by their actions, by their conquests, that the laws of historical materialism are less inflexible than was hitherto believed. The article was full of Hegelian and Crocean ideas. If the Bolsheviks have denied certain predictions made in Capital, they have not thereby denied what is living and immanent in it. They have shown that they are not Marxists, nothing more. They have not turned the master's works into an empty compilation of dogmatic axioms. They are living out Marxist thought, the part of it which cannot die, that part which is the continuation of German and Italian idealism, and which in Marx himself became contaminated by positivistic and naturalistic encrustations. Once more Gramsci was rejecting the idea of history as fatalistic development, totally determined by brute economic factors, determinism in the positivistic sense, in favor of man's will as the decisive element in history. It should be added that he had then, and was always to retain, a clear sense of the difficulties attending any great historical upheaval. He kept his distance from those who were so carried away by the euphoria of the moment that they imagined overthrow of the old Tsarist order would in itself bring about social bliss. This is bound to be a collectivism of misery, of suffering, he stated bluntly, but added that in the present situation capitalism would be worse. In Russia, capitalism could not accomplish at once any more than collectivism would be able to. Indeed, today it would accomplish less, since it would have at once to face a discontented, angry proletariat, now quite unable to tolerate more years of the pain and hardship that economic crisis would entail. Apart from his journalistic activity, the martial law regime allowed Gramsci few outlets for organizational or propaganda work during his temporary tenure of the local party secretaryship. The record shows only a resolution condemning tariff protectionism, accepted by the Provisional Party Executive. Il Grido had brought out a special number on this favourite topic of Gramsci on the 20th of October 1917, with contributions by Ugo Mondolfo, Umberto Cosmo, Bruno Buozzi, and also an article by Togliatti, his first for a socialist paper and the beginning of his active political career. After taking his law degree, he had enrolled as a philosophy student and was now doing an officer training course at Caserta. Although there was little scope for activity, Gramsci had set up a discussion circle for young militants. Political education continued to be first among his concerns. "I give one of the youngsters a task," we learn from a contemporary letter to Giuseppe Lombardo Radice. A chapter of Croce's Cultura e Vita Morale, for instance, or Salvemini's Problemi Educativi e Sociali, or his book on the French Revolution, or on lay culture, or the Communist Manifesto, or perhaps a critical note from Croce's review La Critica, something related to the present-day idealist movement. A few days later, there would be a discussion of the theme selected, most often in the open air. One of the young members of the circle, Carlo Boccardo, told me, "We used to take long walks along the porticos, Gramsci ambling slowly in the middle, the rest of us grouped around him. Andrea Viglongo used to come, so did Attilio Carena, Pia's brother, and sometimes Angelo Pastore, Ottavio's younger brother. Gramsci let us talk. We were boys of 16 or 17, as ignorant as our age, and as presumptuous. But Gramsci never lost patience with us. He never acted like a theoretical know-all. He set great store by other people's opinions, and was a good listener. When he finally said something and summed up the discussion, we usually saw our mistakes and corrected them ourselves. We met like this every evening for a couple of months. I remember New Year's Eve, 1917, when we met at Andrea Viglongo's. Andrea's mother made us a big tray of pancakes to celebrate with. We were in the office of the head of the school, where Andrea's father was caretaker. While we waited for midnight, we discussed the meditations of Marcus Aurelius. Then we were called up one by one, and the group broke up. Gramsci dedicated a copy of Barbera's 1911 edition of the Meditations to the young Attilio Carena when he was called up. It is a pity this has been lost. According to Alfonso Leonetti, the dedication took the form of a series of imperatives, thou shalt not, etc., the 10 Commandments of the discussion circle. Maria Giudice had been arrested, and Gramsci was now sole editor of Il Grido and ran it single-handed. It was soon greatly changed. Attentive to the latest developments in Russia, its 27-year-old editor had a number of Bolshevik texts and documents translated by a Polish comrade, Aaron Wisner. The little weekly party paper suddenly became an intellectual and cultural review, wrote Piero Gobetti. It published the first translations of Russian revolutionary writings and tried to analyze the political meaning of the Bolshevik course. Gramsci's brain was the motor of all this. He saw the figure of Lenin as representing a heroic impulse of liberation. The ideals and motives which made up the Bolshevik myth were in hidden ferment in the mind of the masses, and should function not as a model for the Italian Revolution, but as an incitement to free initiative from below. Not a model to be followed mechanically, then, but a lesson, a stimulus to rethink the historical and socio-economic realities of Italy. Gramsci continued to reject the concept of politics as an abstract, normative science outside the bounds of time and space. His first task when he had come to the big city had been the overcoming of a village-like way of living and thinking. Now, he was engaged on overcoming national horizons too, or as he put it, referring to himself in the third person, he confronted the national way with European ways, Italian cultural needs and trends with those of Europe, to the limited extent possible, given his personal situation, but always with a strong sense of the task's vital importance. And just as the originality of this once arch-provincial youth had consisted in his absorption of the national culture without repudiating his Sardinian inheritance, so now his originality as an exponent of Italian culture lay in an effort to absorb the lessons of Europe and of the Leninist revolution without forgetting for an instant the very different features and problems of his own country. Gramsci's autonomism, his desire to establish the concrete historical conditions of Italian society and the Italian class struggle, was evident in every issue of Il Grido. The last issue appeared on the 19th of October, 1918. In his farewell message to readers, Gramsci claimed with good reason that under his care it had been transformed from an evangelical propaganda weekly with some local news into a little review of socialist culture developed according to the theory and strategy of revolutionary socialism. 13. Peace had returned. Gennaro Gramsci, who had been a sergeant major with the 21st Sappers at Monterosso, Montenero and Caporetto, now went back to Cagliari to run a consumer cooperative in Corso Vittorio. The youngest brother, Carlo, went home to Ghilarza after being an officer. For some time he was to experience difficulty in getting a job and readapting to civilian life. Mario decided to stay in uniform. Thanks to his schooling at the seminary, he had managed to become a sub-lieutenant. He had met a girl from the Lombardy aristocracy, Anna Maffei Parrevicini, and they were soon to marry. He would remain a soldier till then, at least. At home, Signor Cicillo and Signora Peppina had Grazietta and Teresina with them, as well as Carlo. Emma had found a job nearby as an accountant with a firm building the dam on the Tirso River. Economically, things were rather better, and life had become relatively easy. There was even some pride in Nino's success as a big city journalist, although Signor Cicillo still could not make head or tail of the dear boy's ideas. As for his weird illusions about changing the world, it would have been much more gratifying if he had worked for La Domenica del Corriere or the Giornale d'Italia, respectable papers written by ordinary people with their heads screwed on right. But Signora Peppina, who always read all the articles Nino sent home marked in red ink, reacted mildly to her husband's remarks, cutting them short with, Yes, I know, but that's just the way he sees things." In 1919, little or nothing was known in Sardinia of Antonio Gramsci's activities. Still, he was not without a certain local fame in Ghilarza and round about. Velio Spano recollects, "One day, on the road from Ghilarza to Abasanta, a relative of mine pointed out a good-looking girl to me as we approached the village. 'Look,' she said, 'that's Antonio Gramsci's sister.' I'd never heard the name before, so I asked who he was. She was rather vague about it, but said he was a professor, a journalist, and lived on the continent. Whatever he was, she was certainly proud of it." From the 5th of December 1918 onwards, Gramsci worked solely for Avanti, which now had a Piedmontese edition printed in Turin at 3 Via Arcivescovado, on the corner of Via 20 Settembre. He was much changed. At 28 he showed little resemblance to the timid, painfully sensitive boy who had come from his island years before, and reacted to the cold city environment by retreat and estrangement. He had finally found work which stimulated him. His anguish over being deformed had grown less. He was even in reasonably good health. At the office he took a childlike delight in showing off the remarkable strength of his hands by squeezing his colleagues' wrists. He had discovered a hitherto unsuspected vitality and liberated energies never tapped before, and in the light of his newfound self-confidence, the old image of a man more cut out for ascetic linguistic research, as Gobetti put it, than for a life of combat faded away. However, a certain coldness remained. Gramsci was too accustomed to mastering his feelings and hiding them behind a mask of reserve. Though he joked and laughed, the laughter remained somewhat forced and cerebral. His outbursts of rage were more spontaneous than these dry explosions of mirth. Anger was the surest safety valve for the painful feelings he had repressed so long, and for his ceaseless efforts of will. In his political writing, he shrank from any suggestion of softness. Dramatists and theatre managers awaited his reviews with trepidation. Once, the manager Nino Berini spent a week pressing attentions on him, in the hope of obtaining a friendly review in exchange, but his notice was as savage as usual. Back-scratching among writers and actors irritated him. The dryness and sharpness of his judgments resulted from an extreme aversion to hypocrisy. He clearly felt one could never risk tempering a judgment with indulgence without being at least a little insincere. For some time after the war's end, Gramsci was without office in the Turin section of the PSI. The old functionaries had all returned from war or imprisonment. On the new executive committee elected in November 1918, the ultra-left intransigents acquired considerable say. These included Francesco Barberis, Giovanni Boero, Pietro Rabazzana, Giovanni Gelodi, and later on Giovanni Parodi. Gramsci's days were passed mostly in his tiny office on Via dell'Arcivescovado, not far from the Savoy Arsenal. The building had once been a reformatory for young delinquents. After the entrance from the street there was a courtyard, where the Turin Cooperative Alliance had a shoe warehouse. Then, on the ground floor of the old reformatory, there was the print shop, equipped with a rather ancient Mariononi rotary press and half a dozen linotypes. The editorial offices were up a spiral stair on the first floor, 7 or 8 of them, obtained by erecting a number of rough wooden partitions. Gramsci had an ancient writing desk to himself, with little shelves built onto its back, and lived surrounded by great piles of books and mounds of newspapers and proofs awaiting correction or left over from the day before. Here he wrote, studied, and listened to the people who came to see him, especially in the evenings. Workers, factory correspondents, party and trade union secretaries from the city and the surrounding province, university students and teachers, and shop stewards. He would go home very late, always in the company of his younger colleagues. Alfonso Leonetti, a man from Puglia, who had come to Turin to teach at the Ugo Foscolo Institute, Giuseppe Amoretti, Mario Montagnana, Andrea Viglongo, and Felice Platone. Tasca, Togliatti, and Terracini had returned to the city. They were discussing their old project of founding a new paper again. Gramsci had studied the October Revolution very closely and was following its later developments with the same care. The first extracts from Lenin's writings were becoming known in Italy through French reviews, or the American review, Liberator, edited by Max Eastman. Imperialism and State and Revolution were beginning to be circulated. These helped Gramsci to formulate new answers to the questions accumulated in him by his whole experience as a southern Italian who had had to adapt to a great working-class city. His desire to have a new journal for the expression of such ideas was strongly shared by the others. All were eager for a free debate that could proceed independently of the party's ruling circles. Piero Gobetti, who knew them very well, wrote a portrait of the founders of l'Ordine Nuovo. Angelo Tasca, 27. He came to politics with a mainly literary education and with the mentality of a propagandist and apostle. His was a literary socialism, a messianic conception of popular redemption, like the Enlightenment's return to nature, and he set against modern civilization his personal dream of petty bourgeois virtue, of workers who would take to moderate ancestral ways and quietly cultivate their own gardens. Umberto Terracini, son of a modest Jewish family, not Terracini the diamond merchants, anti-demagogic on principle, an aristocrat by temperament, disliking impassioned oratory, a subtle mind who was firm in argument and action to the point of being arid and pig-headed. He was considered the diplomat, the Machiavellian of the group. Palmiro Togliatti, the one who had come to politics most recently, greatly afflicted by anxiety, which looked like relentless overbearing cynicism and was really indecisiveness. Often seen as equivocal, he was perhaps merely struggling in vain against his own hypercritical attitudes. Lastly, Antonio Gramsci. The brain has overwhelmed the body. The voice has a critical, destructive edge. Its irony turns quickly to poisonous sarcasm. dogma lived out with tyrannic logic removes all trace of sympathy from his humour. His rebellion is sometimes resentment, sometimes the deeper, pent-up rage of the islander, unable to open out except in action, unable to free himself from age-old slavery except by infusing the most tyrannical energy into his commands and his propaganda. What was the new message of which Gramsci, Tasca, Terracini, and Togliatti wanted to be the bearers? Were they in complete accord? What idea had they in common, apart from their detestation of Turati, Modigliani, Treves, and the other reformist leaders? Alas, said Gramsci, the sole sentiment which united us was associated with our vague yearning for a vaguely proletarian culture. We wanted to act, to do something, anything. We felt afflicted and lost, drifting helplessly in the intense atmosphere of those months after the armistice, when Italian society appeared near the point of cataclysm. They met, they discussed the project, and Tasca found money for it, 6,000 lire. On May 1919, the first issue of L'Ordine Nuovo came out. As Gobetti put it, the only Marxist revolutionary organ in Italy with any degree of intellectual seriousness. Gramsci's name appeared on the paper's masthead as editorial secretary. The business manager was Pia Carena, who also did excellent translations from the French, Roland, Barbus, Marcel Martinet, etc. Initially, the paper was slow to acquire the character Gramsci wished it to have. It was nothing but a rag-bag anthology, he himself complained, somewhat exaggeratedly, a collection of abstract cultural items with a strong leaning towards nasty short stories and well-intentioned woodcuts. Later, his critique grew more precise. Gramsci accused Tasca of rejecting the program of devoting our common energies to the task of discovering the Soviet-type traditions of the Italian working class and laying bare the real revolutionary vein in our history. What was the point of the task Gramsci was defending in these words? He had studied carefully the history of the Russian experiment with Soviets or councils and the development of the factory and farm councils into which the workers and peasants had organized themselves. And he asked himself, is there in Italy anything, any working-class institution, which one might compare to the Soviets, anything of the same nature? Is there any germ, any first wish or tendency in the direction of government by Soviets here in Italy, in Turin? The answer was yes. There does exist in Italy, in Turin, an embryonic form of worker government, the internal committees. But how could this elementary form of workers' democracy be developed into an organ of genuine workers' power? Gramsci's central idea was that all workers, both blue and white-collar, all technicians, all peasants, all the active elements in society, in fact, should stop being instruments of the productive process and become its masters, stop being cogs in the capitalist machine, and become responsible, free agents. The change should occur whether or not they were members of a trade union, regardless of which party they belonged to, and whether or not they were militants, simply by virtue of their being workers, peasants, etc. In this way, the democratically elected workers' bodies, factory and farm councils, district councils, would assume and exercise the authority which previously belonged to the property-owning classes and their government representatives. At present, the factory internal committees were elected only from and by trade union members. The factory councils, based on them, would be elected by everyone, by all the workers, including the anarchists and even the Catholics. Gramsci was certainly no rabid anti-clerical. The function of these factory councils should be different from that of the unions. Their task was not to struggle for higher wages and better conditions of work within the factory, shorter hours, hygiene, holidays, and so on. They were there not to bargain with the capitalist over such things, but to take over from him. Their task was to be that of running the factory and controlling every aspect of its life. Was there enough preparation, enough maturity and revolutionary spirit in Italy to make possible such an evolution? Did a revolutionary climate exist outside Turin as well as in the city? The question is still debated to this day. Some blame the defeat of the Factory Council movement on the indecision of the Italian Socialist Party and the principal union, the Confederazione Generale del Lavoro, General Confederation of Labour. Others see the movement as a theoretical framework thought up by a group of youthful intellectuals, lacking real knowledge of the terrain where the theory was to be realized, and point out that the only solid ground for it lay in Turin itself. What is certain is that the idea immediately had great impact among the workers in Turin when L'Ordine Nuovo first aired it on the 21st of June 1919 in an article headed Workers' Democracy. The article was written by Gramsci and Togliatti together and concluded, "It is time the phrase dictatorship of the proletariat ceased being merely a formula, a pretext for making revolutionary-sounding speeches. Whoever desires the end must desire the means to that end. Dictatorship of the proletariat means the inauguration of a new, characteristically proletarian state, constructed out of the institutional experiments of the oppressed classes, and in which the social life of those classes will become generalized and strongly organized. Such a state cannot be improvised." The working class of Turin was not slow to respond to this line of thought. Gramsci relates, "Togliatti, Terracini and I were invited to speak in study circles and at big factory meetings. We were asked to factory committees to discuss with shop stewards and union delegates. We went ahead. The problem of how to develop the factory committees became the central problem, the idea of L'Ordine Nuovo. It came to be seen as the key problem of the workers' revolution, as the problem of attaining freedom for the workers. For us and for our followers, L'Ordine Nuovo became the paper of the factory councils." In the meantime, the Allied governments were encouraging counter-revolutionary movements against the newly born Soviet Socialist republics in Russia and Hungary. A great solidarity strike was planned in Italy for the 20th and 21st of July 1919. Towards the end of March, the Sassari Brigade, consisting largely of Sardinian shepherds and peasants, was transferred to Turin to help maintain law and order. In May, Gramsci was again elected to the Turin executive of the PSI, along with a number of other revolutionary hardliners. All were factory workers except one, Clementina Berra Perrone, a woman office worker. The secretary was Giovanni Buero. Gramsci attached great importance to contacting his compatriots in the Sassari Brigade and persuading them to fraternize with the Turin workers. He wanted to make them see that to shoot down a worker meant shooting down someone fighting for the liberation of the peasants from their own unending slavery. The task was not an easy one. For one thing, it had to be carried out on two fronts simultaneously, since the Turin masses had retained burning memories of other repressions, and many workers, particularly the anarchists, were thirsty for revenge and had to be disciplined. As for the soldiers, the Sassarini, as they were called, their frame of mind is conveyed by a story Gramsci heard from a tannery worker, himself a Sassari man, who had made the first tentative contact with the brigade. He approached one of the men and was warmly greeted. He asked, "What have you come to Turin for?" "We've come to shoot at some gentlemen who are going on strike." "But it's not the gentlemen who are going on strike, it's the workers. They're poor people. Here, they're all gentlemen. They wear collars and ties and earn 30 lira a day. I know all about poor people and how they dress. There really are lots of poor people in Sassari, field labourers like us. We used to get 1 lira 50 a day. But I'm a worker, and I'm poor." "That must be because you're Sardinian. Well, suppose I go on strike with all the others. Will you shoot at me?" The soldier thought for a minute, then said, putting his hand on my shoulder, "Listen, if there's a strike, why don't you stay at home?" Such was the attitude of the overwhelming majority of the brigade, comments Gramsci. It contained only a few workers, miners from the Iglesias basin, and yet, only a few months later, just before the strike of the 20th to the 21st of July, the brigade was taken out of Turin. The Sassarini left for Rome in 2 special trains, at 2 in the morning, on the 18th of July. A soldier in the unit, Antonio Contini of Bonorva, remembers, The people of Turin lined the road and cheered us the night we left. They were happy because we'd been different from the others. We had respected the local people, and they had shown respect for us. Not a single shot had been fired. There hadn't been a single incident. That's why they liked us and cheered us. Gramsci's first brief taste of prison life occurred 2 days later, on the 20th of July. Another political prisoner, the young worker Mario Montagnana, remembers the scene in one of the prison's circular yards. I saw at least a dozen prison guards standing round and listening religiously to a little man in a dark suit who was smiling while he spoke to them. It was Gramsci. After only 36 hours in his cell, he had managed to conquer and fascinate a number of the warders, Sardinian like himself, by speaking to them in their own dialect in that characteristic way of his, simple and popular, yet at the same time full of feelings and ideas and facts. They told one another, "Say, you know there's a Sardinian in number so-and-so, a politico. Go and have a word with him." A lot of them went in spite of the tight discipline. Later some of them accompanied him to the office on his way out, as many as were able to, eager to enjoy more of his conversation. They were proud of any Sardinian who was so intelligent, so well educated, and so sympathetic. Finally, early in September, came the events which, according to l'Ordine Nuovo, might signal the beginning of a revolutionary movement. At the Brevetti branch of the Fiat complex, the 2,000 workers elected delegates from the various shops. The first factory council was born. The central Fiat factory at once followed suit. These moves had been preceded by an intensive propaganda campaign all summer, in the course of which Gramsci and other spokesmen of l'Ordine Nuovo had insisted that the traditional institutions of the working class, party and trade unions, were no longer capable of containing the new flowering of revolutionary life. They should be supported by a new network of proletarian institutions rooted in the widest possible mass consciousness, that is, the factory councils. The paper published articles by John Reed, How a Soviet Works, by Fournier, Plan for a Socialist State, by Gramsci, The Hungarian Soviets, by Ottavio Pastore, The Problem of the Factory Committees, by Lenin, Bourgeois Democracy and Proletarian Democracy, and by Andrea Viglongo, Towards New Institutions. There was a constant reference to the relevant experience of other countries. The revolutionary syndicalist industrial workers of the world, for instance, inspired by the American Marxist Daniel de Leon and the English shop steward movement. From analysis of these movements, from comparison and study of Soviet experiments, from discussion inside the factories themselves, there had arisen the conception of a new form of proletarian self-government, government by the workers associated together regardless of party and trade union membership. And now, the birth of the first factory councils at Fiat meant that theory could indeed be translated into practice. On the 5th of October, Georges Sorel wrote in the paper Il Resto del Carlino, "What is happening in the Fiat workshops is more important than all the writings published under the auspices of the Neue Zeit." Sorel's support for the movement was seized on by those who already accused the Ordine Nuovo group of anarcho-syndicalism. Gramsci anticipated such dubious polemical attacks by distinguishing between Sorel himself, animated by too sincere a love for the proletarian cause to the point of losing contact with real life and all understanding of real history, and the syndicalist theory, different perhaps in the mind of the master from the version presented by pupils and vulgarizers. He added, "Sorel has not confined himself to any one formula, and today conserving whatever was vital and novel in his doctrine, that is, the idea that proletarian movements must express themselves in their own way and give life to their own institutions, he is able to follow the creative movement which has sprung from the Russian workers and peasants, with a perceptive eye and an understanding heart, and again address as comrades the Italian socialists who wish to follow their example." Each new issue of l'Ordine Nuovo continued to present theoretical essays, practical proposals, translations from the working-class press of Russia, France, and England, and documents and eyewitness accounts of factory life and workers' councils in action. There were texts by Arthur Ransome, Bukharin, Bella Kuhn, and Jules Humbert Rose. Then, in the autumn, to this continuing theoretical elaboration of the Factory Council movement, there was added a growing debate on the forthcoming Socialist Party Congress. The first post-war elections were to be held on the 16th of November 1919. The Socialist Party held its National Congress in Bologna 6 weeks earlier, from the 5th to the 8th of October. It was a decidedly left-wing Congress. Even those who supported the rightist program voted for joining the Third International. None of the three programs presented was willing to wear the reformist label. Filippo Turati said he was speaking for the tendency which, in that silly, outdated phraseology we still employ to insult each other, gets called reformist. So what were the issues at stake? On the extreme left, the abstentionist group was headed by Amadeo Bordiga, who since December 1918 had edited the Naples paper Il Soviet. Its conviction was that the right, conceded by the ruling class to drop a voting slip into a ballot box every so often, far from helping the workers advance their cause, would merely serve to slacken their revolutionary zeal. Only when the workers got rid of the illusion that progress was possible through bourgeois representative institutions would they see the necessity of conquering power. Only then would they decide to sweep all obstacles aside by force. Serrati's maximalist group agreed that force was necessary for self-defense against bourgeois violence and for the seizure of power and the consolidation of revolutionary conquests. But it differed in finding the bourgeois parliament a useful forum for the more intensive propagation of communist principles. There were two other points of difference between Bordiga and Serrati: the name of the party, which Bordiga wanted changed to Italian Communist Party, and the question of party unity, which Serrati wished to preserve, while Bordiga favored the expulsion of anyone who either believed in the possibility of proletarian emancipation within the democratic regime, or disowned the method of armed struggle against the bourgeoisie to set up a dictatorship of the proletariat. On the right wing, finally, the idea of electoral abstentionism was contested. According to Lazzari, far from demolishing parliamentary institutions, abstention would merely make it easier for the bourgeoisie to control them. The right also opposed the use of violence as the only road to the conquest of power. In Turin, the Ordine Nuovo group had mainly supported Serrati in the pre-Congress debates, though the secretary, Giovanni Boero, had taken the abstentionist line along with Giovanni Parodi and spoken in favor of it at Bologna. The Congress voting gave a large majority to Serrati's electionist platform, with 48,411 votes. Lazzari's unitary maximalist line won 14,880 votes, and the abstentionists only 3,417 votes. The Turin Factory Council movement had had few echoes in the deliberations of Bologna. Turati had referred ironically to the magical significance of the term Soviet, and to those who wanted to award a say even to the unorganized workers, even to blacklegs. In fact, neither Bordiga nor Serrati agreed with the thesis of l'Ordine Nuovo. The controversy had started before the Congress, and now grew more intense. Bordiga saw the Factory Council movement as the repetition of an old error, namely, that it is possible for the working class to win emancipation on the level of economic relationships, while capitalism retains control of the state and political power. He also accused it of putting a merely corporative organ before the truly revolutionary organ of the proletariat, the class-based Communist Party. Serrati, for his part, thought that to allow unorganized workers to participate was an aberration. Was it not hazardous to credit the amorphous masses with such revolutionary capacity? He also attributed to Gramsci and his friends a curious confusion between the Soviets, the political organs and governing institutions of a revolution which has triumphed, and factory committees, which are technical organs of production and industrial organization. And he concluded the only possible dictatorship of the proletariat is a conscious dictatorship of the Socialist Party. However, Gramsci's answer to such criticisms, that the revolutionary process had to be rooted at the point of production itself, in the factory, and that it was quite utopian to imagine proletarian power as a dictatorship of Socialist Party sections, continued to find wide support in Turin, even among those who at Bologna had supported groups hostile to the council movement. Boero and Parodi, for instance, continued to back Gramsci in Turin, though they had voted for Bordiga's abstentionists at the Congress. The PSI had a dramatic victory in the Turin elections, winning 11 out of the 18 seats in the area. None of the Ordine Nuovo group were candidates. The council movement continued to spread. By autumn, more than 30,000 engineering workers had set up factory councils in the Fiat works at Lingotto and Diatto, in the Lancia works, in the Savigliano plant, and others. The first coordinated action by these councils took place a couple of weeks after the elections. Acting on a request from the Socialist Party section, which held all the ordinary machinery of the mass movement in its control, the factory councils were able to mobilize 120,000 workers inside an hour, with no advance warning whatever, on a simple factory floor basis. An hour later, this proletarian army fell like a landslide on the center of the city, sweeping the nationalist and militarist rabble off the streets before it. Clearly, it was no longer a movement the industrialists could afford to ignore, as they had tried to do earlier. The chance for a counterattack came towards the end of March 1920. In itself, the pretext was trivial. A new official clock time was being introduced throughout Italy, making the day's 24 hours run from midnight instead of from sunset, as in the old Ora Italiane system. At Industrie Meccaniche, one of the Fiat plants, the union shop stewards asked that the working day should be carried on according to the old system, and that the hands on the main factory clock should not be altered. The management responded by sacking the entire works committee. There was a protest strike, and all the Turin engineering workers came out in solidarity, occupying the factories. Reaction from the owners was not slow in coming. They began a lockout on the 29th of March, and troops were called to the factories. Then, during the ensuing negotiations, the owners raised the problem of the new factory councils. They were unwilling to recognize them, and indeed prepared to make some concessions provided they ceased to exist. The conflict sharpened. Now that it centered upon the right of these new institutions of worker power to exist, the Turin revolutionaries suddenly found that the party and the Confederation of Trade Unions were not giving them the powerful support they had expected. The Socialist Party was, in fact, undergoing something of a crisis. It had been weakened, rather than fortified by its recent great increase in membership. The PSI now had 300,000 members, compared to 50,000 of 1914, and the Confederation of Trade Unions had 2 million, instead of the 500,000 or so of pre-war days. Parliamentary representation had grown from 50 to 150 seats after the 1919 elections, an expansion which had created a sense of euphoria, but also big new problems of organization. The two principal consequences were, on the one hand, a diffuse revolutionary faith based on the blind presumption that this proletarian onrush would inevitably result in final victory, whatever the strategies and techniques employed, and on the other, as Pietro Nenni put it, the rise to positions of leadership quite out of proportion to their talents of demagogues without theoretical background or experience. The intellectually outstanding leaders were all in the minority tendencies on the reformist right or on the far left. These two trends at least had defined coherent positions. One believed that the chances of revolution were disappearing, the other that the conditions were still objectively revolutionary, and that hence the whole party must at once take advantage of them to realize its declared aims. The ambiguity lay in between, in the party center, where the majority was addicted to paroxysms of verbal revolutionism, unlike the right, but refused to consider seriously what means should be employed to achieve real revolution, unlike the left. As Tasker said, the PSI appeared to be afflicted by a kind of monomaniac inoffensive delirium. It had acquired a parasitic psychology like that of a future heir sitting at the bedside of the dying man, the bourgeoisie, and thinking that to try and shorten his agony just isn't worth the trouble. The result was, again in Tasker's words, that while it awaits its inheritance, Italian political life has been turned into a non-stop banquet where the capital of revolution is dissipated in orgies of words. The PSI leadership was unwilling to abandon its vacillating course, even now that a possibly decisive trial of strength was underway in Turin. It continued to indulge in its word orgies, doing nothing to back them up. Meanwhile, Gramsci prepared and had approved by the Turin section a 9-point document entitled Per un rinnovamento del Partito Socialista, towards a renewal of the Socialist Party for consideration at the party's national level. This is not the place to discuss the correctness of the document's point of view, whether or not it was right to see the Italian situation as revolutionary and equate that situation with a local one in Turin. It affirmed, at any rate, the industrial and agricultural workers are unshakably determined to tackle the question of the ownership of the means of production in every part of the country. The maximalists of the centre shared this diagnosis, however right or wrong it may have been. But, Gramsci's document declared, they refused to draw the practical consequences. The Socialist Party looks on like a spectator at the course of events. It never even passes judgment on them. It never proposes policies the masses can understand and accept, never makes effective use of the revolutionary ideas of Marxism or of the Communist International, never tries to impose a general line that might unite and concentrate revolutionary action. As the politically organized vanguard of the working class, its task should be to develop such common action as will render the workers capable of winning the revolution, and winning it for good. Instead of this, it has remained a mere parliamentary party, even after the Bologna Congress, paralyzed within the cramping limits of bourgeois democracy. It has not assumed that form and distinctive appearance which characterize a revolutionary proletarian party, and only a revolutionary proletarian party. It was passive towards the reformists. It was out of line with the International. Avanti and the party's publishing house were ignoring the International's debate on theory and tactics, so that the party was left out of this vigorous theoretical debate, where revolutionary consciousness is tempered and unity of thought and action among proletarians of all lands is being forged. From the foregoing analysis, the document goes on, it is clear what efforts of renewal and reorganization the party must make, and what indispensable structural changes must now be accomplished. The party must acquire its own distinctive image. It must cease being a petty bourgeois parliamentary party and become the party of the revolutionary proletariat. It must become a homogeneous, cohesive party with its own tactics and theory, founded upon a rigid, implacable discipline. Non-communist revolutionaries must be eliminated from the party, and the leadership, freed from the need to keep a balance among conflicting tendencies and faction bosses, should devote all its energies to organizing the forces of the working class on a war footing. The party should put out a manifesto stating explicitly that the revolutionary conquest of political power is now its aim, and inviting the industrial and agricultural workers to prepare and arm themselves. It should make clear the main outlines of the communist solution to their problems, namely proletarian control over production and distribution, disarming the mercenary armed forces, and control by the organized workers of all local government organs. The document's key argument was its third point, prophesying the onset of fascist reaction. The present phase of the class struggle in Italy is the one which precedes either the conquest of power by the revolutionary proletariat, or a terrible reaction on the part of the property-owning class and the governing caste. No form of violence will be spared in their effort to subjugate the industrial and agricultural proletariat. They will endeavour to smash once and for all the workers' organs of political struggle, the Socialist Party, and to incorporate the workers' organs of economic power, trade unions and cooperatives, into the machinery of the bourgeois state. While these 9 points were being drawn up and discussed, the Turin engineering factories remained shut and empty, but they alone were affected. The industrialists continued their resistance, supported by the power of the state. Today, Turin is an armed fortress, wrote Gramsci in Avanti on the 3rd of April 1920. It is believed there are 50,000 soldiers in the city. Gun batteries stand ready on the hills. Reinforcements are standing by in the surrounding countryside. Armoured cars are roaming the streets. In the suburbs, reputed to be particularly rebellious, machine guns are trained on the houses, on all bridges and crossroads, and on the factory gates. The state feared an insurrection, and possibly the factory owners aimed to provoke it. Gramsci certainly believed this, in the hope of then being able to drown it in blood and break the Turin workers' movement for good. Gramsci sensed the desire on the other side to go over to the attack, but it seemed to him the conditions were as yet far from ripe for such a direct confrontation. In recent months, there has been a remarkable accumulation of revolutionary energy in our city, which now seeks to spill over and spread out at all costs. It must not spill over into a localized hemorrhage, which could at this moment prove dangerous, even fatal. There and then, it was much more useful to help more intensive preparation everywhere else in the country, work for a diffusion of forces, and an accelerated development of all the factors which must finally join together in the common task. A general strike was proclaimed on the 13th of April. Was this not premature if, as Gramsci thought, the owners were looking for a showdown? The salient characteristic of the April strike, distinguishing it from all previous protest strikes over wages or against the war, was that this time the workers were not driven by hunger or unemployment, and were not demanding higher wages or better working conditions. They were consciously fighting for control of the production process through the factory councils. But the fight was made more difficult by lack of mass support from the rest of Italy, and, in effect, was prevented from having a revolutionary outcome by such isolation. The city was inundated by an army of policemen, and threatened at every strategic point by artillery and machine guns. After 10 days, there was a return to work on negotiated terms, which in practice signified the defeat of Gramsci and the Ordinovisti. The political contrast now deepened between Gramsci's group and the leaderships of the PSI and the trade unions. The latter were accused of short-sightedness. An open quarrel developed between the Milan edition of Avanti, which reflected majority opinion in the party, and Ottavio Pastore's Turin edition, which supported the Ordine Nuovo line. Serrati accused the Turin leaders of having fallen for the deliberate provocation of the owners at the wrong moment, and then looking belatedly for help from the rest of the Italian working class, less strong and less prepared than the Turin workers. Although up to a point this argument begged a vital question, since, after all, Serrati and the PSI majority were partly responsible for such lack of strength and preparedness, it was, nonetheless, unanswerable. The Turin Avanti retorted, "The proletariat of Turin has been defeated locally, but has won nationally, because its cause has become the cause of the whole working class." The final bulletin put out by the strike committee ended with the same thought, in different words. "This battle is over, but the war goes on." The internal crisis of the PSI now rapidly worsened, until reconciliation was impossible among the three main tendencies, reformist, maximalist, and communist. At the same time, dissension was developing among the communist groups themselves. There was little common ground between l'Ordine Nuovo and Bordiga's Il Soviet, while within the Turin group itself, Tasca was now tending to break away from Gramsci, and Togliatti and Terracini were also moving towards a more independent position. Apart from their shared dislike of the reformists, Gramsci and Bordiga differed on practically everything: on the factory councils, on the problem of the Revolutionary Party, and on the question of the correct socialist attitude towards elections. Bordiga thought that to rely too heavily on the councils meant devoting too much time to the creation of the institutions of socialist power, and too little to the business of acquiring such power in the first place. It was an error, he declared in Il Soviet, to raise the question of power inside the factory rather than the question of central political power. As for the Revolutionary Party, Il Soviet had maintained since February 1920, "In our view, nothing does so much good as a split. The first thing must be to put everyone in his proper place. One will know in this way exactly who is a communist and who is not. There'll be no more confusion on this score. A good split clears the air. Communists to one side, reformists of all persuasions and gradations to the other side." Gramsci believed, on the contrary, that a leftward split was quite wrong, and that the communist grouping should try harder than ever to gain influence within the PSI, and eventually to win the whole party over. The abstentionism of the Bordiga faction was another source of disagreement. Bordiga thought that the rejection of bourgeois democracy must be absolute. His slogan was, "Not one socialist at the polls." On the 8th of May 1920, Gramsci went as observer to a conference of abstentionists in Florence, part of their attempt to build up a national organization. He pleaded in vain that the abstentionist principle should be given up, because no political party can be constituted on such a restrictive basis. It requires wide contact with the masses, which can only be obtained through new forms of organization, like the factory councils. His objection was brushed aside. Gramsci was quick to express his dry judgment on the proceedings in L'Ordine Nuovo. "We have always held that it was the duty of the communist nuclei in the party not to fall into irrelevant hallucinatory trances, like the abstentionist problem, or the problem of constituting a really communist party, but to work towards creating those mass conditions within which all such particular problems could be solved, as aspects of the organic development of a communist revolution." So Bordiga's abstentionism and his plan for a left-wing split of pure revolutionaries appeared to Gramsci at this point as irrelevant fixations upon over-particular issues. The disagreement between Tasker and Gramsci arose directly out of the Council's movement. Tasker's idea, tenaciously contested by Gramsci, was to affiliate the councils to the already existing union movement and bring them under the authority of the Confederazione Generale. Many years later, Tasker was to explain, recalling his political apprenticeship in the car workers' strike of 1911-12. "This was my first direct experience of the workers' struggle, and in it were formed my links with the trade union organizations, links which naturally the other future editors of L'Ordine Nuovo did not share. This brought about a certain disparity in our outlooks, which, however one cares to judge it, certainly underlay the later disagreement and near split of 1920. This near split was on open display in the columns of L'Ordine Nuovo, in the form of a lively and sometimes angry public argument, which dragged on from June until August. In the same period, Gramsci also drew away from Togliatti and Terracini. The executive of the Turin party had contained both Ordinovisti and abstentionists since the previous February, and it was now thrown into crisis by the latter. The abstentionists resigned in July, as part of a campaign to prevent the PSI participating in the local government elections due in October and November 1920, and, more generally, in order to accelerate the movement towards a split in the party. A new executive had to be elected, and Gramsci no longer wished to appear on the same platform as Togliatti and Terracini. Like them, he was of course in favor of the PSI taking part in the elections, and still opposed Bordiga. But he thought that electionism and abstentionism were both in themselves quite phony programs, and that the dispute between them was merely serving to sow dissension among the communist groups of the PSI, at the expense of the work they should all have been carrying out among the masses, the work of revolutionary education, which alone had any value. He set up a communist education group as an attempt to bridge the gap between the opposing factions. It proposed that the debate on election tactics should be reduced to its proper marginal place, and that instead, with tireless patient energy, all party gatherings must be led to discuss the fundamental problems of the working class and the communist revolution, or again, that the party section must be made to work usefully at preparing the cadres of the revolution and the concrete social organization which the latter will have to build up. It must endeavor, therefore, to give a precise political complexion and outlook to the unions and chambers of labor by exerting mass pressure upon them. But few were willing to follow this line. Only 17 comrades joined the education group, among them Battista Santia, Vincenzo Bianco, and Andrea Viglongo. Gramsci's isolation emerged clearly in the voting for the new Turin executive. The electionists from whom he had dissociated himself, Togliatti, Montagnana, Terracini, Roveda, etc., won a majority with 466 votes, and 186 votes went to the abstentionist candidates Boero, Parodi, etc. Gramsci had asked his followers to vote with a blank slip. There were only 31 of them. In August 1920, Togliatti became the new secretary of the Turin section. 14. The Second Congress of the Third International, Comintern, was held in Moscow beginning on the 19th of July 1920. The Red Army had decisively defeated the counter-revolutionary armies of Kolchak, Denikin, and Wrangel. There appeared to be some chance of the revolution spreading to other parts of the world. But disastrous developments in Europe gave grim warning of the difficulties attending such an enterprise. In Berlin, an alliance of the military and the Social Democrats had beaten the Spartacist revolutionaries in January 1919 and killed their principal leaders, Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht. Another such alliance had overthrown the Bavarian Soviet Republic on the 1st of May 1919. In Hungary, Bela Kun's communist government had been defeated by a counter-revolutionary army of Czechs and Romanians, and replaced in early August 1919 by an administration led by the Social Democrat Paidler. But this government proved merely a bridgehead for Admiral Horthy's rise to power, and after the 12th of August, a white terror raged throughout Hungary. Only one conclusion seemed possible. Revolution had triumphed only where the Revolutionary Party, in Russia the Bolsheviks, had gone ahead on their own, without, or indeed against, the moderate or reformist parties, in Russia the Mensheviks and social revolutionaries. Inevitably, therefore, the main line of this Second Congress was war on social democracy. The Assembly discussed and laid down 21 conditions for the admission of socialist parties to the Third International. Among these were that the party name should be changed to Communist, and that the reformists should be expelled at once. There was no representative of the Ordine Nuovo group in the PSI's delegation to Moscow, which was made up of electionists and abstentionists united from Cerati to Bordiga in their hostility to the Turinese and the Factory Council movement. Nevertheless, the proceedings of the Congress went more favorably for the editor of L'Ordine Nuovo than for the editors of Avanti and Il Soviet. What was known about Gramsci and Moscow at this time? Illuminating testimony on this has come from one of the Third International's functionaries, V. Degot, who went to Italy towards the end of 1919, and 4 years later published a booklet called Liberty in Illegality, Memoirs of Illegal Activity Abroad, 1918-21, Moscow, 1923. Degot wrote, "By chance I found myself reading a Turin weekly called L'Ordine Nuovo, edited by Gramsci. I found it very interesting. The correct position evident in every line of the paper induced me to ask Comrade Viz, Aaron Wisner, to invite Gramsci to Rome. He came at once. Here was a marvelous, a fascinating comrade, a little hunchbacked man with a large head, almost as if it did not belong to him, and penetrating, intelligent eyes. He calmly analyzes the situation in Italy. Every thought shows him to be a genuine Marxist. In the city of Turin, his paper had a wide following, and his influence was great, although Cerati and a Russian comrade known as Niccolini passionately denied this was so. When Degot returned to Moscow for the Second Congress, he went to see Zinoviev at the Smolny and gave him Comrade Gramsci's report, the report on the Factory Council movement. Then Degot saw Lenin. I gave a long account of Cerati. I told him about the colossal work being accomplished by the Turin comrades under the leadership of Gramsci. We can be sure, therefore, that although Gramsci and the Ordinovisti had been excluded from the PSI delegation to Moscow, they were by no means unknown there at the summit of the international communist movement. Their position had an immediate echo in the proceedings. The 17th clause in Lenin's Thesis on the Fundamental Tasks of the Second Congress of the Communist International stated explicitly, "Regarding the Italian Socialist Party, the Second Congress agrees with the substance of the critique of the party and the practical proposals published by the party's Turin section in the review L'Ordine Nuovo on the 8th of May 1920, as these fully correspond to all the basic principles of the Third International." This referred to the 9-point April document mentioned above, Per un rinnovamento del Partito Socialista. In the course of the Congress, further signs of Lenin's agreement with the Gramscian positions emerged. Cerati rejected the directive on the immediate expulsion of reformists. In other countries, he did not deny, reformists had allied themselves with the national bourgeoisie during the war, and then betrayed the revolution after it. But it was wrong to transpose this judgment mechanically to the Italian situation. It might fit the French and German Social Democrats well enough, but it was not valid for the PSI's reformists. The really undesirable reformist elements, like Bissolati, Bonomi, or Podreca, had been expelled already at the party's Reggio Emilia Congress of 1912. It would be most unfair to rank them with such comrades as Turati, Modigliani, or Treves, who had respected discipline throughout the war, greeted the Russian Revolution as a great event, and, together with the party's communist groups, demanded that the PSI adhere to the Third International. A gradual purge of the party might be advisable, but not a sudden split. The maximalist leader was also thinking, not without good reason, of the risks entailed in breaking the socialist front at the very moment when the reactionary Italian bourgeoisie was busy organizing its counterattack. He declared at the session of the 30th of July, "I believe it necessary to take account of the particular conditions in each country. I ask you, comrades, if we were to return to Italy today and find that the reactionaries had turned upon us, if we found the forces of imperialism drawn up against us, could you, comrades of the Executive Committee, could you advise us to bring about a split in our ranks in a situation of this kind? No, esteemed comrades. Leave the Italian Socialist Party the possibility of choosing for itself the correct moment for purging its ranks. We unite in assuring you that such a purge will occur, but give us the chance of carrying it out in the way most useful to the working masses, to the party, and to the revolution we are preparing in Italy." But Lenin remained inflexible on his general judgment of social democracy, and little disposed to distinguish Italian reformists from those of other countries. At the same session, he answered Cerati's plea. "To the Italian comrades, we must say simply that it is the outlook of the Ordine Nuovo militants which corresponds to the principles of the Communist International, and not the outlook of the present majority among the leaders and their parliamentary group. Hence, we must say to the Italian comrades and to all parties which have a right wing, the reformist tendency has nothing in common with communism." 3 days later, it was Bordiga's turn to be the target of Lenin's critical broadsides. Already, in his pamphlet Left-Wing Communism, an Infantile Disorder, Lenin had accused the Neapolitan leader and his abstentionist group of drawing the wrong conclusion from their very just critique of Signor Turati and co. that any kind of participation in Parliament must be harmful. He had continued, "These Italian leftists cannot produce even the shadow of a serious argument to support their position. They simply do not know, or are trying to forget, the internationally known examples of the effective revolutionary utilization of bourgeois parliaments in a fashion incontestably helpful to the proletarian revolution. Now he repeated and amplified such criticisms at the Congress. Comrade Bordiga, it appears, was trying to defend the point of view of Italian Marxists, but this fact notwithstanding, he failed to reply to a single one of the arguments adduced by other Marxists in favor of parliamentary action. Comrade Bordiga, you are well aware that here in Russia we have expressed our wish to destroy the bourgeois parliament in practice as well as in theory. But you have forgotten that this is impossible without long preparation, and that in the majority of countries it is not yet possible to destroy Parliament with one single blow. We are forced to carry on the struggle to destroy Parliament within Parliament itself. It is said that Parliament is an instrument which the bourgeoisie uses to deceive the masses. But this argument can be turned against you, Comrade Bordiga. It tends to undermine your own position. How can you make clear the true character of Parliament to these masses, or being deceived and kept in ignorance by the bourgeoisie? How can you denounce this or that parliamentary manoeuvre, the position taken up by this or that party, if you do not enter Parliament, if you remain outside it? For the present, Parliament too must remain an arena of the class struggle. The Second Congress concluded its work on the 7th of August 1920. Gramsci took new heart from it, although in other respects his personal situation was at that moment objectively very difficult. He was still next to unknown outside Turin, still at loggerheads with Tasca and with the abstentionists, detached from the majority in the